exchange. So these are the examples I can cite in terms of how education and collaboration later on is helping connections between our two people.
Yeah. And as we wrap this up, it was a question which Rahul asked earlier on. When will we see the prime ministers of both sides meet? Will it be in Delhi? Will it be over here? I mean, I do expect our prime minister to be in Kathmandu at some stage. Where are we in that process of deciding?
I'll just quote what Foreign Minister Shishir said. Sometime in 2026, we might see Prime Minister Balayan visiting India.
And just one final question, which didn't come up earlier on. Energy is an area of close cooperation. How is that progressing in terms of shared networks? Because that's something that works in favor of both sides.
Well, energy is, I think, one of the foremost area of our cooperation right now. Foreign Minister had mentioned about this long-term agreement where India has indicated that over the next 10 years we will import 10,000 megawatts of hydropower from Nepal. And actually it flows from a joint vision statement that India and Nepal adopted in 2022. Where we had agreed that we will collaborate in both generation of power, transmission and trade of power. And in all these areas over the last 3 years, we've seen tremendous progress. Last year, for example, by selling electricity to India and to Bangladesh, Nepal earned a revenue of about 1,800 crores Indian rupees. We see this expanding in the future. And for that, both countries and our private sectors are working together. There are several hydropower projects being done by Indian public sector companies and private sector companies. The most advanced of that is a project called Arun 3, which is a 900 megawatt project, and we hope that will be online in the next 2 years. There are a total of about 4,000 megawatts of projects which are being done by Indian companies. So I certainly see this as a very bright spot in our economic partnership. Again, it's a mutually beneficial spot because India gets a reliable green energy while Nepal is able to earn revenue out of the hydropower exports.
Yeah. Lots of promise over there, exciting times in the overall relationship. I wish we were discussing this in different circumstances, but India is always ready to help. It really depends on what is needed. Ambassador, it's been wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Shrivastava. आपको यहाँ मंच पर सुनना और किस तरह के प्रयास अभी भारत की तरफ से नेपाल के लिए हो रहे हैं और कितनी मुश्किल ये घड़ी है, ये सब बहुत ही ज़रूरी बिंदु थे जिनको आपने मंच से हाईलाइट किया. अपने अगले सेशन की तरफ हम बढ़ेंगे. डिप्लोमेसी क्रिएट्स द फाउंडेशन बट इकोनॉमिक एंटरप्राइजेस बिल्ड द स्ट्रक्चर टू अनपैक ट्रेड कॉरिडोर पॉसिबिलिटीज. वी नाउ इनवाइट ऑन स्टेज Mr. Gaurav Tayal, Vice President, Nepal India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Birendra Raj Pandey, President, Confederation of Nepalese Industries. Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, President, Chintan Research Foundation. And Mr. Vishnu Agrawal, Managing Director, Ma Group of Companies. They will be in conversation with NDTV's Aditya Raj Kaul. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ अपने सभी मेहमानों का हम स्वागत करेंगे. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच.
A very good morning to you all. We are starting the panels and the deliberations here at the NDTV Anviksha. And what better than to discuss the Nepal-India industry partnership, building the next growth corridor. And to join us, we have a very important and a significant panel to kick off the deliberations here. Mr. Gaurav Tayal, Vice President of Nepal-India Chamber of Commerce and Industry and MD of the Surya Nepal. We have Mr. Birendra Raj Pandey, President, Confederation of Nepalese Industries. We have Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi from New Delhi, President of the Chintan Research Foundation. And Mr. Vishnu Agarwal, Managing Director of the MAW Group of Companies. Well, when we speak about Nepal, with Nepal's new government placing economic growth, investment, jobs, and private sector development high on its agenda, there's an opportunity to take the Nepal-India economic relationship beyond the traditional trade and connectivity corridors towards integrated value chains, manufacturing, technology, energy, entrepreneurship, and new age services. India is Nepal's largest trading partner and at a very critical market, investment partner, and gateway to the wider region. At the same time, Nepal has opportunities to leverage its young workforce, hydropower, potential emerging industries, and strategic location to become a stronger participant in the regional supply chains. Now, this panel brings together voices from industry, business, and strategic policy to examine how Nepal can scale its industrial base, deepen its economic partnership and engagement with India, and create opportunities for a new generation of entrepreneurs and technology-driven businesses. Birendraji, let me begin with you because we'll come to the brass tacks and what has happened and what will happen and the opportunities and the expectations ahead. But we are also living at a time today in the last 24 hours of this disaster that has happened at the Nepal-Tibet border. How do you see this development in terms of the infrastructure, unfortunately that has collapsed? Now, we may have the strongest of infrastructure, but in face of such a calamity, nothing can stand. But still, I know that you are focused towards an infrastructure event just in a few days from now here in Kathmandu. So it's important for you to reflect also on the kind of infrastructure that is in place, but also with the new government in power here. What is the kind of infrastructure that could be in place in future? What are your expectations, especially when you look towards India?
Thank you very much. We are aware of the vulnerability that Nepal sits historically, given the geographic conditions and our very pertinent position in the region. Our very young mountains, steep terrain, and there are a lot of vulnerabilities like golf and others. And infrastructure is so important, and CNI has been raising this point the last decade or so that we need to build infrastructure more sustainably. Resilience is very important. And as our border is, we're spread only about 200 kilometers along, so it's definitely, as we've heard in the earlier session, we are so much connected, and especially in our water system, that we have to build our infrastructure in a more resilient way. And CNI has done a study in 2019, especially in these infrastructure provisions, and we've said that we need to climate-proof the infrastructure. There's additional investment needed. And the way we plan our infrastructure, that needs to consider all these elements so that the precious lives of our citizen, our neighbors' citizen, is protected, as well as the properties as well. So that we need to work together with the neighboring countries, both the northern and southern neighbors, towards building a resilient infrastructure, as well as making our warning systems more predictable and more resilient as well.
Well, certainly, we are also living in very unpredictable times, a deeply divided world, and we often speak about resilient supply chains. So, Mr. Priyadarshi, if I can come to you now, all across the globe, it's a deeply divided world today. But when we speak about the Nepal-India bond, it's not just about the civilizational foundation. It's also about the roti-beti relationship that we speak about often. But yesterday I was at the Singha Darbar and I was meeting a lot of senior ministers in the Balayan government. And they said that we need to move beyond the roti-beti relationship and be very aware and mindful of this ecological imbalance that we have created, a man-made disaster in many ways. How do you see India's role in this as well? Because, it's not just Nepal that is being impacted now. China is in many ways. We've seen the Chinese ambassador to Nepal also put out a statement just a few minutes ago. But this could knock on the doors of India. In 2013, we had a similar disaster in Uttarakhand. How does India, Nepal, or perhaps a broader base of South Asia coordinate in terms of the ecological disaster that are perhaps knocking at our doors? Because today we are looking at this kind of a event, but tomorrow it could be something much bigger where a wider population could be impacted.
Thanks, Aditya. Look, I think every developing country today, no matter in which part of the world, in some way or the other, faces this very difficult question: how do you balance out your developmental aspirations with the challenges of sustainability? Now, each country has a very different perspective on this. You know, I spent about 25 odd years with the World Trade Organization in Geneva. And one of our biggest challenges was exactly this, that a one size will not fit all, no matter whether it's trade, investment, or in this case, ecological preservation. But I think India and Nepal, and particularly Nepal, I see a big advantage. You know, India has actually gone through many of these stages. Now, Nepal doesn't need to go through those stages. You can actually leapfrog. You should come up right to where India is today. And what is India done very well, and what is India perhaps needs to do a little better? Let me just elaborate on this. I think where India has done very well is try and lessen the emphasis or the dependency either on one region, one source of power, or, since you started with supply chains, on one supply chain. I think for Nepal, it's extremely important to balance out what we would call the sustainability of development and the sustainability of the environment. Both are extremely important. And I think one way certainly is to do that, and a lot has been said already, is identify the most fragile of regions. Just put them aside, that these are ecologically protected regions where any amount of development, we will ensure that sustainability comes first. But similarly, identify your economic growth corridors. You know, this whole session and the next one's on growth corridors. But you'll have to look at a growth corridor as much more than the mere transportation of goods and services. A growth corridor of the future has got to have people movement, has got to have energy movement, has got to have talent movement, technology movement, and in times of crisis, you know, any kind of aid and relief movement. So we've got to ensure that Nepal and India, when they talk about, we do not talk about the fact that one's population is 50 times more. We should not talk about the fact that one GDP of one country is, 90 times more. What we should talk is the GDP per capita. And here, Nepal and India are not that far apart, 1.8. So really, if you look at the 1800 odd kilometers of border, and you look at the fact that these are two countries which have relatively close to GDP, there is a huge potential for growth. And perhaps, whenever you'll allow me, I'll come back. This is where Gen Z or the youth will come in.
Well, certainly the youth will come in, and the youth agenda needs to be discussed. We can't go away with that. But Mr. Agarwal, if I can come to you. Now speaking about the topic, that is what we are here for, about the investment that is happening here in Nepal. And now we have a confirmation that both the Prime Ministers of India and Nepal would be meeting perhaps later this year in November or December. The Foreign Minister and the Indian Ambassador have almost confirmed that. What kind of an environment would you want here in Nepal to be created so that there is more vigor in the Indian industries and Indian startups and Indian investors to invest in India? And what will give them greater confidence? Any kind of policy changes that you would want, both in terms of India and Nepal partnership? Because both the Prime Ministers are now not just looking towards the past. They're looking towards the future with a new energy, with a new kind of environment and the economic turbulence that the world faces today.
Thank you, Aditya. I was just reflecting on, for last 25 to 30 years, how the investments from India in Nepal has fared. I remember in between 1995 to 2000, so many of the FDI from India had come. I will like to give you a few examples, just like Surya Nepal. That was, then there was Nepal Liver, then there was Aarti Strips, then there was Nepal SBI. So many of them had come in between 1995 to 2000. Today is 2026. All of them, to tell you very, very frankly, they have fared very, very well. They have given huge returns to their investors, and they are still doing extremely well. But somehow what happened after 2000 has to be thought. Why the investment environment was, I'm saying, deteriorated, why the confidence was lost. What I feel, there are two things which are happening. And one thing is most important, that is the narrative. In spite of these companies doing well, the narrative got built was, there are so many problems in Nepal. And because of those problems, people are not interested. Whereas, the companies who had come over here, they had done extremely well. So there is contradiction in the narrative itself. I think this narrative needs to be improved. I don't say that it is completely the fault of narrative. There had been some kind of stability in Nepal, instability in Nepal. There had been very frequent changes in the government. There has been, there were policy inconsistency. There were issues in operation also, I should say. We had gone through one of the most difficult civil wars also in between. But somehow, what I feel with the current scenario, those policy consistency and the will to bring the people, investors in Nepal, and the will to give them a very good environment is there. So that policy inconsistency kind of thing, I think we have to rise above that. And during this visit of the Prime Ministers, I think narrative should go that Nepal is a good place and a very stable place and a consistent place for investment all over India and other places. Secondly, what I think that we also have to look at our competitive advantage. One of the competitive advantage that we have is energy. How industries can take use of this particular energy and build a competitive advantage all over South Asia. Secondly, we have seen a lot of countries like Bangladesh, India, through their industrial parks and the special schemes that government have offered in these industrial parks, they have done very, very well. They have been able to lure industrialists to put money in industries. I think that is also one of the very important thing, and we are all pushing from the side of CNI and other organizations also, we are pushing for this particular thing. So, and one more thing which is I consider to be of lot of importance is that just like from India, you can bring the investment in Nepal, but somehow from Nepal, we cannot take the investment to India. Why this is important? Why do we send our children to other countries? It is not completely only for academics, I believe. It is also, we want to give them exposure. So when our entrepreneurs in Nepal, when they start playing in other countries, then they would also learn. And this will give them a lot of advantage. And this will give them confidence in going to other countries and bringing people from other countries as and invest in Nepal.
Well, certainly there needs to be a brainstorming on the new policy changes that are required under the current circumstances. Mr. Tayal, if I can come to you now, you know, as a business leader who is deeply invested in Nepal's growth story, but also in bringing the Indian and the Nepalese industry together, what are the key immediate priorities you think are very significant and critical for Nepal to bring in this confidence? And the priority areas traditionally have been connectivity or boosting the road connectivity between India and Nepal. But do you think we need to move beyond this towards perhaps, you know, goods and capital, digital public infrastructure, energy cooperation, and other areas as well? Because I remember when Minister Shishir Khanal was in New Delhi, I interviewed him, and he very honestly confessed that it was a missed opportunity for Nepal as well, where we saw in the last decades a technological rise of India. The biggest example, the UPI being expanded and used by several other countries. You know, I was very happy to use UPI here in Nepal as well. But could digital public infrastructure really be adopted here in Nepal as well? Do you think in the next 10 years that will be the biggest priority?
Thank you, Aditya. I think that's a very, very pertinent point which one needs to think about. So if you look at Nepal, there are a lot of advantages we have here in Nepal. And I represent a company, Surya Nepal, which was incorporated 40 years back. And we are probably a shining example that, you can do well in this country. And we need more such examples. Coming to specifically your point, I think we have mostly spoken about connectivity in a physical sense, which talks about, we talk about Kathmandu, Raxaul, high-speed railway systems to be put in. But I think this integration need to go beyond that. I think Mr. Agarwal spoke about talent mobility, right? So I'm here for quite some time, and you really realize that almost 10,000 crores worth of money is being spent for sending children outside Nepal. So whilst Ambassador spoke about that people do go to India for their education, but there is a very large proportion of population which is going across the Western countries because they're looking for world-class education. I think one very big opportunity is to bring in IITs, IIMs back into Nepal and provide them a fantastic education. This will not only improve the education standards here of a world-class education, but it will also improve the talent mobility between the two countries. So I think this is one of the ways. One sector which specifically we speak about is tourism. Whilst tourism has always been a hot subject for Nepal, and it does attract, but let's put some numbers in perspective. India has got 40 million outbound tourists annually, and Nepal attracts 3 lakh. That's less than 1%. Now, one should try and understand why the potential is so low when you have an adjoining country, and a country which has got everything. It has got Himalayas, it has got culture, it has got heritage. So wonderful place for tourism to flourish. The second aspect on this particular tourism is, does Nepal position itself as a premium tourist destination or a mass tourist destination? I think Nepal has a lot of opportunity to drive luxury tourism into the country. If you look at destination wedding, which we are pretty familiar with in India, it's a $16 billion industry, supposed to triple in the next 10 years. So what do we need to do if you want to capitalize on some of these opportunities? Again, a statistic for you, today beyond Delhi, there are hardly any city which is well connected to Nepal. So if you want to really bring about tourism, I think there are two big enablers. One is from the Nepal side, which is to make the land acquisition rules far more contemporary, far more comfortable. But from a connectivity point of view, anybody who wants to travel to Nepal should be connected. So you have today 10 cities in India who are connected to Dubai, to Thailand. So one of my aspirations would be that when you look at a wedding destination, 10 years down the line, if there is Thailand, if there is Bali, if there is a Dubai, I would want to see a Kathmandu, a Pokhara and Chitwan to be on the same map. So I think that is one great opportunity that we have in front of us. One of the points on the power integration, so because we belong to a corporate sector, many companies right now are following this ESG framework, where you are bound by certain zero emission targets, clean energy usage targets. I think this whole hydro opportunity that Nepal presents itself, and we keep on talking about, but we talk about mostly an export opportunity. I think we need to build some kind of a framework with India, where Indian corporates can invest into hydropower in Nepal and claw back the credits, the commitments that they can have. I think that can really boost up probably many small investment, but a large number of investments. So I think these are some of the opportunities, Aditya, where we can go beyond integrating India with Nepal only physically, but in a much more economic sense.
You know, on a lighter note, I think Prime Minister Balin Shah is already listening to you, because I remember just a few months back, they had the RSP National Convention in Chitwan, which was, widely spoken about in media. But Mr. Priyadarshi, I won't disappoint you because you wanted to speak about the Gen Zs. Let me come to you. Nepal has the region's youngest population at this stage, but it is also the youngest government. The average age would be perhaps around 40, if I'm not wrong, here in Nepal. India, on the other hand, in the last decade, as I said earlier, has been a digital technology and an innovation powerhouse. How does that combine together? Nepal and India, the young population of both countries, and looking towards digital innovation in the next decade. How will this mutually benefit both the countries? Do you think there needs to be policy changes, but also a mindset change?
Thanks, Aditya. Look, as far as a young population is concerned, whether it's India, whether it's Nepal, you have this very, very important constituency, the young population. Now, what's very important to realize that they have aspirations, they have education, and they want to see a better life for themselves. In the past, traditionally, governments, when they've addressed the youth, they've tried to create job opportunities for them. It's been a very classic model. You've got a youth population, you've got a young population, let's create job opportunities. I think, and I'll take the last word of your question, there needs to be a radical mindset change. Instead of creating job opportunities for the youth, we must train them to create jobs. For instance, instead of just creating a job for one, if we can give the following 4 things to the youth today. We give them the skills that are needed to fully become an entrepreneur. We facilitate the transfer of technology. We ensure the availability of capital, and we ensure access to markets. Then each one of them would be able to create jobs. And I was delighted to listen to the 2 examples that the Indian ambassador gave. He did not give examples of people who had studied in India and then gone on to hold high posts. Obviously, he did mention earlier in his state. But if we can get any set of people to become entrepreneurs. But the second, and this is where the Indian advantage comes in, we must ensure integration and the cross-border travel of entrepreneurship. Again, a difficult word. What I'm saying is that entrepreneurship should not be limited to entrepreneurs in India and entrepreneurs in Nepal. Suppose you're looking at setting up something in Nepal. The innovation and the ideation could take place at one place. The technology could come from a second, and when I'm saying second, it means both India and Nepal. The capital could come from a third, and the actual company could be based in fourth. The more integrated we can make entrepreneurship, the more easy it would be to ensure that the benefits of one economy, which you mentioned so correctly, digitalization, the market, also becomes available to the other thing. So we need to move away from a normal export of goods and services. We need to move away from merely creating jobs for the youth, but we need to get into a joint mindset of creating such opportunities and skilling the youth so that they in turn create jobs.
Well, that's a very well-made point, because there is a complete mindset overhaul that is required, and thinking from the perspective of the Gen Z. So we are living in the times when we are trying to understand the Gen Z and how they think and how they operate. But Birendra ji, coming to you on something that Priyadarshi ji mentioned and taking that forward. There's been a considerable discussion in Nepal and beyond about Nepal becoming an export and production hub. But in the overall scheme of things and the competitiveness constraints, what are the challenges before you? Is it in regard of the cost of logistics? Is it beyond that, the regulation currently, the skills, the financing or scale? And which are the major areas that the government needs to immediately tackle?
Thank you for that. There are a few obvious challenges that we see. The first is the regulatory provisions that we need to work on, and the government has been very proactive in discussing with the private sector together to reform the regulatory processes. There are multiple unnecessary laws, the very old regulations contradicting to each other, so we are very closely working with the government on that front. The other obvious constraint is the cost of logistics, because we are landlocked and our industry's cost is around 20% is the logistic cost. And as compared to our peer country, it is about 20 to 25% higher than the other countries. So this is where we need to work on. And the affordable and reliable electricity so far as we speak. We still have a lot of potential to as a generation capacity, but currently only 4,000 megawatt that we produce. And we conduct a regular survey with our industries, and they're still saying that almost 60% of our industry still rely on the generators. So we need to improve on that. Not only generation, but it is actually sending the necessary power to the industrial corridors in a reliable manner. That is probably the other one. And definitely, as Priyadarshi has said, skill in human capital is another key constraint. And we as a private sector, from demand side, we are working really hard in collaboration with other TVET providers so that we can enhance our skills of our workforce so that they become more relevant to the industry needs. So that is, these are a few challenges that we see, and maybe we can act very quickly on that. Thank you.
Well, taking that forward to Mr. Agrawal, and since you are a key pillar of the industry on this panel, traditionally we've seen, imports happening from India, and the discussion and the debate stops there. We haven't, discussed or deliberated or implemented policy beyond that. But in the Nepal-India relationship, which has been traditionally, spoken about in trade, how does the next corridor, next industry corridor look like? Does the corridor involve manufacturing, technology, automobiles, energy, and integrated supply chains? And what would be your vision for Nepal in the next 5 years?
Thank you, Aditya. I feel in next 5 years, there is going to be a huge change. From the perspective of Nepal, we always talk about 30 million people, but I think we need to think beyond that particular thing. Even if we include the population of states which are surrounding India as of date, Nepal, Indian states which are surrounding Nepal, the population would be 500 million. So this is the market we should immediately look at. How we are able to develop as a manufacturing base for this many people should be one of the mindset which I feel that we should really look at present. Few things that we need to do. See, we have got an example of Rudrapur, how it has been able to, how it was a barren land earlier, and how it got developed into a powerhouse of industries, and why it developed. It was also one of the reasons was very proactive stand of the local government, state government, which promoted this particular place, and there was also central government which gave so many facilities to this particular area. Now, in order to ensure that we are also able to develop that kind of framework, so we also, as I again would like to put it, industrial park concept and providing the industries these kind of benefits is one of the most important thing that I can feel we should be doing. And another most important opportunity I find is in energy. Then again, this energy opportunity is for a limited period of time. There are so many things which are coming up as an alternative energy in India. Even for example, storage pumping projects are also coming. There are huge solar projects coming, wind power projects coming. Now, as Mr. Gaurav said, if we are able to provide some kind of special incentive to the industrialists of repatriation of energy, I think that can be a game changer. So we should look at in this particular field also what can be done. The western part of Nepal is full of medicinal herbs. It is one of the places where it has got the capacity and possibility of exporting not only to India but all over the world. So this possibility needs exploring. We already know a lot of herbs that can be exported, that can be converted into oil and it can be exported. So we need to promote and package this particular products. Now, instead of just going ahead with, we want to promote industries, we need to identify 4-5 such industries which has got very good potential, not only for export, but also creating jobs over here. I'm in automobile industry. We have got motorcycle assembly plant and also lubricant blending plant. What I see the opportunity is that development of ancillary industries in Nepal. I see that a lot of automobile industries are there in Rudrapur also. If ancillary industries can be developed in Nepal with the know-how, not necessarily from India only, but from outside also, and we are able to, and there is an excellent Nepal-India treaty which allows India to export Nepal to export to India with status as of Indian industries. So we can use those kind of thing, and we can use that particular possibility, and we can look at the possibility of exporting industries also, which are open besides the border. And we should also have a lookout that instead of we saying that Nepalese industries exporting to India, we should also look at India and Nepal industries collaborating in order to export all over the world.
Well, as we wrap up this panel, the inaugural panel at the NDTV Anviksha, I want to take the last comment from Mr. Tayal. You know, traditionally Nepal has been known for its great tourism, which you spoke about, and we need to look towards a new direction, potentially the destination weddings that you spoke about. Apart from that, you know, Nepal is known for the grit and the determination and the resilience of the legendary Gorkhas. And apart from that, of course, the Annapurna and the great Mount Everest. But beyond that, in the last 1 year now, Nepal is known for the Gen Z revolution as well. And we've seen some sparks of that in India in the recent times. How do you see the conversation changing now in terms of the economic partnerships, in terms of the domestic economic activity and the infrastructure change and the kind of thought process that the new generation has, which is completely opposite of what was traditionally thought? So is that thought process changing within the government, within the private sector here as well? Very mindful of the fact of what the Gen Zs want, require, because if you don't agree with them, or you don't understand them, or at least listen to them, they will be at your doors.
So Aditya, that's a wonderful question. And why I say this wonderful is because you typically hear from Nepal that we are a landlocked country, as if it is a very big disadvantage. I think what is exciting about Gen Z, and specifically about the new government which has taken over in Nepal, they do not have a very constrained way of thinking. I think there is a lot of positivity that one is able to experience in Nepal. I think someone spoke about the narrative, and I think the narrative specifically, if I just talk about India-Nepal, I think the narrative even within India about Nepal isn't correct. The positioning of Nepal within India isn't correct. It is being seen in a particular light, and I think I definitely see a lot of discussions, a lot of intentions towards changing that particular narrative. We are looking at a lot of vibrant ecosystem of startups coming up. In fact, you'll be surprised to know that certain very big brands in Nepal right now who have really scaled up are actually run by the Nepali founders. And I see more and more of that happening. In fact, my own company has good number of young people, and there is a fundamental difference in the way the earlier generation, which probably came from a slightly more scarcity mindset, used to look at the worldview. I think that is particularly changing. Just one supplementary point, because you spoke about manufacturing and the opportunities. I think this generation will start talking value add. If you start comparing between India and China, they have their own advantages. We need not compete with them. Because whenever you try to compete with these geographies, in terms of scale, you start perceiving a disadvantage. I think we never spoke about New Zealand. New Zealand has been able to create a premium honey, Manuka, and now that is the most expensive honey in the world. And Nepal has got some terrific assets. It has got some large cardamom, it has got coffee, tea, and honey, right, which fortunately my company has now got engaged in. I think we have to start more thinking about brands. And that's what I think is going to be the narrative which will change in Nepal. And if we see India as a partner, India can bring in a lot of great management practices, can bring technology, and they can always bring a large market to them. I think both of these things, if they happen, I have no doubt that in the coming 5 to 10 years, we will be seeing one of the most vibrant growth corridors developing in South Asia.
No, that's a great point. And I promise you, Gaurav, that the narrative change is not just required. NDTV Anviksha is that platform, because in diplomacy, we often speak about that, diplomacy is not instant Maggie, or in this case, bye-bye. But in many ways, this is not track 2. But I would promise that this is better than track 2. And this will lay the foundation of better India-Nepal ties. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the table. I'll request you to come forward for a group photograph. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us on this panel. For the next panel, which is on building digital bridges, India-Nepal collaboration and AI, DPI and digital payments, I request our panelist, Professor Dr. Balkrishna Bal, Associate Dean, School of Engineering, Kathmandu University, to join us. We also have Simanta Dahal, Advocate and Partner, Abhinava Law Chambers, Suraksha Adhikari, Project Lead and Chief Operating Officer of Tulu.com, and Paras Kumar, Chief Operating Officer of PhonePe. And for the next session, I would request Manokia Loiwal to join us.
Nepal ma swagat cha. Can I hear a round of applause for the country itself? Good morning, everyone. Nepal ma swagat cha. As we start our next session, which is on Nepal industry partnership, the two countries not just share borders, but also emotions, and which are bigger than anything in the universe. I would like to request my panelists to be on the stage. Vidushi Rana, Member of Parliament, RSP, Nepal, and Director in Branding and Marketing of Gold Star Shoes. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Kamlesh Agarwal, President, Nepal Chamber of Commerce. Ujjwal Kumar Shresht, Executive Director, Panchakanya Group. Paras Karel, Executive Director, South Asia Watch and Trade, Economics and Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for everyone. It's a beautiful morning, but a different one with what has happened in Nepal, and the hearts go out for everyone. As I'm joined by a panel of experts in their field and to talk on industry where India and Nepal not just go down for a month or a decade, but for centuries and beyond borders too. I start with Vidushi Rana. Vidushi ji, just give me an idea on what is the biggest challenge for the industry as well as the achievement that you see in past few decades, and with what has happened presently in northern Nepal. Do you see that impacting the industry too?
First of all, good morning everyone, and thank you so much NDTV for doing this program in Nepal. And thank you for the question. But before I begin, I would like to give my heartfelt condolence to whatever, to the families who lost their loved ones yesterday at the devastating floods. And my heart is out there, and my prayers to all those who are affected. Disasters and climate changes are, they do not recognize borders. And what happens in the mountains and the hills and the rivers affect our communities, and moments like this remind us that climate resilience cannot be just addressed by one country, but with the greater cooperation, preparedness, and shared responsibility. So we should not wait for a tragedy to happen. We're, I think, taking climate change not very seriously, which we should, as of course as neighbors also. And Now that brings me to your question. So actually, I see Nepal-India trade as one of the most, Nepal's greatest economic opportunity, because we share we share a border of 1,751 kilometers. That border is not, just not connect. Nepal and India is not just connected through geography, history, cultures. We have people, and there are a lot of things that connect Nepal and India, and I think it's very, very special. And I feel that the 1,751 kilometer of open border should actually now be an economic corridor more than just a trade border. And we all know that we share our borders with the UP, Bihar, Uttarakhand, West Bengal. So it's a big opportunity for Nepal to do trade, and we're very fortunate to have India as a neighbor. It is our largest trading partner also, Nepal. I was just looking at the figures, and we import NPR 1.21 trillion rupees of products from India, and we export 2.58 billion. So that is a huge market. So the opportunity is enormous, like in manufacturing, it could be in agro-processing, it could be in IT, it could be in tourism, hospitality, all of that. But the biggest difficulty today is not the tariff, but is the standardization, the certifications. So that's what I'm here to talk about today, the Bureau of Indian Standard. And don't get me wrong, I am not saying that standardization should not be done, because it's very important that India is protecting its consumers, and that's very important. I wish Nepal would do that too. And I come from a manufacturing, we've been manufacturing Gold Star shoes for more than six decades now. And for me, standardization and good quality and safety is very important. But what is impediment is the time that it takes, to get the BIS certificate. So if that can be taken into consideration, then Nepal-India trade could be more lucrative, is what I feel.
Kamlesh, my question to you is that more than 80% of Nepal's export is completely indirectly to India. India has been one of the biggest consumer market, and indirectly Nepal too is the biggest consumer market vis-a-vis any country for Nepal. But when we understand it is beyond numbers, it's what do you see as top 3 hurdles that need to be done away with for a better trade partnership between the two countries? It's what.
So, thank you very much, Managya. First problem, what I see in my experience of more than 40 years of business life, we have to differentiate politics and economics, because Nepal and India has special peculiarities. They have got most potential to become one of South Asia's most successful regional growth corridor. Why? We have got open border more than 1,850 kilometers. We have centuries old cultural and business commercial ties. We have religious integration. We have families connection due to marital connections. We have complementary economies for each other. We have rapidly improving connectivity. Both countries are well positioned to create an integrated manufacturing, logistics, energy, and technology ecosystem. So we have to concentrate on the only economic development of this corridor. And one more thing, since very beginning, Nepal is big up with the Indian currency. When there is devaluation of Indian currency with foreign currency, we have to devaluate that currency. And whereas you revaluate the Indian currency with the foreign currency, we are forced to revaluate the currency. So such a economic ties up, if we differentiate between economics and politics, which are disturbed time to time. I must capitulate here, because we are governed by the trade and transit treaties always. But during 1997, when the Gujral was the then Prime Minister, that time the treaty signed, still we remember Gujral doctrine, that treaty. That was the best treaty and facilitating treaty between India and Nepal, economic development and growth.
You feel it needs to be revisited now? You feel it needs to be revisited now?
Yeah, yeah, sure. We always want, I told you, we have got huge potentialities. We can do a lot of things,
Okay.
if we really go on the economic policies centered towards the economic policies only. Let's meet. We can have a manufacturing ecosystem. We are so
Okay.
close to the border. We have got hydropower. Nepal has huge
Okay,
potential.
that takes me to Ujjwal Kumar Shresht ji, but about from manufacturing to hydropower, everything. It's the demography that comes as an advantage and it's the demography that comes as a disadvantage. But when you talk about Nepal, how do you see it progressing vis-a-vis manufacturing sector in India and how it is the next big growing business? Because we understand Panchakanya has been for 5 decades in the business and is just growing leaps and bounds.
Thank you. Well, let me give you a few stats of hydropower in Nepal. The projected is about 80,000 megawatt, 40,000 is possible for generation. Currently, Nepal is tapped about 4,000 megawatt, out of which 1,500 megawatts has been, close to 1,600 megawatts has been exported to India. And thanks to India again, with the Indian grid, we were able to export to Bangladesh about 40 megawatts, right? Now coming back to hydropower, green energy is the talk of the world. And I think whatever we produce in Nepal is all green products. That's what we are very proud to say. And India being one of the largest manufacturing hub in the world now, large global economy, and a very large manufacturing global supplier, India also is pressurized for green energy. And this is the right time where we see our partnership can be largely scalable. Now it's all coming down to policy. Cultural similarities there, generations of relations are there in Nepal, India. There are so many things that we have yet to tap, but then what I see currently is the reforms of cross-border transmission, number one. There are already investments from the Indian side where generations are happening towards India, but what I also see is not only electricity export from India to India, but also having energy-intensive industries manufactured via Nepali energy or having joint venture manufacturing with the Indian counterparts in Nepal with high energy requirement, because now the European market where India exports is demanding for green products. And that's where we come into play, because the way I see it is India should see us as their partner for growth, and Nepal should be part of India's scale and grow with India together.
Paras, my question to you is, you've been monitoring the entire growth, not just in the country, bilateral, but also the zone and the region. Where do we stand as far as Nepal's relationship with India and Nepal's relationship with China is concerned? Does it still remain emotionally stronger, so more viable, or any more reason to it?
Hello, check. Yeah, thank you. India is Nepal's largest partner, with 2/3 of our trade with India. Over 70% of our exports are bound for India, and about 2/3 of our imports are from India. But at the same time, one cannot ignore China if you are talking about global supply chains. Just as India also significantly import intermediate goods and capital goods from China, similarly, China accounts for about 1/4 of our total capital good imports. And that contrasts with 55% share of India, but both are important in this context. And the global supply chains are shifting, and India is responding to it. Forget about 2025 reciprocal tariffs or Liberation Day tariffs of Donald Trump. Even prior to that, since 2018 to 2024, until Donald Trump was re-elected, there was a shift in supply chains away from China. And there are rigorous studies that document who were the winners. And India is one of the winners as per rigorous studies, whereby India's exports of goods to the US that were highly tariffed by the US on China have increased. And so has India's imports of intermediate goods from China, whereby India adds value to them and also re-exports. So it's intertwined, everything. So here is an opportunity for Nepal to identify small areas, even potentially small areas within the Indian supply chain, whereby it is increasing exports all over the world, how it can fit in. For example, India has signed a so-called mother of all trade deals with the European Union, followed by a trade deal with United Kingdom. And simulations show that it will have a positive economic growth effect on India. Now, how can Nepal supply certain products or inputs to India that can then feed on to India's exports to the EU? I think there is a significant gap in research in this area. There's a huge potential, but there are different constants which we can discuss later.
Well, that was a very cautiously guarded answer, I must say. Vidushi, my question to you is, when we talk about trade deficit, there's a massive trade deficit between Nepal and India.
Right.
Do you see that there are more avenues like value chains and raw material or other growth or manufacturing structures that need to be revisited so that that reduces and both the countries benefit more?
Yes, there is a trade deficit of 952 billion with India, which is huge. But I think Nepal makes a mistake if we just talk about trade deficit just as a number. I think the time has come now that we need to co-produce things together because India brings scale, it brings capital, it brings digital economy and all of that, and Nepal also brings a young population, youth who is cheaper labor here than in India, and then we also have clean energy. So I think if we combine these two, we can now, it's time that we're not just trade partners, but we become partners who do business together, Nepal and India, and co-produce things. Like I was just reading about Haldiram, which is now being made in Nepal. I know that Britannia has started making it in Nepal. So there are a lot of products which we consume. Of course, we have 1.21 trillion of imports from India. So out of those many things, if we can produce those things in Nepal and export to India and also export to the rest of the world. So I think it's time that we co-produce. I think that's what we should do. Clean energy is Nepal's biggest, asset, and I think we should bring that together. And I would like to urge all the Indian companies which are exporting to Nepal to start co-producing. And because I am also a member of Parliament, we would make rules and regulations that are easy, and we will make compliant rules for people to come and invest here eventually, so that we can both neighbors, we can both grow together.
Kamlesh, my question to you is, there has been a data that shows that from 2024 to 26, India's imports from Nepal recorded a massive increase of more than 50%. So we need to understand on which are the major Nepalese industries or products that are behind this sudden surge, and is it here to continue? And if so, how much? There has been, the data shows that there has been a massive surge in imports from Nepal, to India's imports from Nepal. So we just need to understand on which are the Nepalese products that are doing the best for the country.
No, one thing, so far as our exports from Nepal to India are concerned, being a landlocked country, Nepal, our cost is little bit high. I must say it is nearly 15 to 20% not competitive to export to other countries. Even not only in India, our export to other countries is also very low. If you see our ratio, we are 90% is our total imports only. Out of it is 10% imports. Under such case, India just providing us a SAFTA facility. Under the SAFTA facility, we are able to export some of our used products, say soybean oil and all, many products on SAFTA. We are importing also on the same basis some of the products which become competitive due to SAFTA agreement. But now in the next generation, in order to develop the economic corridors in both the countries, we have to facilitate the duty-free access to our both the countries, And India, there are a lot of non-tariff barriers if we export to India also. Lot of provisional disturbances also. Suppose we are exporting our medicinal herbs to India, the Indian provincial acts and all, many times they are creating disturbances to our exports also. So this, if we go on a unified economic integrated system only, giving priority to Nepal and Nepal giving priority to India, then we can develop this economic corridor.
Okay. Ujjwalji, give us an idea that there has been a rapid increase in the manufacturing sector. What are and which are the major benefits that Nepal is getting from Indian manufacturing companies, if at all, and to what extent?
So you mean rapid increase in Nepal side, right?
Yes.
The manufacturing sector, I think, falls around, it's decreasing, to be honest, post-COVID. But then the new government is really emphasizing on manufacturing things that is when there's a local market rather than export for now. But of course, export is one of the top priority. For us, if you ask about particularly about my company, right? 99% is Indian machines, Indian technology, Indian raw material, and Indian certifications where I base. So we have so much advantage being the neighbor of the south. The scale when it comes to manufacturing, Nepalese are a very import-based economy, which is absolutely okay. But when there's a market size where you can manufacture, so earlier my panelists just mentioned Haldiram. That's just a recent joint venture in Nepal because there's a market size for the local market, right? So those are being tapped in to see where we can really add up because we have engineering backup close by, we have machine backup, we have raw material backup, right? Of course, our northern side also supports to a certain extent, but one of the things that the manufacturing face when it comes to export is the certification and understanding the international accreditation, where Nepal also needs to do a lot of reform on really scaling up their certification level because Nepal standards or Nepal Bureau of Standards is not really well recognized even in India today. And a lot of the exports are also limited because of that. And that is where we've also been very open about it, having a dispute settlement mechanism where we can have non-diplomacy channel to help Nepal really export. And also we've been having a lot of interest from Indian manufacturers where they can take the benefit of duty, proximity, and the energy to bring back goods to Nepal. There are a lot of MSMEs that do small supplies to India even today, but they have not been having the linkage or the exposure, the finance to really grow and supply to Indian large manufacturers for that matter.
Well, that brings me to my next question to Paras. Give us an idea, do you think that the MSME restructuring will be big for Nepal? And how does it help in improving and making a bigger global chain with Indo-Nepal partnerships?
Most of Nepal's exporters are SMEs, including those that cater to the Indian market. And they also already have experience in exporting, and they have a potential role to scale up those exports, no doubt about that. And that's also underpinned by the fact that Nepal-India trade treaty, despite some constraints, is still a liberal trade treaty in that it offers duty-free access to Nepali products, virtually all Nepali products, and that is not tied to Nepal's least developed country status. We are graduating from LDC status soon. After that, many of our duty-free market access in developed countries will go away, but not with India, because it's not tied to LDC status. And SMEs, this is good for SMEs also. That uncertainty is not there. But in terms of market intelligence, it's always a problem for all industries, but particularly so for SMEs. They don't have links on the Indian side, and that's where Nepal government's relevant agencies can backstop them.
My last question to you would be that what are the 3 practical steps that you see that the governments of Nepal and India should be building for the next corridor of economic growth in the region?
Okay. I mean economic corridor, right? Economic corridor would first and foremost require certainty, right? Certainty in the trading relationship. On the customs tariff front, there is a fair degree of trade or tariff certainty, yes. But on the non-tariff measure front, that's where the Nepal-India trade treaty needs to have a kind of a binding mechanism that can effectively address non-tariff measure. And non-tariff measure is just an economist's way of saying what these industrialists, from the horse's mouth, we have heard about certification issues, right? Whether it's the bilateral Nepal-India trade treaty or the agreement on South Asian Free Trade Area, SAFTA, or other agreements that we might sign with India, they do not have a mechanism that deals with non-tariff measures so that they do not serve as non-tariff barriers and create uncertainty. So if we can address that aspect, then I think it will unlock a significant potential. And mind you, India ranks alongside China as the destination with which Nepal has the largest missing potential. That is the difference between potential exports and the measly exports that we currently have.
That's a very interesting one. Ujjwalji, my question to you would be, how do you see the role of Gen Z in industry and the development of the country in multiple sectors?
So what was the first line? Are we?
What do you see the role of Gen Z
Okay.
in multiple sectors of industry?
Well, I formed a committee in FNCCI, like FICCI, and I have 3 Gen Zs, you know. To give that, we have a country formed by Gen Z. The government is formed by Gen Z. So I think age is just a number. That's what we say. Today, it's a real reality. And looking at the demographic of my workforce, maybe manufacturing or even employees, the median age is starting to decline, right? But then how do we accommodate Gen Z is another challenge there. And I think given the exposure of this generation, the scalability for Nepal is tremendous because we are a very young nation. And that also gives us, Nepal's said that we are not a very strong manufacturing country, but we are when it comes to service and IT today. If you look at data, I think we've already surpassed $1 billion of export on IT back office work from Nepal, and it's very scalable. That's where the Gen Z population are coming in. Everybody is getting to software, service, and tech, and Nepal sees that as one of the advantage of a young country supporting the growing Indian economy, Indian tech having their back offices in Nepal also.
Kamlesh, business and industry goes hand in hand, and they are one of those sectors which have been the most resilient when it comes to Nepal being affected by natural calamities, be it 2015, be it 2025 revolution, or maybe 2026 where we are standing today. How do you think and where does the industry get its strength from for that survival instinct of Nepal to keep going ahead?
So far as you have just raised the Gen Z issue, I must say Gen Z revolution was for the economic aspirations only. Even in India, I have read in the media, your media, the Cockroach Party, they are also the Gen Zs, their aspirations is also the economic aspiration. Till the country is able to satisfy the economic needs of the young population, such type of revolution will be go on taking place. In Nepal, as we have got, our major strength is we have got 57% population is our young population, I must say, India can not able to utilize the strength of our Gen Zs, 57% young population. They have got huge investment, they have got technology, they have got big market. Why not they are investing in Nepal, This year, today's symposium, it will open a new milestone to develop the economic corridor between Nepal and India. In spite of such much potentiality, so much opportunity, so much nearness, why Indian investment is not in Nepal? If you see comparison, your Indian investment is very high in Bhutan, which is smaller than Nepal, Now let us analyze and think about where are the lapses in our relationship, economic relationship, I mean to say, and policies, so that we can develop that.
We will convey it to both the countries without mincing words. My last question to Vidushi, the role of women in politics as well as forming of government and industry. You are one face that has represented everything seamlessly. Do you think that the industry too needs that seamless border working?
Yes, thank you for that question. But before I answer your question, I just want to also, I think we've not touched upon the illegal trade that's happening between Nepal and India, and that's something that I really want to talk about. Because yes, we do have an open border of 1,750 kilometers. We've been talking about that. But we also need to talk about the illegal trade that is happening between Nepal and India, which is huge, and it's not helping both the nations because both these places, these industries have not been registered. And before I answer your question, I just want to reiterate that we need to make illegal trade difficult, and legal trade it easier for both countries to prosper. So that, I think that is very important. Now coming to the question about women being, I think your question is about women entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Yeah. So Nepalese women are incredible entrepreneurs, and I can see a lot of women entrepreneurs here, my friends and organizations that I'm working with. I think the problem here is just, getting them from moving from small SMEs to getting them access to the finance and to the real world and out there. And I always say that women we don't need sympathy, we just need a level playing field where we're given equal opportunities. And this is what I've always been saying, that when women are economically empowered, they are not only economically empowered themselves, but they also empower their families, their children. Children get better education, and then the whole nation develops. So I think that's very, very important. And Nepal, and I'm very proud of the Nepali women because they have that sense of entrepreneurial sense. And also in today's world, women are, even in Nepal, the girls are getting education, and there are a lot of women entrepreneurs who are doing extremely well. So I'm very proud of them.
And a quick answer to where does Brand Nepal stand?
Brand Nepal, as Gold Star Shoes, we've been exporting to India for the past 35 years, to UP and Bihar, and there are a lot of challenges, of course. We had the earthquake, we had the Nakabandi, we had the Notbandi, we had COVID, and now this border issue. But since we're still doing business with India. In 2015, we did almost 3 billion NPR worth of export to India, and now that's reduced. But if we just look after these challenges and the certification and all these are looked into, I think it's good. And I think the three things that you asked, which is important for the Nepal-India treaty to be better, one is predictability in this certification. The next is co-produce, like I said, and the third one is connectivity. If we are better connected, then we can, I think, do business together.
Thank you so much, but I
Thank
do
you.
believe that both the countries have been connected via hearts more than anything else. Thank you so much for the panel discussion.
हमारे सभी गेस्ट का बहुत थैंक यू। आपने जिस अंदाज में अपने विचार यहाँ पर रखे और जिन पॉइंट्स पर बात की, वो ही आज के भारत नेपाल डायलॉग के मुख्य बिंदु हैं, जो हमारा उद्देश्य भी है। अपने अगले सेशन की तरफ अब हम बढ़ेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले मुझे हमारी शानदार ऑडियंस से एक रिस्पॉन्स चाहिए। अभी तक का समय आपका कैसा बीता? सिर्फ अच्छा? हाँ, थोड़ा अपने तालियों के साथ बताइए। अभी तक के जितने कॉन्वर्सेशन हुए, आप लोगों ने एंजॉय किए कॉन्वर्सेशन? देयर वाज समथिंग टू टेक अवे फ्रॉम ऑल दीज कॉन्वर्सेशंस? फैंटास्टिक। आगे का हमारा लाइंड अप अलग अलग फील्ड के एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ में है। उनका विजन क्या है, उनके थॉट्स क्या हैं, वो सब भी हम शेयर करेंगे। मंच पर आप अब अगली तैयारी देख रहे हैं। अर्थव्यवस्था से लेकर विदेश नीति, सोशल इश्यूज, भारत नेपाल के संबंधों पर अब तक जितनी बातें हुई, उसमें अपने अगले सेशन और अगली बातचीत के लिए जब हम बढ़ रहे हैं, तो हमारा फोकस रहेगा डिजिटल पर। बदलते वक्त में कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है ये, इस पर बातचीत होगी। बिल्डिंग डिजिटल ब्रिजेस, इंडिया नेपाल कोलैबोरेशन इन द फील्ड ऑफ एआई, डीपीआई एंड डिजिटल पेमेंट्स। मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर बालकृष्ण बाल, एसोसिएट डीन, स्कूल ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग, काठमांडू यूनिवर्सिटी। Samantha Dahalji, advocate and partner, Abhinavar Law Chambers. Surakhacha Adhikari ji, project lead and chief operating officer, Tulo.com. And Mr. Paras Kumar, chief operating officer, PhonePe. आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ मंच पर। प्लीज आइए। और इस सेशन को होस्ट करने के लिए मेरी सहयोगी मनोज्ञा लोहिवाल। स्टेज इज योर्स मनोज्ञा।
There was a time when you would ask someone, what is your address, where do you come from? But these days, they just ask you, may I share the QR code? Perhaps that's the beauty of the transition that the world has seen, and this region is topping the list. Believe it or not, Nepal and India are perhaps one of the biggest leaders in the world and are just emerging with every passing day. However, there are more to it than what meets the eye, and that's what we will discuss upon. My first question to you, Dean sir, just give us an idea, Balkrishna ji, and where do you see the digitalization going completely vis-a-vis the UPI, NPI and the entire consumption in today's date?
Thank you.
It's okay.
What I see here is this UPI and NPI payment, cross-border payment facility that has been initiated. That's a welcoming step. But as you also rightly mentioned, there is much more to do than that, because we would require a complete digital public infrastructure to be developed in place, because that would mean additionally, interoperable payments and identity, connectivity, digital public infrastructure, and so on. Because payments is one part, but we need to have this identity verification and then exchange of documents, so that the whole ecosystem basically gets a complete cycle. So payment is a welcoming step that's happened. Has been now enabled. But in the days to come, we need to focus more on a complete digital public infrastructure, which would not be just simply automating things, but there should be a complete integration of all three components, which basically comes under the DPI. That's identity, payments, and exchange of documents, and only then we'll have a complete infrastructure.
Okay, so there's a beautiful saying, कानून के हाथ बड़े लंबे होते हैं. The more and more you have a revolution coming in, there are more and more regulations coming in. Samantha, what are the biggest challenges for this preparation? क्योंकि do you feel that the thief is smarter than the police?
Thank you. First off, I'm delighted to be here. While this session is focused on cross-border digital transaction, I would like to begin with a broader point. Digital content from NDTV had already crossed the border and had a huge leadership and viewership huge audience and viewership in Nepal. But I believe Anviksha marks the first occasion where NDTV has actually crossed the border and physically holding an event of this scale in Nepal. So we are really grateful to NDTV. Huge shout out to Rahul, Aditya, and everybody from NDTV team who's made this possible. I believe this occasion really helps us to, not limit Nepal's vision and voice, not within Nepal or Nepal's frontiers, but across all over India. So thank you very much for that. You highlighted a critical point regarding how long the hand of law should be. I'd like to begin with saying that we have had a bilateral agreement that was signed between UPI and NPI recently during the foreign minister's visit to India in June earlier this year. UPI already has a significant global presence and global footprint. NPI is increasing its global footprint with acceptance of this payment in India recently. Cross-border payment transaction sit at an intersection between two distinct digital architecture. There are multiple players involved, multiple app service provider, multiple banks, multiple system aggregators. So when multiple entities are involved, the dispute that arise pose significant multi-jurisdictional and multi-institutional challenges. And how do you really address that is a question, and I would like to respond to that. Firstly, let's categorize the nature of dispute that arise. It could be consumer complaints, it could be disputes between the remitter bank and the beneficiary bank. Consumer complaints usually fall under three broad categories. The first category is where the account is remitted, but the beneficiary does not receive the payment. The second category is where there are fee discrepancies or there are discrepancies in the commission that are being charged. The third category is usually about unauthorized payments where the credentials of the user is compromised and the payment outflow happen despite there being an authorization. So it's a fraudulent transaction. When the dispute are local in nature, I think both countries have dispute resolution mechanics within their own countries. So for example, if you take in Nepal or even in India, so the consumer has a complaint, the consumer first goes to the app service provider or the remitter bank, files his complaints. If the complaint does not get addressed, in the second stage, the consumer reaches the system operator. It could be, NPCI in India or NCHL in Nepal's case. And even in that case, the dispute does not get resolved, then the regulator, respective regulator in India, RBI, or respective regulator in Nepal, NRB, then is involved in resolving the dispute. But these are very local nature dispute. But when the transaction or the default or the fault happens in the other side.
Are we prepared for it?
Sorry?
Are we prepared for it?
Yes, I'm just trying to answer that question. So if the fault happens on the other side, where there is a fault in the foreign bank or foreign beneficiary side, then on that aspect, I think there is some kind of a shared framework that is needed, and that is where we need to work towards. Firstly, I think we already have a bilateral agreement between business to business, entity to entity level to resolve the dispute, but perhaps I would recommend that at some stage, there should be a regulator to regulator agreement, an RBI agreement with NRB, where disputes between cross-border payments arise, then the regulator can also get involved in addressing and resolve the dispute. Thank you very much.
Suraksha, do you think that it also adds to better business opportunities of selling products from Nepal to India or even globally? Or are there many more hurdles that need to be addressed? Is it as easy as it was to sell something from Kathmandu to Mumbai?
Can you hear me? Thank you for the question, and thank you NDTV for having me today. I think there's so much more to do. We've already placed the bricks there, but there's so much more to do. I think in the first phase, it's more to do with person-to-person sending of money, transactions happening around, and on the implementation part, I think there's so much to do for the B2B transactions to happen, because if you see a person sitting in Nepal who has products on the Nepali website, that person is not able to easily sell to somebody in India because the Indian customer will not be able to check out properly, pay to the Nepali website seamlessly. So that's still an issue. But again, there is a positive aspect as well to it. I think the UPI can be easily scanned here in Nepal, so people who are visiting Nepal from India, the tourist, can scan and pay to Nepali vendors here. So the brick and mortar systems that are running, like the hospitality, local tourism, are benefiting from it. And till 2026, mid-2026, I think 8,500 plus transactions, the QR transactions have happened. But if you see the e-commerce cross-border transactions, that are still not happening. There are a lot of, I think, work to be done. Technicalities are there, but yeah, brick and mortar is going really well, but the e-commerce transactions, there is a huge gap for that.
Okay, Paras, you've been at the epicenter of everything. You've been watching it very closely and building it too. Give us an idea on what has changed on ground in reality in terms of digital business when it comes to families, tourists, both the micro and the macro view of it.
First, I think I'd like to correct here. So NPI UPI connectivity has gone live last June, but that is for digital remittances. The P2M payments that we call in our words, that's for QR-based payments. It's live since February 2024, and that integration is done by PhonePe and NPCI. So whenever we talk about, this digital integrations, we generally talk about remittances and card-based payments. And neither of these two systems are not designed for the mass retail movements and SMEs that both of the countries share. Whenever, let's say, an Indian blogger wanted to make a payment for a plate of momo, or devotees want to, make a donation at a Pashupatinath temple, then these sort of integration is not designed for these, retail payments. And whenever Indian tourists come here, the first question now Indian tourists ask is UPI chalega. So that's the problem we are solving here between NPCI and PhonePe that we have done. And this not only about the technology integration, serious economy is flowing between these integrations. So in the operation of 2 years, we have processed around transaction worth of 11 billion rupees in the 2 years of operation. So that's the integration we have done. That's the change we have brought in Nepal.
Let me get your bigger picture from you, Dr. Balkrishna. Does this also impact the country multiplying its income, not just in cash, but also in currency via digital payments? And how much it is?
Well, I mean, I might not have an exact answer to that, but I would just reframe it the other way around. Whether it would create distinct opportunities to the young youths in terms of jobs or employment, right? So I mean, if we have this digital infrastructure in place, like this digital payment or any other digital public goods, then that would create some digital opportunities, and that would mean that there will be more opportunity for startups, more opportunity for AI-based services and so on, and that would create more jobs, and then consequently that would definitely bring in more money and income. So, so from that perspective, what I believe is this particular cross-border payment and whatever is happening between Nepal and India recently, that leads to developing a trusted digital breeze, right? So that it does not just gets limited to. It does not just get limited to payments as such, but that would invite basically our integrated digital public infrastructure across country, and that extends beyond border.
Okay, Simanta, give us an idea. This is a generation that has grown up digitally, the Gen Z or even the earlier ones like millennials like us. But the digital transformation also comes with a lot of misinformation and disinformation. Is the government and the entire infrastructure prepared for it? If yes, how much? If no, how much needs to be done?
Thank you. I think, thank you. Quite a lot needs to be done. Because you mentioned Gen Z, I think there are quite a few Gen Zs of Nepal in this room, and quite a few Gen Zs who were part of or leading the front in the last year's September movement. One of the impetus last year behind the Gen Z movement was the social media directives that the government had passed. The social media directives mandated a compulsory requirement for social media networks to register in Nepal. And also, and quite a few social media networks refused to register, because of which the government made a step that they will ban or prohibit social media from operating in Nepal. And against that, there was a huge backlash. Youth students all came out in protest, and because of that, there's a significant change that we see that we witness in Nepal right now. So, the point is, back then also it was important that the social media and digital platforms are regulated, and today also the same thing applies. But what is the content and the tool to regulate social media or digital network is something we still don't have answer to. Last year we said, government, you cannot regulate social media by issuing executive directives. If you really want to regulate social media, pass a parliamentary law. The reason is, freedom of expression, is subject to limitation. Limitation include, it should be proportionate, it should be reasonable, and it should be passed by a law passed by the parliament. And last year it was just an executive decision, a simple executive decision. Fast forward now, the government or the current parliament has not debated a law significantly that could regulate social media or digital platforms as yet. But now the question is, how do you regulate social media or digital networks? I think one side is freedom of expression, the other side is, of course, regulating harmful content in social media. And we need to strike a balance here, and no country in the world has really struck an appropriate balance in this regard. The reason is, you find two kind of categories of content usually in social media. One is proper unlawful content. The second category fall under ambiguous category. The first category I said about unlawful content, these are sexual harassment, this could be incitement to violence, this could be direct harassment. All that are unlawful criminal acts. You need to really regulate and ban them entirely on social media as well. Now, second category is ambiguous category, where you'll find hate speech, you'll find disinformation, misinformation, and harmful content. And defining giving a proper, precise definition to either of these three terms is difficult. And no country in the world has really been able to provide a clear, precise definition of either of these terms. So how do you really propose a solution to do this? I think firstly, we need to make sure that we look into international convention, human rights convention, and the committee decisions or the committee reports that ICCPR human rights bodies have passed. They must have debated what harmful content is, what hate speech is, what disinformation is, and then rely on those definitions to build your own law in Nepal. The second is, we should make sure that if any harmful content is spread on social media, the social media networks should, for that purpose, be brought under the ambit of the law. And at the same time, I want to emphasize, this should not be given absolute safe harbor rule. So I think that is the second category. If we try to incorporate all this, probably we'll reach a balance where freedom of expression and digital content moderation or digital networks can be regulated.
Okay,
Thank
so
you very much.
since you work a lot with young entrepreneurs, Gen Z ko kya chahiye? What does Gen Z need today?
I think I think it was discussed in the last session as well. It's mostly about economic freedom. So Gen Zs are looking for, if they're looking for jobs, I think they're looking for remote work, so that they can work from anywhere. So they want to stay back in Nepal. And they also want to start their own businesses. They want to scale. They want to do amazing things. That's what they want to do because it's a global world. They've been seeing people doing amazing things in outer world, India and other countries. So they want to do the same and they think it's possible, but when they hit the ground, they realize there's so much of challenges and that frustrates them. So I think, yes, they want to be fueled by an economic agency, which means they want to earn, they want to spend, they want to trade, they want to do everything. And digital transformation has a huge role in this. We are talking about how we can sell our products to India or other countries easily, but another thing is we also need to be able to pay for the international services, international vendors as well, and that is also a disadvantage to Nepali youths because we're not able to easily pay to Meta for digital marketing, for the ads, There are ways to pay. We can SWIFT transfer, we can opt for very low limit dollar prepaid cards, but that restricts our operations and that restricts our scaling ability. So all of those things, if they are taken care of, if the provisions are there, rules and regulations are there for that, I think that would really make Gen Zs happy and they would stay back in Nepal but work globally.
Paras, do you think
है। इन रिश्तों की गहराई हमारी परंपराओं में, हमारे कल्चर में, हमारी हिस्ट्री में छिपी है और इसीलिए अब जिस अगले सेशन की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं, जिसका आपको काफ़ी बेसब्री से इंतज़ार भी था, हमारे बहुत से मित्रों ने जो ऑडियंस में इस वक्त मौजूद है बाहर मुझसे पूछा भी कि डॉक्टर थरूर किस समय यहाँ पर आने वाले हैं, किस समय बातचीत करने वाले हैं, तो वो प्रतीक्षा आपकी यहाँ पर अब ख़त्म होती है क्योंकि भारत नेपाल संबंधों पर, परंपराओं पर अपने थॉट शेयर करने के लिए हमारे साथ इस वक्त मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, फॉर्मर इंटरनेशनल डिप्लोमेट एंड ऑथर डॉक्टर शशि थरूर मौजूद हैं। डॉक्टर थरूर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मंच पर आपको आमंत्रित करती हूँ। मेरे सहयोगी विष्णु सोम इस बातचीत को होस्ट करेंगे।
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to have all of you here today. Anviksha comes at a very challenging time, and you know, we've mentioned that, and I thought I'd mention that again. It's been a difficult 24 hours for Nepal. It's something that we will reflect on throughout the day, and certainly in this session as well. Shashi Tharoor is one of India's finest authors. He's a parliamentarian. He's been a UN diplomat. His worldview really matters. It certainly matters for the subcontinent, and he's got a real vision of where India and Nepal can go. This is a session called Bridging Hearts and Borders. It's about people-to-people relations. In a time like this, and indeed, given where Nepal and India are, Dr. Tharoor, how important is it for India to listen more and perhaps talk less?
That's always been important, Vishnu, but first of all, let me say that I'm glad you started the way you did, because honestly, the moment one landed in Kathmandu, the story of the day that has been deeply troubling all of us has been the tragic news from the north. The apparently a fragment of a glacier, but a big fragment, broke off and devastated towns, rivers, areas that have essentially included eliminating roads and highways. 18 bridges have gone. There are 8 functioning hydroelectric stations that have been seriously damaged. This is a devastating tragedy, and we should not in any way minimize the importance of what has happened. And I must say that in some ways a metaphor for your topic today has been the instant response of the government of India. Already yesterday a plane has landed with relief supplies. I'm sure there will be more. And whatever other assistance Nepal wants from us, we have to be ready to give. We are their nearest neighbor to begin with, but also this is something where bridging hearts and minds, as you said, and hearts and borders. I mean, the border, we say, is irrelevant when it comes to travel. It should certainly be irrelevant when it comes to help. And Nepal needs all the help it can get, and I think all of us in this room, Indians and Nepalese alike, will stand in solidarity with the victims, their loved ones, and all those who are today mourning and battling and searching for missing people. As an MP from India, I myself have had requests from people saying, so-and-so is missing, can you help? I've shared some of those with the ambassador. I think everyone is now looking. It was good news this morning that they found 19 or 20 Indians who had been earlier feared to have been lost. We hope they'll find more. The rescue efforts are proceeding apace. The Nepalese police, the army, disaster relief people. A lot is happening, and I'm so glad that you began absolutely with this moment of solidarity that both our countries really feel from the heart. And having said that, then back to your question. You know, Vishnu, I've always argued, and this is on the record, so there's nothing new in what I'm saying, that we needed very much to change our approach to Nepal. I did so when I was minister in the foreign ministry. I delivered the Lal Bahadur Shastri Memorial Lecture back in 2010, where I made this point about our neighbors in general and Nepal in particular. I continued articulating this view in the External Affairs Committee, which I chaired from 2014 to 19. And I was an open and public critic of the blockade episode in 2015. Of course, our government says there was no conscious blockade, certainly not from the government's part, but what de facto happened, I think, was a colossal blunder, a Himalayan blunder, to use a phrase, which I think was very damaging for us. And what I've been saying throughout since then has been that we need to show Nepal the respect that a sovereign, equal country deserves. All this roti-beti relationship that we keep talking about is real, it's important, it's valuable. But at the same time, we have to go beyond that. We have to show to the Nepalese that we respect them as an independent sovereign state, that their views are as important for us to listen to as we think our views are for them to listen to. And this process of respectful dialogue is, to my mind, fundamental to strengthen and take our relationship forward. On this, there can be no two opinions, and I think it's now clear that more and more people on both sides of the border have come to this view. And I think the earlier days, going back to the 1950 Friendship Treaty and the sort of implicit big brother attitude that India brought to the relationship, is rightly yielding to one where we are respecting Nepal, its independence, its sovereignty, its equality with us as a member state of the United Nations, as a sovereign state in this area, and in the same spirit that we are seeing how we can be helpful as a brother. You know, Vishnu, I have to be reminded, not I have to be reminded, I remember this from my research into the days of the 71 war, when, you know, the build-up to that war was going on, and at one point, Nepal was judged by many in India to be playing both sides, as it were, and there was a famous visit of the Pakistani foreign minister of the time in the middle of 1971 to Kathmandu. And at the press conference that was held after his visit, I think it was an Indian journalist, asked the Nepalese foreign minister, you're receiving these people at a time of such terrible tension between India and Pakistan, India, your brothers. And apparently the foreign minister replied, it was such a memorable quote, I'm going to quote it. He said, yes, India are our brothers, Pakistan are our friends. Pause. You can't choose your brothers. So that was ultimately a reminder that whereas the relationship was extremely close, there was something sort of unavoidable about it, even from the Nepali perspective. I'm talking more than 50 years ago. Whereas friendships are chosen. And I think it's important that while you can assume a brotherhood, you need to earn the friendship so that that choice is made by Nepal to be our friend.
You know, it's often a problem if journalists criticize journalists, but the reason I'm saying so is because I was here in 2015. I was covering the earthquake for more than a month. And I actually thought that we saw some of the worst of the Indian media. I saw OB vans charging down villages over here, reporters taking mics in the faces of people and asking them the most insensitive questions when they'd suffered so much.
Right.
The Nepalese people have a great deal of dignity. They've got a great deal of self-respect that needs to be looked at very carefully. Do you believe that that was, in a sense, a low chapter in how we treated people with whom we share a border, a proud civilization, and how that's a mistake that should never be repeated, particularly in the present context?
I agree. I mean, the fact is there have been other low chapters and there have been high moments. During that earthquake, the relief provided was significant, and that's something we can be proud of. But you're right, the manner in which the media behaved and the boosting, you know, the self-congratulatory tone that we are doing so much to help Nepal naturally grates. No one needs to be or needs to feel that they're in a position of needing assistance. And I think the last persons to remind somebody that they need assistance are the people giving that assistance. So I would stress to you that that was indeed, as you said, a low point. Even though the assistance was tangible, it was important, it was substantial, and it helped make a difference. But, you know, I had just visited Nepal a couple of months before the earthquake, and to see some of the places I'd been to in such pain and distress was heartbreaking. I was chairing the Foreign Affairs Committee at that time, and we had a number of conversations in the committee about how India's assistance could go. We didn't discuss the media, that wasn't our mandate, but I share with you the concern that everybody in India, all segments of our society, including your colleagues on the media, need to be as sensitive as I would like our government to be about this relationship.
You know, a little while back you spoke about the relationship and you characterized it as one being of Roti Beti Ka Rishta, that's a civilizational old historic link. Some say that it's based on, you know, the Hindu, Buddhist heritage, the pilgrimage association. But then there are others who turn around and say, but then, you know, looking at Nepal through that prism is over, it's gone. This is a government that has come to power on the basis of a social media ban. If they are communicating, it is on Instagram and YouTube. They are not communicating with either India or anybody else in different vocabulary or that old vocabulary. Do you think we need to get with it?
Totally. I mean, that's become apparent in India too, about our own young people, but certainly in Nepal, I mean, we have a 35-year-old prime minister here. And we have a government that not only has come to power partially or maybe principally on the backs of social media, and as you said, in reaction to a ban on social media, which is what transformed and ignited the protests, but we are also looking at a government which frankly is very conscious of social media, that gets its messaging done on social media, and that seems very much to be living in the glare of social media. So for us not to be sensitive, I'm not saying we're not sensitive, we are. I know from my friends in the ministry, including the embassy here, that they're very conscious of the changed framework of the game. And I think that that's important, that's right. As you say, we need to get with it. We need to understand not just the concerns, but also the vocabulary and the medium through which those concerns are coming our way. But I think we are in a good place. I think honestly, I'll be very blunt and say that we've all shared concerns about the relationship in the past. I am much less worried about the relationship now than I would have been even a few years ago. And I would say that today, the body language on both sides is positive. And the latest evidence of it, as I said, was yesterday's plane load of relief assistance.
You've seen this Gen Z revolution over here in Nepal. We've seen a young uprising in Bangladesh. We've seen, you know, lots of protests in India, Gen Z again. What's happening?
Well, look, if you really want to take the frame a bit broader, for about 15 years now, there has been an extraordinary rise right across South Asia, all 6 major South Asian countries, of young people, of their frustrations, their hopes, their aspirations, and their determination to express them freely. It started with Myanmar, 2012. It went on, as you know, to Pakistan, with because a lot of the people on the streets at that time were in fact fairly young. Sri Lanka, don't forget, an entire government was overthrown by the Aragalia movement, whose average age would have been in the early 20s. And then, of course, as you rightly said, Nepal and India have also come. And of course, we can't leave out Bangladesh, which again, a government was overthrown. So you've got 6 South Asian countries that have seen various manifestations of youth reaction and a sort of Gen Z revolt. I think the difference amongst them is a reflection of the political systems in operation in each country and the attitude with which governments attempted to face or diffuse these situations. In Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, they couldn't, and the regimes were overthrown. And eventually Nepal ended up the same way, though not quite as comprehensively as Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, because though the existing government was overthrown, there was still a democratic process with an interim government and a free and fair election and a new government. So the structures remained more or less intact rather than a complete overthrow. I mean, as we saw in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, the rulers literally fleeing the country and a new force coming in, which in the case of Bangladesh was never elected, the interim government there. And the case of Sri Lanka was a compromise arrangement amongst elected officials, but was not in fact an elected government. And now, of course, elections are followed there, elections are followed in Bangladesh, and Nepal has already had elections, so you've got a different response there. What happened in Pakistan? The military, which had been behind the scenes, came forward and took over, and then again put up what we in India would regard as a puppet civilian government. In India, however, the mechanism was self-correcting. There is a democratic system adapted itself to the new reality with what many would consider astonishing speed. No one expected the BJP government which had had a reputation for being impervious to public demands for resignations. There were at least half a dozen examples where the opposition had unanimously called for a particular leader, a minister, to be replaced or to resign or to step aside, and the BJP had throughout refused. In fact, Rajasthan Singh in a famous press conference said, "We are not the Congress. No one will resign from our government." Suddenly somebody has resigned. And the recognition that democracy needs to be nimble enough to turn around and recognize a public reality, that I think was a tribute to the Indian system, in that our system bent, but it did not break. And I think that is an encouraging way for us to go forward. Myanmar, of course, is the other sixth country I didn't talk about here, which is, of course, the military openly destroying the democracy movement, and 10, 15 years, 14 years later having an election which, frankly, very many people don't take very seriously. So it's a different story. But the Indian example gives me some encouragement as an opposition figure that our democracy still has flexibility, still has openness, still has receptivity to popular currents. And that is essential if our democracy is to remain strong and effective.
You know, Dr. Tharoor, we are here in this session talking about people-to-people relations and Indians and Nepali people, but when that people-to-people equation extends from Nepal to China, we have a problem. Because we invariably see the relationship of, let's say, Bangladesh with China through an India prism, whereas all of these countries say that, look, you know, our relationship with India is independent of our relationship with China.
And that's what
and the hypocrisy is that we are trying to build our own equation with China.
No, also that's what we say about our relationships with any other country. I mean, we don't like the Americans to tell us how to conduct our relations with Russia, for example. It's the same logic that Nepal would like to use with India and China. But I would say that, you know, the Indian media, though it hasn't been too hyper of late, it needs to cool down a little bit. How much, I mean, for example, we are the biggest investors in Nepal. Indian companies account for 35% of the investment in Nepal. China is like a distant fourth. Okay, it's next after us the Americans, and I've forgotten who's third, but I think it's either Europe or Australia, one of the European countries or Australia, but the Chinese come forward. So we're not looking at a situation where China's presence in Nepal is overwhelming. Yes, you'll find some Chinese tourists coming, but again, our tourists are outstripping them massively in numbers. I'm told that one of the anomalies is that Nepal only counts tourist arrivals by air. So it's a serious undercounting of the Indian tourists who come by road, and yet we are by far the number one when it comes to tourists. And then the cultural presence is also real, which China, despite some shared Buddhist heritage, cannot match. So I would say let's chill a bit. We don't have to get overexcited about China's relationship, and Nepal has every right to have a relationship with China, with Chinese tourists, with Chinese businesses, have Chinese restaurants, let them do all of that. But as far as India is concerned, let us remember that our relationship stands on its own feet, and that we, as we began by talking about the respect we need to show Nepal, that respect should extend also to people-to-people relations. And I believe it does and it can. At the same time, we should be conscious that Nepal always has other options. You know, there was a time when pretty much any Nepali who studied outside Nepal was studying in India. Today there are Nepalese studying in Western countries, in Australia and Canada and so on, especially the more affluent segments of the middle class and above, just as Indians do. So why should we be offended by that? Again, any Nepali working outside Nepal used to work in India. Now there are Nepalese working in the Gulf, working in other countries. So what? I mean, my attitude to most people who worry about these developments is, why are we judging Nepal by a standard we wouldn't apply to ourselves? Our own people work in multiple countries. Our own people study in multiple countries. Nepalese are doing the same thing. Applaud it. They still, by the way, the largest single cohort studying in any country from Nepal is still in India. Yeah. The largest single cohort working in any country outside Nepal is still India. Yeah. So let's not overblow some of these things. Yeah.
If you are talking about people-to-people relations, then we have an incredible military tradition of soldiers from the Gorkha region of Nepal being part of the Gorkha regiments in the Indian Army. That's changed now because we've got a scheme called Agnipath. So young recruits, after a period of approximately 5 years, are eased out of the system, and then they take on different jobs. Now that doesn't necessarily work for people who have looked at the Indian Army as an avenue of employment for generations. And yet, by policy, we can't really do anything unless we drop the policy or change it. Do you see this as a important friction point?
You know, this is genuinely an issue because, remember, the decision's not made really by the Nepalese government or anything, made by individual families. And remember that when you're talking about a lifetime career in the army, that's usually 20 years, and after 20 years you get a lifelong pension. So for many of the families, the career was important, but the pension was equally important. There are an estimated 100,000 Nepalese citizens living on Indian Army pensions. So for them, and for others who would want to emulate them, including the next generation of these families, there are people who have had 4 generations serving in the Indian Army. And for them, this has certainly been a blow because the Agniveer scheme doesn't work in a way that would be attractive to them because it's that lifelong career and the fierce loyalty that the Nepalese Gurkha feels, for example, requires an equal commitment on the other side. We are loyal to you too. We look after you and your family for life. So it's worth fighting and dying for us. That was the unspoken contract.
No, but isn't it really sad? I mean, if you look at the history of the Gurkha regiments in the Indian Army, I'm not criticizing the policy. I'm just asking from a historical standpoint. We've had incredible contributions of Nepalese soldiers, officers, all of it. You know, I mean, in our larger system, it's sad that that history is gone.
Well, I would argue that the government could still perhaps carve out an exception for people from this extraordinary tradition joining the army, that they don't have to come through the Agniveer scheme, that they could be taken directly, and the numbers are not vast, they're not comparable. But I think that one of the problems very bluntly behind the Indian government decision to create Agniveer was their concern about the size of the pension burden indefinitely. And because that was a factor, I mean, finance was a calculation in inventing the Agniveer scheme. I am not sure the Indian government will carve out any exceptions to it, especially one where pensions are a key part of the answer. So frankly, I don't know. I can't even tell you what we would do differently if we came to power, but I think my understanding from the Congress Party's initial criticisms of the Agniveer scheme is that we are still committed to reviewing that scheme if we come to power, for a number of reasons, including this.
All of a sudden, a couple of years back, the words Lipu Lake Pass suddenly emerged in conversations and a difference in where the border lay over there. I know India and Nepal are talking very hard on this particular issue, but it remains a difficult issue on both sides. How do you look at this?
Well, it is a difficult issue every time it is raised, but what's important to watch is it always being raised? Aren't you impressed with the fact that this government has never mentioned Lipu Lake and that our government has had no reason to raise it and say it must be settled? There's some issues that sometimes are best left on the back burner. We have far more important issues to sort out with this government. And as long as they don't feel that it needs to be elevated into an issue, why make an issue of it? Let's face it, the communist governments of the recent past were doing some political point scoring by raising it, issuing a stamp showing a disputed area, that sort of stuff. But that entire sort of overblown rhetoric has calmed down. And I think we as Indians don't need to be the ones raising it. It's not specifically an issue that's a priority for us unless the Nepalese choose to make it a priority, and there are far bigger fish to fry.
Let's start ending this, where we began, which was, looking at the tragedy. And I asked the foreign minister this question as well, that we have a shared environment ecology. Mm-hmm. This was triggered perhaps by an avalanche. It could have been triggered by a rise in global temperatures or temperatures in this region. Mm-hmm. How important is it for all of the Himalayan nations to be working together? Because this is the disaster which has probably already been initiated.
It is absolutely indispensable. And we noticed that the foreign minister very diplomatically, very politely mentioned that North India contributes far more to global warming than Nepal does. And that's a gentle reminder that we have a big share of the responsibility, just as we remind the Western industrialized world that they have a larger share of responsibility for global warming than we do. We didn't contribute to the extraordinary percentage of greenhouse gas emissions built up over the last 150 years by the developed West. Yeah. So similarly, Nepal is right to tell us, hey guys, you've done more and you need to get your act together. And I think we should agree with that and share with it, share the concerns. The responsibility is also vital for us because we too are affected. When glaciers melt in the Himalayas, when waters stop flowing, I know we're talking decades in the future, these have colossal consequences for India. We are at the moment benefiting from a rather bizarre phenomenon where we have not warmed to the degree that is expected. Other countries have warmed by as much as 2 degrees. We haven't. And part of the reason given is because our country is so polluted that the sun's rays are being bounced back by the polluted air. It's a ridiculous story. But even as we tackle our pollution, we're going to be getting more global warming. The colossal consequences of these are not small matters. Already we've seen tremendous variations in monsoon patterns. The larger global phenomenon has created the El Nino effect, which is affecting our monsoons. We're also seeing some serious challenges in the mountains. If glaciers keep melting, this story today, nothing is 100% confirmed, it's expert surmises, is that in fact a large chunk of a glacier broke off. It could have broken off because of a small earthquake in Tibet. It could have broken off for some other reason, but it broke off because glacier melting is a real thing. So whatever we can do to, and we don't even have enough glacier experts. At a time when the Indian government is rightly now focusing on things like and the Arctic and the Antarctic as a matter of scientific interest to us because of its implications for our country, including geostrategic implications. Right next door to us is a potential world-class crisis in the making, and of course we have a moral and practical responsibility to work with those stakeholders in Nepal to address this problem.
It's been wonderful, Dr. Tharoor, speaking to you, building up the, or thinking deeply about the people-to-people relationship, going beyond past stereotypes, reworking our foreign relations positions, and perhaps recognizing that the nature of the threat or the adversary is common. We ended with the environment. Once again, let's think about those families missing and thinking about their loved ones. Thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you, Vishnu. Very true.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor, for a wonderful session and wonderful points that you just made on different issues. Here we are slipping onto a short lunch break just for 30 minutes and we are expecting आप सभी लोग बहुत जल्द वापस लौट कर आएंगे क्योंकि ब्रेक के बाद कुछ बहुत ही अच्छे पावर पैक्ड सेशंस आपकी प्रतीक्षा में हैं। हमारे साथ ब्रेक के बाद यहाँ पर डॉक्टर राम माधव होंगे, बीजेपी के नेशनल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट। हमारे साथ राबीला मिछानी जी जुड़ेंगे, मनीषा कोराला यहाँ पर आएंगी। तो बहुत से आगे सेशंस लाइंड अप हैं। राजेश हमाल जी होंगे हमारे बीच। तो इंतजार रहेगा आपका। आधे घंटे के बाद लंच ब्रेक के बाद मुलाकात करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच ऑल ऑफ यू।
Valleys of Nepal, a symphony of promise and optimism. A delicate dance of fragility and wonder. The language of the universe. A festival of shades brought to life by Royale. Regal hues to transform your home. The timeless grandeur of living history. A fiery beauty that radiates grace. Songs from the valleys of Nepal. A symphony of promise and optimism. A delicate dance of fragility and wonder. The language of the universe. Rebirth, renewal, the blooming of a new season that awakens joy. The majestic Himalayas, meditative, reflective, a surrender to silence. An exquisite palette of colors for your home, echoing the spirit of Nepal's landscape. Royale by Asian Paints.
क्यों हो गया आज झूठ से सामना?
कौन सा झूठ?
जो इतने सालों से आपके झूठ पेस्ट ने ओरल केयर के बारे में बताया है।
तो फिर सच क्या है?
ट्रूथ पेस्ट, पतंजलि दंत कांति, आयुर्वेद और साइंस ने मिलकर बनाया है इसे। इसकी 16 जड़ी बूटियों से मिले आपके दांतों और मसूड़ों को कंप्लीट ओरल हेल्थ का सच।
In this revolution, we unveil a historic technological collaboration where the two trailblazing companies led the foundation for a historic journey. This means for customers of India and Nepal, one can securely and conveniently make instant payment through QR code across various shops and merchant stores by using the mobile application certified by PhonePe and NPCI. For merchants, it opens doors to a broader customer base, accept payments from a vast cross-border market, making business smoother than ever. Whether you're trekking in the Himalayas, savoring the flavor of Indian and Nepalese cuisine, or marveling at the architectural wonders, our two nations are open to all who wish to experience the magic they offer. From the heart of India to the peaks of Nepal, our journey continues empowering lives and bridging borders through digital payment services.
Began with one man, one vision. A vision that grew with Nepal for over 5 decades. From a strong foundation to water supply and storage and for a better living. Panchakanya Group since 1972, building today, building for generations.
Healthcare is more than treatment. It is care, skill, and the ability to make a difference. At Parul University, students learn through clinical training, simulation labs, and real healthcare exposure. This practical approach prepares them for impactful careers across diverse healthcare and allied science disciplines. Choose Parul University, the possible campus.
Built on over 6 decades of heritage, MAW Group stands as Nepal's largest automobile conglomerate, representing over 20 global brands and earning the trust of over 1 million happy customers. We put you first. Customization is our core value. Delivering continuous growth. Building world-class quality locally and expanding production. Leading Nepal's electric revolution with electric mobility and charging stations. Empowering thousands through community development and skill building, contributing in infrastructure development of Nepal, moving Nepal forward. MAW Group, keeping commitments, building trust.
glimmer of opulence that captures the essence of Nepal. Vibrant colors weave a tapestry of refined elegance. A festival of shades brought to life by Royale. Regal hues to transform your home. The timeless grandeur of living history. A fiery beauty that radiates grace. Songs from the valleys of Nepal. A symphony of promise and optimism. A delicate dance of fragility and wonder. The language of the universe. Rebirth, renewal, the blooming of a new season that awakens joy. The majestic Himalayas, meditative, reflective, a surrender to silence. An exquisite palette of colors for your home, echoing the spirit of Nepal's landscape. Royale by Asian Paints.
क्यों हो गया आज झूठ से सामना?
कौन सा झूठ?
जो इतने सालों से आपके झूठ पेस्ट ने ओरल केयर के बारे में बताया है।
तो फिर सच क्या है?
ट्रूथ पेस्ट पतंजलि दंत कांति आयुर्वेद और साइंस ने मिलकर बनाया है इसे। इसकी 16 जड़ी बूटियों से मिले आपके दांतों और मसूड़ों को कंप्लीट ओरल हेल्थ का सच।
In this revolution, we unveil a historic technological collaboration where the two trailblazing companies led the foundation for a historic journey. This means for customers of India and Nepal, one can securely and conveniently make instant payment through QR code across various shops and merchant stores by using the mobile application certified by PhonePe and NPCI. For merchants, it opens doors to a broader customer base, accept payments from a vast cross-border market, making business smoother than ever. Whether you're trekking in the Himalayas, savoring the flavor of Indian and Nepalese cuisine, or marveling at the architectural wonders, our two nations are open to all who wish to experience the magic they offer. From the heart of India to the peaks of Nepal, our journey continues empowering lives and bridging borders through digital payment services.
It began with one man, one vision. A vision that grew with Nepal for over 5 decades. From a strong foundation to water supply and storage, and for a better living. Panchakanya Group since 1970.
Welcome back to all the guests at the NDTV Anviksha. The first session has been a great success. It's been talked about all across the media in India as well as Nepal. And we have a great lineup of sessions all through the day today with politicians from both Nepal and India, change makers and trendsetters who are joining us. I hope you all had a great lunch. But to start the afternoon session at the NDTV World Anviksha, Ideas Across the Borders, please put your hands together for Divas Kumar, CEO of PhonePe.
Namaste. Good afternoon.
Before anything else, I want to acknowledge what this country wake up yesterday morning, and I really feel sad, and Nepal is grieving today. So I feel like it's the same for all of us. So before going to that, so I will be talking about the perspective from the PhonePe, which is basically a payment provider. It's a network in Nepal who does a payment, digital payment in Nepal as well as across the borders. So first of all, thank you, Rahul and NDTV World, for choosing Kathmandu to launch this program. To the ministers, diplomats, business leaders, and everyone who traveled from India, welcome to Nepal. And this is the right time. We are in the middle of writing a new chapter for us. Nepal is one of the youngest country in the region, and that is our greatest assets. We now have a generation that has never known cash economy only, build business over the phone, and expects the same digital convenience as their peers in Bengaluru as well as in Singapore. So our job is not to manage that generation's expectation downward, but it is to build the rail fast enough to meet their expectations. We should be honest about what those expectations rest on. Nepal today has records, reserves and stable prices, and around 800,000 young people who still take a labor permit and live every year. Their remittances are quarter of our economy. This spring, when conflict spread across the Gulf, we saw how quickly that foundations can shake. A more accountable, more responsive political environment is what the need of an hour. The India-Nepal corridor is already among the most active in the Southeast Asia, but its next generation cannot run on the infrastructure of the last one. It has to run in an interoperable digital systems that let the small business in Nepal transit and grow as easily as its counterpart across the region. So let me tell you from where I sit what moves across this border today and what does not. An Indian traveler coming to Nepal can easily do payments using the QR codes issued by the PhonePe, even in a 5-star hotel or in a very small shop. Last week only, we actually enabled P2P payments, which is basically a digital remittance from using the UPI NPI rails. Wherein like we can send from India to a mobile number sitting in Dang. Right? So that's how we have built. But at the same time, the issue is that we as a Nepalese going to India cannot do a transactions on a QR. Also, a normal person or a business that is doing business cannot do a payments to an India counterpart using a fast, reliable and secure. We are heavily relying on the technology built over the 1995. So that's where we stand as of now. So our largest trade corridor has no real-time rails, as I said. One just opened, two still closed. That is the honest scorecard as of now, right? So here is what gave me the confidence that it will be. Everything in that scorecard that works was built in Kathmandu, not licensed, not imported. Designed, coded and run by Nepalese engineers. So most of them under 35 who choose to stay in Nepal and do something at their own. We have since connected that same network to a dozen other payments around the globe. We have made this payment accessible to the globe, but we have not actually utilized our own technology to the great mass. So the panels after me will be talking about the brain drain and brain drain. But what I feel is like, since we have a technology capabilities, we have built everything at our own, so that's a confidence that I want to give to every people in Nepal, even in India. That is what I meant by the shared future between the India and Nepal. It is the QR code that finally works the same way on the both sides of an open border. Is the young entrepreneur pricing her product for a market and one and a half billion people, not to the just 30 million people. So it is a country using movement of self-examination and as a starting point for institution worthy of its youngest, most digitally fluent generations. Anviksha asks us to look again at the familiar stories. The familiar stories about Nepal is that it sits between two giants, defined by its geography. The story I see and I really feel is a bit different. A young, digitally native country built between the financials and the human infrastructure to define its own next chapter, alongside India, not in its shadow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devas Kumar. We do hope that with the new technological advancements, a common Nepali brother or sister can be able to make the QR payments in India as well, and to speak about the growing India-Nepal corridor and looking towards a new future. So for the next session, we have been speaking about the civilizational values and the common civilization between India and Nepal. There's great history behind us, but there's also technological advancement, and also now over the last 1 year, we've been speaking about the Gen Z movement and those commonality as well. For our next session, we pivot to the regional strategy. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Ram Madhav, National Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and to conduct this session, our moderator for the afternoon, Manogya Loiwal from NDTV.
Former Prime Minister of India, late Atal Bihari Vajpayee, had said, "Friends can change, neighbors cannot." And perhaps that has come as a reality when it comes to people who have traveled the globe, have a number of visas of more than 50 countries in their passport, just 10 less than their age, and also bring to you a vast experience of not just being in the engine room, but also driving the ideology itself. I'm talking of none other than Ram Madhav, National Vice President of BJP and an RSS Pracharak. Welcome to NDTV World, sir. A round of applause for a man who's been with a mission. It's very categorically stated, Ram Madhav doesn't come with a party post. He comes with an argument. Do we begin?
Thank you for those nice, kind words, Manogya. Before we begin, I think it is my duty to pay my condolences to all those families who have probably lost their dear ones in this yesterday's big tragedy here. The entire 1.4 billion Indians stand with the people of Nepal in this hour of big tragedy. We all know that Indian government is also already extending whatever necessary support that Nepal requires from its side. In fact, as my flight landed, Behind me came the second flight carrying the relief material from India. One flight had already landed yesterday and the second flight arrived today. We are all with you and we are really hopeful that with the active, relief activity that is being undertaken by the current government, Nepal would overcome this tragedy. Unfortunately, from time to time, Nepal is facing such tragedies. I remember what happened in 2015. 10 years later, again, a similar kind of situation is being faced. Please remember that the whole country and the government of India is with you in this hour of crisis. Also, I would like to congratulate the NDTV management, Rahul and Manogya, and all the team members for organizing this event in Nepal. You started with Vajpayee ji, तो मैं कबीर का एक दोहा से शुरू करता हूँ. कबीर का एक दोहा है, लोग कहते हैं कि भगवान आते नहीं, पर द्रौपदी जैसा कोई बुलाते नहीं. लोग कहते हैं कि भगवान खाते नहीं, मगर शबरी जैसे कोई खिलाते नहीं. कभी कभी लोग कहते हैं कि नेपाल इंडिया में दूरी है, नेपाल में थोड़ा एंटी इंडिया सेंटिमेंट है वगैरह वगैरह. Remember, India's relations with its neighbors are not just state to state, government to government relations. They are much more strong, that they are stronger at people to people level. When we strengthen people to people engagement, all those things will become immaterial. I mean, no such things we will encounter, we will face. So, नेपाल की जनता भारत के साथ जुड़ेगी जब एनडीटीवी जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस when they come forward and do these kind of events. I wholeheartedly congratulate NDTV for this initiative, and you took up such a wonderful name. My hearty congratulations to you.
So just taking you forward to the next question is, there has been a Gen Z movement in Nepal that changed the country's scenario completely forever. And there has been a Gen Z movement in India. What are the differences between the two and why so?
Two different situations and two different outcomes also we know. There was a particular situation in this country last year which led to that massive popular outburst, and it had resulted in a major change in the political dispensation here. It's completely a domestic issue of Nepal. From outside, obviously, we should not be commenting about it. Whatever decision people of Nepal or youth of Nepal they took is in the interest of their country, and that is their prerogative also. But as far as India is concerned, let me tell you something very important. We have to be a little careful about these new terminologies that are coming into vogue. Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Millennials. Nowadays I have heard something as Zillennials. How much do you want to divide our youngsters? India is a country of massive youth population. We are very proud of our youngsters. But they are not just one group that represents the entire youth of our country. Of course, any group of youngsters in India, if they have a concern, if they have some issues to take up with the government of the day is always willing to engage with them. And that's what happened in Delhi last month when the youth, a section of our India's youth, which is categorized as Gen Z, but वहाँ तो Gen Z से बहुत सारे अलग लोग भी थे. There are many other people also, but that is immaterial. But the issues raised were immediately addressed, and the movement's agenda was fulfilled. But remember, that's not the only youth in India. No, I come from BJP. We have a youth wing called Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha. We have a massive youth following in our party, which is with the government, with Prime Minister Modi. And outside of BJP Yuva Morcha, there is RSS, which is the most powerful youth organization in the country. The so-called Gen Z is in largest number in RSS. They are in very big numbers in ABVP. So India's youth is not just the youth that you saw at the Jantar Mantar, although that youth comprised of all these different sections of our society, and they had certain concerns. Those concerns were very effectively addressed by the government of the day, addressed by Prime Minister Modi's government.
Well, he also took to the Instagram for it to address a lot of issues. But we need to understand that there are murmurs of an anti-India narrative in the youth in Nepal. Do you agree to that? What is the reality behind it?
I keep hearing about it from time to time. नेपाल का मेरा संबंध तो काफ़ी सालों का है. I have been coming to this country for many years now. I have been meeting with the not just the political leadership but also the social leadership, the people here. I don't agree with that kind of a discussion about the people of Nepal, that there is an anti-India sentiment. I somehow, I never faced it, I never found it, and your own session is a proof since morning. How many different types of representatives you have been able to bring here? Has anyone talked in anti-India terms? And on the contrary, everybody looks up to India as a good friend, dear neighbor. So that is primarily the sentiment, because the reason is we are two sovereign neighbors. We respect Nepal's sovereignty fully. But we are civilizationally two cousins. We share a very strong cultural and civilizational bond. So even if there are quarrels, there will be family quarrels. कौन सा ऐसा फैमिली होता है जिसमें थोड़ा बहुत भाई भाई के बीच में मनमुटाव नहीं होता है? थोड़ा बहुत होता होगा, but that should not be portrayed as anti this, anti that. I don't think there is anything so-called anti-India in Nepal. If there are issues, we are always there to engage at political level, but also, as I said, very importantly, at people-to-people level. Right from the time of India's independence, Indian social, political leadership has always engaged with people of Nepal. I know Chandrasekhar ji, George Fernandez Saab, socialist leadership to Kathmandu mein aake baithta tha. And all the leadership here used to be in India, studying in Varanasi, studying in Delhi, even now.
Okay,
So
I
take
you to another neighbor, China. With its Belt Road initiative and so much happening and so much of expansion in Nepal itself, how is India looking at the expansion of interest of China on the land of Nepal, or even the relationships between the two countries?
No, as I said, Nepal is a sovereign nation. It has sovereign right to engage with all the countries that it wants to engage with. India cannot dictate to any other country about its own sovereign priorities. What India expects, Prime Minister Modi ji has given a very interesting call to all our neighbors. The call was, together we grow. Meaning what? Together we grow means we want Nepal to grow, but when Nepal grows, its growth should help India. It should not create any problems to India. Similarly, when India grows, India's growth should help Nepal. So when Nepal or any other country in our neighborhood, when it engages with any other country, any third country, we have no issues with that. After all, China is an important country in our region. India-China relationship itself is a very big relationship. I don't know how many of you know that India-China trade relationship is $159 billion. That is, if you exclude services sector, bigger than India's trade with US. We have our own engagement with China. So those engagements being the sovereign decisions of respective governments, we just want that our neighbors should keep in mind that those engagements that help those countries should also help India. They should not create any problems to India. That's all that India expects in this scenario.
So Nepal has been one of the longest serving Hindu monarchy in the world, and also given to understand that there are protests and demands of it being reinstated as a demand and a constitutional monarchy. As an RSS ideologue and a BJP leader and someone who's been closely working globally, how do you see this both demand as well as the rise of the protest for it?
As I said, people of Nepal, they have the power to decide what kind of a political system they want. Not somebody sitting in Delhi or somewhere else. So people of Nepal decided in their wisdom that they wanted to have a functional democracy here. And yes, they have a good democratic system, democratic government here. So let them decide. There can be different voices, but democracy is generally the most respected and most accepted political system in the entire world. We are happy that people of Nepal have a good democratic government in place, and I hope this current system that they have now, current government that they have now, will be even more stable. Of course, they had government, there were sometimes a little unstable, but it seems there will be more stable democratic system, democratic government here. It's the decision of the people of Nepal.
There's a treaty between India and Nepal on 1950 treaty. There are also multiple demands of it being revisited or revised. What are your thoughts on it in present scenario?
Look, these are all G2G issues, government to government issues. It's not for everybody to comment upon whether some treaty should be revisited or not revisited. If there is any such demand coming up from either side, it will be discussed at the government level.
There was a map that was introduced where Kalapani and other locations were shown a certain way. What is your thought on it? Any objections, or is it acceptable?
So India conveyed its views on that through the representative of our Ministry of External Affairs, and subsequently whatever necessary communication has to happen with the government has happened. I think the issue ends there.
The induction of Nepali Gorkhas into Indian Army has been stalled for a few years. Do you think that revisiting it will add to the relationships in certain way? Especially after the Agniveer schemes.
Yes, right from the time of the British government in India, there has been this tradition of citizens of Nepal, especially Gorkhas, joining the Indian Army. If that tradition continues, in fact, Army Chief was here a week or 10 days ago. He also discussed about this issue with the government here. So I hope the government here takes an appropriate decision on that.
We also have a border that is as porous as it can be for, of course, transactions and transitions. Do you think that there are any kind of threats that needs to be addressed with the border management between the two nations? If so, what are they?
We have different groups studying the issues, groups that comprised of Indian representatives and Nepal's representatives together, studying the issues between India and Nepal as far as the border is concerned. I don't want to give that description of porous border and all that. It's a border. But we, as I said, being a very strongly civilizationally bound two peoples, it is bound to be porous. We bound to meet with each other frequently. Border being border, we have to, whatever necessary steps have to be taken to ensure that no illegal activity happens across the borders on both sides is being addressed by both governments.
Okay, I take you to another border, that is India-Pakistan border. I'm sure you don't have the same thoughts when it comes to that border. And also given to understand that there was a statement made by RSS stating that we should speak to Pakistan. Your thoughts on it? Especially focusing on the terror activities.
Let me clarify.
We might be smiling, but we understand.
No, let me clarify that the General Secretary of RSS did not ever say that we should talk to Pakistan. This was an interpretation given to what he said. What he said actually was, look, there are big security concerns when it comes to dealing with Pakistan. Government should be very firm in dealing with those security issues. Meaning government should take strong measures to tackle Pakistan when it comes to India's security concerns, terrorism, cross-border, so much happens across the border. Weapons trade happens across the border. Illegal weapons are sent into India. Narcotics are sent into India. And of course, terrorism is a constant product export, keeps happening across the border from Pakistan. So he was very clear that we should be very firm in dealing with them. And the subsequent question when asked, what about people to people, he said, if people to people is to happen, let it happen. It was a casual comment. Not that you should now start doing something new. As far as people to people is concerned, we are already engaged. Our two countries are. We play cricket. We play cricket not in India, not in Pakistan, but we play in Dubai, we play in London, we play in other places, we have sports engagements. So those kind of whatever possible engagements happen, they happen, but at the government level, there is no change in the attitude of Pakistan as far as India is concerned. I'm just talking, giving you the India's viewpoint. There is no change in Pakistan's attitude with respect to dealing with India. You know, Operation Sindoor happened just 1 year ago. It's 1 year ago we went and destroyed their terror headquarters in Muridke, in Bahawalpur and other places. In 1 year, they rebuilt them. Who is rebuilding them? The support of the government to those terror outfits is very much intact there, very much there even to this day. As long as that kind of an attitude continues in the dispensation there, the government, the leadership there, the leadership is army leadership. As long as they continue to patronize terrorism, continue to promote anti-India activities across the border, there cannot be any engagement possible. It's clear. We conveyed repeatedly that terror and talks cannot go together. That stands as important and relevant today as it was 1 year ago or a few years ago.
You've been very crucial in Jammu Kashmir and multiple signing of agreements that have happened with the government of India and other states also. But also to give an understanding, where do you see the present situation of Jammu Kashmir according to you?
Look, Jammu Kashmir has it's now a union territory in India, and in the last 7 years after the creation of union territory, so much transformation has happened. I tell you, if any friends from Nepal plan to visit Srinagar any time, you better book your hotel rooms at least 2 months in advance. You won't get rooms otherwise. It is such a now popular tourist destination. So today, so much has changed in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 7 years. Prior to that, we did have a government which was a coalition government between BJP and the regional Jammu and Kashmir regional party called the PDP. Necessity of the time compelled us to form a coalition government, which we did, we formed. When we formed, I mean, I did not say this publicly on any other forum in at least last 10 years. Let me say this from the NDTV forum today. The Chief Minister, Mufti Muhammad Saeed, he told something interesting to me when we finalized the alliance. He said, look, Mr. Ram Madhav, I am placing the destiny of my 1.3 million people in the hands of your government, Prime Minister Modi's government. This was his words when we formed that government. And I can tell you, after 10 years, we have bettered the destiny of Jammu and Kashmir. You have a better Jammu and Kashmir today. As to what it was 10 years ago, that is the greatest, greatest support or, effort that was made by Prime Minister Modi's government. Things have greatly improved in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, Ram Madhav ji, a small question on Uttar Pradesh. Since we are in Nepal and Ram ji and Sita ji ka jo rishta hai, that comes on a very, very solemn note here. The Chanda Chori issue, where do you see it going in India, UP, especially in the elections?
It was an unfortunate aberration. It was not any rule. It was just an unfortunate aberration. Remember, the issue of Chanda Chori was actually identified. It was found out by the administration of the temple only, no outsider. कोई बाहर से आके बोला कि चंदा चोर हो रहे नहीं, the temple administration found out that certain wrong things were happening in a small group, about 20-25 people, that was immediately addressed. Those people who were indulging in that kind of an activity were immediately apprehended, they were arrested, and the matter ended there. And subsequently, the temple administration has taken many steps. Now they are appointing a CEO, Chief Executive Officer, to oversee the entire functioning of the temple. So one need not be really worried about whether that is continuing to happen or it is something very big happening all the time. No, it was a one-time aberration. Maybe there was some oversight. That oversight was immediately identified, and it was that thing was plugged immediately. So I think nobody needs to really worry about it. It's very well managed. It's a very well managed temple today.
And my last question to you, what 3 things have changed once you've made a comeback as the National Vice President in BJP? Do not give us your new itinerary, that's going to be super busy, something beyond that.
No, I came back as National Vice President just 1 week ago. How much will change in 1 week? So it will take some time, but I tell you, BJP is a very big party in India, fast growing party. I mean, this one party which is growing, you know, it started in 1980, but I would start from 2014 onwards. In the last 12 years also, continuously growing, continuously expanding. So to your question, what will be the 3 things that we will probably will be looking at is to further expand our political footprint, further expand our political outreach, further expand our ideological footprint. You know, today BJP's school of thought, BJP's ideology of culture and nationalism has emerged as the national mainstream in India. This is the national mainstream. 50 years ago, Nehruvian socialism, Nehruvian secularism used to be the ideological anchor for Indian politics and all. No longer today. It is the cultural nationalist approach of Prime Minister Modi's government. That is the national mainstay. That footprint will expand further. We have to win a few more states. That also will complete. We are in power in 22 out of 30 states in India. 22. That means 8 states are remaining. As a political party, we aim to capture those 8 states also. That is our objective in the coming years now.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was Ram Madhav, and as he explains, he doesn't say the number of states he's won. He states there are 8 states left to be won. That's the mathematics of a politician, absolutely in opposite of what you would think of. Thank you so much, Ram Madhav ji, for joining us on NDTV
My
World.
pleasure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ram Madhav, for elaborating not just on the India-Nepal ties that are touching newer heights, and we will probably see the 2 Prime Ministers engaging and meeting for the first time later this year, but also elaborating on the cultural nationalism of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government in India. Now, policy and regional frameworks set the stage truly, but the true drivers of tomorrow are the youth of both Nepal and India. To look at how the Gen Z is transforming not just a narrative, but policy and the government as well. We have the brain drain into brain gain, and leading the next decade of growth for a new Nepal. Please welcome on stage Sandeep Rana, Member of Parliament of the Nepal. We also have Darshana Shrestha, Founder and CEO of Nature Nepal and President FDEAN. Ayushi Kesi, Founder Khali CC, and Manish Jha, Member of Parliament of the RSP of Nepal. And the session would be moderated by Manogya Loipal.
Nepal is young, believe it or not. 1 person in every 3 is a Gen Z, and that's the power of a nation that has rewritten its own history in the best possible terms for the world to see. They have their own ways, they have their own means. I'm sorry. And that's Nepal, that's just rising and shining with every passing day. But is the rise and shine similar to what it seems like, or is it brain drain and brain gain? That's what we're going to discuss now, and to talk more with me. I start with you, Manish ji, first. Give us an idea. Being in power, a representative of Gen Z, do you agree? Is it brain drain or brain gain?
Thank you for your question. First, I would like to start with the disaster we are facing in Nepal and giving condolence from my side and also on behalf of my party. Government is very active and they are trying all their best, making their efforts to do the control and rescue everything. This event would have been even better if we were not facing that disaster, but nevertheless, what Anviksha is trying and the discussion you have brought here is very relevant. Relating to your question as well, we need to restructure a lot of thought process we have here. I use one statement that we need to restructure our perspective according to restructure politics. In 7 decades, we have got 7 constitutions. In 7 decades, we have got 7 different political practices. But the perspective we almost found same. So the Gen Z, new energy, new way of working and trying to restructure a lot of things. So we need to restructure a way of thinking and which brings the gain perspective a lot than drain. So we have been thinking about this foreign employment opportunity all the time as a curse, but we need to think about its opportunity to grow. We are facing the disaster and we have seen that all the diaspora have come together to help. So that's a contribution, that's opportunity, not all the time curse. So I want to be more focused on the gain side, not the drain side.
Sandeep, you're one of those rarest who worked in India in the closed circuits of all the influences, but has also had the opportunity of contesting election in Nepal and now representing not just youth, but also the country in various platforms. How do you see the youth to get more from the neighboring nations? या आपको लगता है कि नेपाल के पास जो टैलेंट है वो अपने आप में ही खुद कर सकता है, थोड़ा सा हैंड होल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है?
Thank you. First of all, I would like a warm welcome entire NDTV family in this Devbhumi. And thank you also, you choose the Kathmandu for the Anviksha program. और दूसरे में हम लोग एक विपदा में है, अभी विपद में है, तो मैं अपने तरफ से और संपूर्ण नेपाली लोगों की तरफ से पूरे भारत और भारत सरकार सभी को इस विपद में हमारे साथ खड़े होने के लिए मैं अंतर्मन से धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूँ. I should speak in Nepali. एकदमै राम्रो प्रश्न सोध्नुभयो. हामी यहाँ ब्रेन ड्रेन र ब्रेन गेनको कुरा गरिराखेका छौँ. यो ब्रेन ड्रेन हुन दिनको लागि या हाम्रो यो क्षमतालाई बाहिर जान दिनुभन्दा, सीमाना रोक्नुभन्दा हामीले हाम्रै देशमा अवसरको ढोका खोल्नुपर्छ भन्ने हामी त्योप्रति गइराखेका छौँ. पछिल्लो समयदेखि एउटै कुरा भइराख्यो कि युवाहरू चाहिँ यो देशको भविष्य हो भने, तर यो देशको भविष्य त हो भने तर वर्तमानमा उसको भूमिका के हो त्यो प्रति कसैले पनि सोचेन. त्यसै कारणले युवाहरूमा आफ्नो प्रतिभालाई सही तरिकाले सदुपयोग गर्न नपाएको कारणले नै यो चाहिँ जीएनजीको घटनाहरू भयो. तर हाम्रो देशमा थुप्रै अपर्च्युनिटिजहरू छ जसलाई चाहिँ हामीले त्यो ब्रेन जुन ड्रेनको कुरा छ, त हामी ब्रेन गेनमा एक्चुअली यसलाई चाहिँ मैले समस्या भन्दा पनि कस्तो रूपमा हेर्छु भने यो ग्लोबल एसेट हो, जो बाहिर गएको क्षमता छ, त्यो क्षमतामा उहाँहरूको सिप छ, अनुभव छ, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सम्बन्ध छ, त्यो सबै कुरालाई चाहिँ हामीले नेपालमा नै ल्याएर चाहिँ सदुपयोग गर्न र त्यसलाई चाहिँ बाहिर जान दिनुभन्दा रोक्नुभन्दा पनि यही देशमा चाहिँ अवसरको ढोका खोल्नमा चाहिँ हामी ज्यादा फोकस गर्छौँ.
Darshana ji, do you feel that it is realistically possible to ensure that the lakhs of Nepalese youth that leave the country for better job opportunities? Imagine a minimum of 1 lakh students apply every year only for NOCs from universities outside. Is it also lack of education that has, or maybe proper opportunities for the best of education that is resulting into this?
Thank you, and thank you. I thank NDTV for having me here. So I am a mother of Gen Z, and I have witnessed every day. It is not about the education they don't find here. It is the opportunity. They have high aspirations. They look for growth. They look for their careers, and they look for their economic opportunities. And if they don't find it, and they seek, support from other countries to study there, to get better education and get better opportunities. And having said that, it's not that they don't want to leave Nepal. It's because for the opportunity they want to go. And if they go, this is a very, very difficult period, will be very difficult period for Nepal. So think about these big chunks of population living for education or labor outside. So think about the future. What will be our next future leaders? Where will be our future intellects? Where will be our future politics, and where will be our nation? So this is a very high time that the government has to look into it, motivate those chunk of people, group of people, keep them here, motivated there. And I see the government and all the private sectors like us, we are trying to keep them here within the country, but the opportunity is very much limited. So to do that, there are lots of systemic ecosystem where there lies the responsibility, government's responsibility lies, private sector's responsibility lies there, and even the civic societies, the parents like us, we have to be very difficult. Otherwise, it will be very difficult in our near future.
Okay, but there are also people like Ayushi who are role models, because they're not just flag bearers of entrepreneurs who are working in their own country and making the country proud. How difficult or how easy it is for young entrepreneurs to work in Nepal, survive, thrive and progress?
Thank you, that's very kind of you. First of all, a very warm welcome, especially to the Indian delegation to our country, Nepal. And thank you for the support you've given us in such solemn times. I think it's, to be fair, it's not just a Nepal-specific sentiment. I think it's a global South reality. Just a few days back, I was in India amongst other young Indian entrepreneurs, and they shared a common frustration of working in India as well. So imagine for someone who is a Nepali working in Nepal and hearing people talk about a country like India, a country that has access to world-class education, world-class technology, investors, and growing market fueled by ambition and economy. In my mind, all that I think is it's only fair for our fellow Nepali youth and Nepali young people to at least raise concerns and questions over their situation in Nepal. And moreover, I think it's also about where your heart belongs. Just yesterday's heartbreaking crisis again was a revelation of sorts that Nepali youth are at the forefront and first to be at any situation as such, whenever crisis arrives in Nepal, be it yesterday's incident or the 2015 earthquake. So Nepali youth have literally carried Nepal out of crisis when times are needed. So I mean, not just Nepali living in India, but Nepali living in Nepal, but also in India and everywhere else on earth. So for me especially, I have a different take on this, that I feel like as long as the heart belongs here, I feel like the body can travel the multiverse and, wherever opportunity finds them. So
well, there's another perspective to it also. I remember in 2015 I had come to Nepal and covered the earthquake, and that was a time when a mother told me ki मैं तो यही हूँ, बेटा बाहर गया है, जो पैसे भेजता है उससे घर चलता है. So it's not just about the heart that stays here, it's also a compulsion that takes you out. Manish, it's your government. Do you feel you've done enough to ensure that the 8 lakh people who move out of the country every year only as a workforce, how do you justify that this is not a brain drain?
You know, like when this geopolitical process has started on 13th century, since then we have seen that people started moving to different regions and different countries to access for the resources, access for the opportunity, and access for the productivity. So the process has started and we can't control, but we need to have better strategy to get more benefit out of it. I don't think it's like the best country to give largest opportunity is US, and they have given the biggest and largest foreign employment opportunity to migrants, but still their population has like 14% of their population has not got any opportunity yet. So it's a process. It will go like when the 125,000 years ago the migration started from East Africa. So in habitat, migration, and in politics, transition, it's a fundamental process. It will go on all the time, but we need to have better strategy to capitalize on this. Coming to the government and their strategy, recently in one of my speech in Parliament, I had mentioned that we need to have more focus on to build trust on the state and confidence on the country. So if we will build that, recently we have seen in Saudi Arabia, we have seen in Turkey, we have seen in India as well, lots of people, they have started returning back to the country, not only with the investment, but we need to have better culture to contribute. And for Nepal, we need to have more people coming back with more skilled to have better institutionalization process where we lack. So we are very old country, but we are very new state. So we need to have a process, a strategy and culture to build new institutionalization process and better state, to build more confidence on the population side. So we are working on it, and we have 3 different important pillars. One is a stable government. Second, educated and energetic population in politics. And third, we are open to learn and open to collaborate with all the stakeholders.
Okay, we were talking about some ghar vapsi. I think Sandeep Rana could be one of those people to explain on what it is to work outside your nation and come back with a lot of experience and expertise. Does that help, and what would be your message? आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे उन लोगों को जो बाहर जाते हैं, लेकिन आपने आकर चुनाव लड़कर उसे जीत कर ये जज्बा तो साबित कर दिया कि शरीर कहीं भी जाए दिल वापस नेपाल ही आया.
जो बाहिर जानुभएको छ उहाँहरूले पक्कै पनि यहाँभन्दा राम्रो अवसर पाइन्छ भनेर जानुभएको. तर हाम्रो ठाउँमा पनि थुप्रै कुराहरू छ. मैले अघि नै पनि भने, फेरि रिपिट गर्न चाहन्छु. साँच्चीकै यो देशलाई देख्न अघि मनिष सरले भन्नुभयो, कल्चरको कुरा गर्नुभयो, यो सबै कुरा गर्नुभयो. इभन अहिले गभर्मेन्टमा हामीले चाहिँ इन्टान्जिबल हेरिटेजको कामहरू पनि गरिराखेका छौँ. यो चाहिँ देश यस्तो राम्रो देश हो कि यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो कल्चरल डाइभर्सिटी छ, बायोडाइभर्सिटी छ, नेचरको डाइभर्सिटी छ, यत्रो थुप्रै सम्भावनाहरू छ र हामीले धेरै कुराहरू बाहिर पठाउने पनि गरेका छौँ. र बाहिर बस्नुभएको उहाँ साथीहरूले त्यहाँ सिक्नुभएको अनुभव, त्यहाँ जान्नुभएको कुराहरूलाई यहाँ ल्याएर त्यसलाई चाहिँ प्रडक्टसँग जोड्नु. विशेष गरी हाम्रो देश चाहिँ रेमिटान्सले धानेको भन्ने गर्छौँ, जसमा चाहिँ 17.2 खरबको आसपास चाहिँ हामीसँग रेमिटान्स आउँछ. यो देशको जिडिपीको 28% आसपास छ. हामीले त्यो जिडिपीलाई कन्जम्सनमा भन्दा पनि त्यसलाई इन्भेस्टमा बदलिन चाहन्छौँ. त्यसलाई चाहिँ ल्याएर चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ पहिला चाहिँ जम्मा गर्न चाहन्छौँ, जम्मा गरेर त्यसलाई चाहिँ इन्भेस्ट गर्न चाहन्छौँ, इन्भेस्टबाट प्रोडक्सनमा लैजान चाहन्छौँ, प्रोडक्सनबाट हामीले चाहिँ जब क्रिएसनको तर्फ माने चाहिँ इम्प्लोइमेन्टको तर्फ चाहिँ लैजान चाहन्छौँ. त्यसै कारणले हामीसँग जो बाहिर भएको छ यसलाई मैले बाहिर भएको सम्पूर्ण साथीहरूलाई भन्न चाहन्छु. इभन भारतमै पनि बेङ्गलुरुलाई हेर्नुहोस्, हैदराबादलाई हेर्नुहोस्, आइटीको साथीहरूले त्यहाँ ठुलो आइटी पार्क बनाउनु भयो र हाम्रोमा पनि थियो। त्यो यहाँको एग्रिकल्चरलाई चाहिँ हामीले एग्रो बिजनेसमा लैजान चाहन्छौँ, यहाँको टुरिज्मलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ टुरिज्म इकोनोमीमा लैजान चाहन्छौँ। त्यसको साथसाथ यहाँको जुन युवाहरूको डिजिटल क्षमता छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ डिजिटल इकोनोमीमा बदलिन चाहन्छौँ र यो सब कामहरू हामी गरिराखेका छौँ। र एज अ पार्लियामेन्टेरियन, एज अ ल मेकर हामी के भन्न चाहन्छौँ, यो सबै युवाहरूको आवाज हो जो सडकमा उठिरहेको छ र यो सडकमा उठेको आवाजलाई हामीले सदनमा एउटा चाहिँ नीतिगत रूपमा रूपान्तरण गर्न चाहन्छौँ र सदनमा जो नीतिगत रूपमा रूपान्तरण भएको चिजलाई मानिसहरूको डेली लाइफमा, दैनिक जीवनमा चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ प्रत्यक्ष रूपमा देखिने खालको त्यो गऱ्यौँ भने पक्कै पनि हामीले बाहिर भएको युवाहरूलाई हामीले यहाँ राम्रो अवसर दिने।
Okay, I get that. But Darshana ji, do you agree to the fact that the level of education is matching the level of employment and opportunities, or the lack and the gap is so much that bridging itself is a challenge?
Yes, it is very much challenging because the education and opportunity, they do not match here. So that is why they want better education and better opportunity abroad. And even those who get basic education here, they go beyond the country and they do the labor work just because to earn the money. And that is why Nepal is based in the remittance-based economy, and that should not be the model, I think. So that should be flipped, and those who have higher education and higher opportunity, they should be bringing back to the country, use that in productive model, and then they should be able to generate more employees. They should be more. They should be creating more jobs actually. So there is a very big mismatch. So the opportunity and education has to be really looked into it. And with that opportunity, we should be able to create more jobs here also with the education they get here or abroad.
Well, we're sitting in a city that has one of the oldest schools in Asia, and that itself speaks volumes about being a beginner but not surviving the race could be a challenge sometimes. But give me an idea, Ayushi, how difficult it is for women entrepreneurs specifically to face the challenge and survive and thrive and rise in this particular society model.
I feel like for me personally, a question that do you want to become a small fish in a big ocean or a big fish in a small pond has been the guiding question whenever I take such decisions on a personal scale. And I think in Nepal especially, given the circumstance, given the challenges and issues, we have a very large scope to not just create businesses but industries. We have so many broken systems that require the underutilized gender, which is women. For example, in our own case, for the first time, we've been operating in industry with over 150 to 200,000 men who've been in this industry for the past 50 years. Through our work, we've been able to open a completely new economy for women to get into circularity. So there are so many ways women can get into this. And also for me, I think it's not just another gender thing at play here, but family, I think that makes the decision even more crucial. In my own case, I'm raising a 3-year-old daughter. I have aging parents. I have an aging mother-in-law. So spending time with them is quality success for me. So I feel like in the American dream chases cars, stocks, vacations and whatnot, but the Nepali dream overall combines that with family, culture and pride, which I think is an irreplaceable capital, be it for women or men in this transient existence that we're at.
Okay, Darshana, give me an idea on what is your thought if someone wants to come back to Nepal. What would be the major reason for a youth?
Major what?
Any young person who moves out of Nepal and wants to come back, what should be the top 3 reasons for him to come back, him or her to come back to Nepal at least?
Actually, Nepal has lots of possibilities to go because there are lots of untapped potentials. And if I have to talk about young people who wants to come back and here, this is, I have to say Nepal is the country among the Asia that has very good policies that talks about youth, startups, women entrepreneurs, and everything. So if they have to come, they can immediately start a business, and there are lots of scopes on growing their businesses. For examples, they can have we have lots of natural resources, the agro businesses they can do, and the value chains, they can be in the value chain. So, and also there are bigger corporates who are anchoring the smaller businesses, because we are FWIN, and we are also supporting, we are only the apex body across, apex body for women entrepreneurs across the country, and we do support for those young women who come here and support them, and that is, we do help them in creating their businesses.
Okay, let's ask Sandeep on this. Sandeep, you've come back. For you, it has been Ghar Wapsi. Give me an idea. What will be your message to the Nepalese outside in the world who have moved out of Nepal over the years? Your message to them to come back to Nepal, and 3 reasons why they should come back to Nepal. Is it going to be brain gain or brain drain to continue? कैसे देखते हैं आप?
It's a very good question. मैंने अघि पहिला पनि भनिसकेको छु, हामी कहाँ धेरै चाहिँ अपर्च्युनिटिजहरू छ जसलाई हामीले अगाडि बढाउनु पर्ने छ। विशेष गरी युवाहरूमा जुन हाम्रो यहाँ जुन जब सिकर होला छ, त्यो जब सिकरलाई हामीले पहिला स्किल सिकर बनाउनु पर्ने छ, स्किल सिकर पछि हामीले एन्टरप्रेन्योर बनाउनु पर्ने छ, एन्टरप्रेन्योर पछि हामीले चाहिँ एम्प्लोइमेन्ट, त्यो विषयमा हामीहरू काम गरिराखेका छौँ। र जुन अनुभवहरू विदेशमा पाइराख्नु भएको छ, उहाँ सम्पूर्ण युवाहरूलाई म भन्न चाहन्छु कि हामीले यहाँ आर्थिक आधारभूत मात्रै होइन, राज्यमा विश्वास पनि पैदा गर्ने चाहिँ, राज्यप्रति चाहिँ यही नै नेपालमै सम्भावना छ भन्ने राज्यप्रति विश्वास पैदा गर्ने काम पनि गरिरहेको। विशेष गरी गभर्मेन्टमा चाहिँ हामी अपोजिसनमा छौँ, बट अपोजिसनमा भए पनि त्यसलाई अगाडि गराउन मैले मेरै कन्स्टिट्युन्सीमा पनि केही कुराहरू सुरु गरेका छु। इन माई कन्स्टिट्युन्सी मेरो सांसद मेरो अधिकार, त्यसको तहत हामीले चाहिँ 1 वडा 1 कृषि उत्पादन, फ्री सोइल टेस्ट, अनि त्यसपछि माटो सौदो शिक्षा, त्यसको साथसाथ हामीले चाहिँ वैदिक स्मार्ट सिटी, लाइभ इन्डिजिनियस भिलेज, त्यस्तो कुराहरूको चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा मेरो कन्स्टिट्युन्सीमा हामीले त्यो कुराहरू सुरु गरेका छौँ। र हामीले त्यो गाउँका युवाहरू जो बाहिर हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूलाई जोड्ने प्रयास गरेका छौँ। यु हेभ टु कम ब्याक। तो आएर जस्ट लेट मी कम्प्लिट, त यहाँ आउनुहोस् र हामीले सुरु गरेको प्रोजेक्टमा जोडिनुहोस् र त्यहाँ सिकेको अनुभव यहाँ लगाउनुहोस् र त्यहाँ बनाउनु भएको सम्बन्धलाई यहाँको प्रडक्ट त्यहाँ लैजानुहोस्। त्यसको लागि हामी काम गर्छौँ।
Manish, give us an idea. What are your top priorities for next few years for your government when it comes to skills, youth, or maybe training or job opportunities? What are the top 3 priorities, and how do you intend to achieve it?
In political side, we need to work on to build more confidence. In the state side, we need to make a perspective to become more facilitating government, not a ruling government. And on the economy side, we need to create more opportunity. Like recently, in 1 decade, we have seen that in the sector of hospitality, in the sector of information and technology, in the sector of tourism, we have come up with new innovative ideas, and that has been working, and people are making money. So we need to create more area for opportunities to invest. And I want to repeat again, more confidence in the politics, more facilitating attitude in the government, and more opportunity in economy would be better possibilities for people to come back and work here.
Is this social media strength or stress for your government in Nepal?
So far it has been a strength because that has helped us in the past election as well and the recent one as well to communicate to people, to convince as well why we need this change.
Is it also understanding that most of the youth, which are the countries that find top 5 positions when it comes to moving out of Nepal and going to other countries. Like India continues to be a top choice, also an easy one. Is that a beneficial step for the youth of Nepal, or should the youth of Nepal target other countries to move ahead also?
No, so far we have seen all the countries where our people have raised for education and to earn more money for better life. That has been good. We don't need to think about lots of other alternatives, but we need to make them more educated, more informed, and more skilled. That should be our priority.
Darshana, give us an idea. Why will someone who's earning well enough in dollars in US come back to Nepal, invest and start from a scratch? Would you ask your children to do so?
Yes, definitely, because we have sentiment towards your country, and there are young generations who are saying it's not, they want, I told you earlier, it's not because they wanted to go there and earn dollars, because they didn't see the opportunity. If they have opportunity here, and if they have that enough money here to spend, then they would love here and spend it because they love Nepal very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the fact says that 1,500 of youth every day moves out of Nepal, and that's a figure that we need to live with. However, the government claims and says it's all set to reduce it too. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you, Manogya, for moderating this session. As we head forward, we now broaden our horizon to examine how South Asia positions itself on the global stage. For our next conversation, the subcontinental blueprint, geopolitics and cultural diplomacy in South Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, India, former international diplomat and author. We also have Somnima Udas, Chair, International Relations and Tourism Parliamentary Committee of Nepal Parliament. We have Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe, President of the Asiatic Society and National Executive Member of the BJP. And to conduct this session, the moderator for this session is Vishnu Som of NDTV.
Everyone's got a mic? You've got a mic?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Well, good afternoon. It's great to see so many of you over here this afternoon, continuing with the very large audience that we've seen throughout the day. This is a session which is called the Subcontinental Blueprint, Geopolitics and Cultural Diplomacy in South Asia. The fact of the matter is that in as much as we speak about the affinity, the closeness that we enjoy among nations in South Asia, there are profound differences as well. How does one address that? Is it only exclusively through state mechanisms? Is there a tier 2 also that is sometimes very important? Do we overstate the historical or cultural significance, or is that in fact something that binds us very closely? We've got a fantastic panel, Dr. Shashi Tharoor with us, Somnima Udas and Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe. I'd like to thank you all once again for being with us. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe, it's stating the obvious that we have enormous historical links, but institutionally sometimes there are problems. For example, SARC, it's moribund, it's defunct, and it was the big hope of binding all these countries together. Why is it that these institutions, or particularly SARC, has effectively failed?
Well, it's a matter of elaborate discussion why SARC is failing. But before I reflect upon the points you have raised, let me also congratulate NDTV and express my sentiments for the people of Nepal, especially when they are in the midst of such a challenging situation. Coming back to the points you have raised, I believe it is required to do away with this coinage as cultural diplomacy. Because when there is culture, diplomacy is not required. Because the cultural relations are stronger than any diplomatic relation for that matter, and this is more true than in the case of any other country than Nepal. And therefore, this is not cultural diplomacy. Your title also suggests that. I would say cultural relations. They are more central to the history of India-Nepal relations, staying together, working together, growing together for that matter. And I would say, perhaps that may answer the question why SARC fails. It is required, and let me recall what Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar had said, that we need to have some kind of a cultural commonwealth. And I believe perhaps it is required that we revisit the idea of cultural commonwealth. In fact, it comes to my mind that it could be a Ramakrishna-Buddha alliance kind of a thing, because Sri Lanka, Nepal, India, many other countries could be a part of this new formulation, which could be, it's a suggestion, Ramakrishna-Buddha alliance.
Dr. Tharoor, do you agree?
Well, the question you asked initially about SARC deserves a reply, but since
I'm asking you if you agree with Dr. Shahestra Buddha.
I'm coming to that, but fair enough.
Well, he has written a book that he is a Hindu and a proud Hindu as well.
Yes,
so
at the same time, you know, I think our subcontinental relationships do involve countries that do not feel part of the Ramakrishna Buddha tradition. And therefore, there is a case to be made for not perhaps embarking on a path that needlessly alienates other neighbors. And for example, we are making very serious efforts now to cultivate Bangladesh. I'm not sure this would be received very well there. And in fact, we have a lot of cultural commonalities with Bangladesh, which I would suggest that we also need to develop. So I would rather take it outside the religious prism. I agree with Vinayji that culture is a binding force. We talked about it this morning. But I think there is a little concern that if we manage to project it in a spirit that sort of we are the center of Indic civilization, which arguably we are, and that therefore everything sort of emerges from that, it places relationships with sovereign equal nations on a very awkward footing. And that's my only difficulty with the formulation that Vinay just suggested. On the first question you began with, I think it's very obvious that SARC didn't work because Pakistan was obstructive for a very long time. Pakistan took the position that there could be no real normal relations with India until what they wanted, namely the Kashmir dispute and so on, was front and center. We weren't going to play that game, but SARC's rules of operation required absolute consensus. So essentially every member had a veto. And as a result, after some years of this kind of obstruction, the government of India decided to take the view that there was not going to be any meaningful progress as long as Pakistan had this attitude. And therefore, they essentially put the entire organization on the back burner and started focusing on alternatives like BIMSTEC, which excludes Pakistan. Now, I would say that that's a fair response, and that answers one of your questions. But that the argument that Vinayji raised, which is part of a larger panel discussion today, is extremely important as well, that we must accept that culture is a very, very important basis, but that roti beti is not enough for us to assume and take for granted a certain level of response from Nepal. We must show Nepal the respect it deserves as a sovereign equal country, and we must treat it as an independent actor with its own asks and its own wishes as well. So that's the answer I would give, rather than us floating a Ramakrishna Buddha thing, which may or may not appeal. If Nepal had suggested it, it would be a different discussion. For India to suggest it, I believe, would be diplomatically and politically unwise.
No, just simply to do away with the misinterpretation that it may generate, Dr. Tharoor has expressed his reservations, but let me make it very clear. It doesn't posit India as some kind of a big brother at all. We never treat ourselves as big brother in this entire subcontinent as what they describe. We are brothers, and brothers of the same civilizational soil. There is no question of who is big and who is small. We are all equal. We have respected sovereignty of all our neighboring countries beyond doubt. Only point is that Ram, Krishna, Buddha are not confined to India. the influence of their teachings, whether it is Bhagavad Gita or Ramayana, Mahabharata, moves across, even Buddha for that matter. Even a country like Afghanistan, where Bamiyan
Buddhas, you go to Thailand as well,
yeah.
but you'll be skipping
So
over
why should India be looked at as the central to Lumbini is here in Nepal?
No, but that's stating the obvious, and there's no doubt about what you're saying. But in a subcontinent which is divided sharply on religious grounds, if you look at nations which are not Hindu majority or Buddhist majority and are Muslim majority, that construct would be a problem. I think that's the point that was raised.
But if the countries, including our neighboring countries, go beyond the traditional way of looking at belief systems, I think they should join this kind of an alliance. Where is the quarrel?
Okay. Sumnima is waiting very patiently, and we have to keep her involved in this. I just wanted to, the word brother has been thrown about quite a few times in this conversation, in different, sort of constructs, I mean, they are all our brothers, etc., etc. But a concern in Nepal has been that India has been this big brother. Is that changing? Is there not, for example, recognition of a very young government now, where that big brother adage simply doesn't work?
First of all, I'd really want to take a moment to express my condolences to the victims and families of who have been affected by the devastating floods yesterday. Nature has this uncanny way of putting everything into perspective, right? We worry so much about development, we worry so much infrastructure, geopolitics, but in a matter of seconds, Mother Nature catches us all off guard and shows us how interconnected and interdependent we really are. I mean, an ice avalanche in China breaks off, affects a river downstream in Nepal that now flows down all the way down to India as well. It's very humbling indeed, and I'm sorry, we've all been a little bit distracted by the affairs
no, as we are all, absolutely.
But in terms of, I much liked the fact that you said that India is not a big brother, and for the rest of South Asia, you see everyone as equal. That's very welcomed by us, because as you know, we have a Gen Z government, a very young government, a very young prime minister, and that's really answerable to the people of Nepal, which is also very young. And the people of Nepal now have more confidence, I would say, in the nature of our sovereignty. And they don't want to be forced to pick sides all the time. They don't want to be, it'd be nice if we could have our own strategic autonomy and decide for ourselves what we want to do on major international decisions. But having said that, we respect our two large neighbors very much, and that's always been the case. So, but I'm glad to hear that you addressed that. Thank you.
If I may just for 1 second, because this is a separate panel, and I'm the only one who seems not to care about, and it's not true. I did want to say that I did, in our earlier panel, begin by expressing my profound condolences. I think the others have done so today for the first time on stage. I've done so earlier. And I'm very pleased to say that I gathered that some of the search and rescue efforts have, for example, found 20 missing Indians. We certainly hope and pray that the Nepalese victims' numbers will not be as dramatic as some reports are suggesting. And we obviously extend our solidarity, our concern, and our support for the efforts that are going on to find as many people as possible. And we all share that. Sumnima, Sumnima is my counterpart in Nepal as the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee here. And I do want to say, and I'm pleased to acknowledge my senior member, Ravi Shankar Prasadji, is in the audience from the other side politically in the Foreign Affairs Committee. So this is a united position we all have, that it is our duty to extend every support and solidarity to Nepal at this very challenging time.
Vinayji, that said, again, two words which came up in this discussion, sovereignty, and I think the word autonomy also came up. And I think we need to reflect on the dragon in the room, as it were. We cannot have sovereignty or autonomy if you've got a neighbor which salami slices away at our boundaries, despite the fact that they are economically very important to us. There's no taking away. And why India? Why not Bhutan? where several territories in Bhutan, which we very close to us, have been sort of salami sliced by China. How does one deal or accept, if at all, if that word can be used, this reality?
Well, I think, as they say, familiarity breeds contempt. And between most of our neighboring countries, especially Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and even Bhutan for that matter, we should move beyond this familiarity, because that familiarity at times is at a very superficial level. And media, academia, they play their own part in interpreting or misinterpreting things. And therefore, I would suggest that there has to be some kind of a Nepal study centers in India and India study center. Well, I know they are there here. ICCR also has been supporting some such centers, but they need to be in big number, because the upcoming generation requires to look at the relations in multiple angles, with multiple dimensions of it, including the developmental dimension which is required.
No, but specific to China, sir, I was asking about China and the fact that it pegs away at the autonomy of countries across the region. And we can add it on to the South China Seas, we won't go there. But is that not a concern collectively for countries across this region?
Well, it has been a concern, and many countries, including India, have voiced these concerns. But then that is the point I am trying to make, that many a times, even China for that matter, we believe that we know everything about China, but fairly, if we analyze it, we know precious little about China. And therefore, we need to be very watchful. We need to be having that enlightened understanding about all our neighbors, China included for that matter. And then only the upcoming generation would be more alert to the designs of some of our neighbors.
Dr. Tharoor, your thoughts on China?
No, I think it is a very serious concern, and something that I don't disagree at all with Vinayji, that in fact there is a lot of ignorance about each other, that we don't have Indian journalists and Chinese journalists in any significant number in each other's countries. We don't have academic study centers of any number or any substance of great importance that are consciously aware of what's going on, and sort of superficial knowledge, as Vinay rightly said, is not going to be enough. But having said that, we have an objective reality we're living with. We're living with a country which has repeatedly probed across the ceasefire line, which has shown very little inclination to move towards a regular settlement, which has in fact tried to push away the issue by saying that future generations can settle it. But while waiting for those future generations, the present leadership appears to be attempting to change the reality on the ground. The various villages they built up on what they claim is their side of the border, the infrastructure that they have built up is significant. The Doklam incident was followed by the Chinese building a different road in a different part of disputed Bhutanese territory in order precisely to overlook the chicken's neck that connects mainland India with the northeast. And all of this these are not the actions of a friendly power. Equally, we've had them withholding rare earth mineral exports, withholding important power stations, important tunnel boring machines, and now denying visas rather arbitrarily. I've had calls from very senior influential businessmen or major importers from China saying their visas have been denied. Now, this is a suggestion that, to be very honest, we Indians cannot afford to ignore. I mean, it is true that our business community has developed a certain dependence on imports, cheaper imports from China. But that is merely enhancing our vulnerability. China is getting more and more of a leverage, and we have no counter leverage to offer. The trade deficit to China is almost $200 billion now. We're not in a situation where this can be considered healthy. So you're quite right in saying this infringes on our sovereign autonomy and freedoms. But to the credit of the government, they are trying to diversify. We've now concluded a lot of free trade agreements with other partners. We are trying to explore closer relationships with, for example, Europe, which is got its own challenges with both America and China. We are trying in many ways to repair fences in the neighborhood, certainly with Sri Lanka, with Nepal, with Bangladesh. We are trying to improve our relationships. We certainly don't want to be a sort of a subject of Chinese actions. So I will say very frankly, there is a value in a good, equal, mutually respectful relationship with China. But there is no value to me as an Indian in an unequal relationship with a dependence and a vulnerability on one side against the other, and the other one periodically using its leverage to squeeze us and show us who's boss. That is not going to be acceptable to any self-respecting Indian.
Subnima, does Nepal have concerns about your growing, I wouldn't use the word proximity, but working with Beijing a lot more, certainly economically, than Nepal has done in the past, the growing economic presence of China and projects in Nepal, you obviously share a boundary as well. Are there any of these concerns which have been expressed in this country vis-a-vis your equation with Nepal?
I think our geography is one of our most exciting opportunities, really, and that's how we see it. Both India and China growing so quickly, and us being right in the middle of all of this is a very exciting opportunity. And as this political party has, our party has always said, we would like to play the role of a vibrant bridge between India and China. And I think our relations with both, it's different, right? With India, it's very instinctual. It's so natural. It goes back thousands of years, and with China too. I mean, if you go back again 2,500 years ago, Nepal, Kathmandu Valley was a trading hub connecting along the Silk Road, connecting China to traders in Kathmandu Valley all the way down to India as well. So we've always managed, or in the past at least, played a very significant role in that, and I think we, as this government, sees this as a great opportunity.
Vinayji, we've seen this Gen Z revolution. I've asked this question to others. I haven't asked it to you in this country. We've seen Gen Z active in India. We've seen young people active in Bangladesh. How do you assess Gen Z as a political force, or is it just a movement without necessarily being political?
There is a larger context to this, and which is about democracy. I am a student of democracy, and I believe people who believe in democracy require to think about as to how we can make democracy deliver. Wherever democracy fails in delivering, these kinds of things are bound to happen on the one hand. On the other hand, if we take the Indian scenario, I think there is nothing so very, special about this agitation recently, because India has, after a few years, time zone, always seen this. We fought against emergency, where the youths of that time, they were not called a Gen Z, were not they at the forefront of the struggle against emergency, the draconian rule? Then there was the mass public movement for Ram Temple in Ayodhya. It was the youth-centric movement, Assam movement, youth-centric movement. So what is so special about Gen Z? Indian youths are a live wire kind of community, and they keep on voicing, and the governments of the day keep on responding to their demands as well. So it is as simple as that. Let us not put it in a different bracket, I would urge.
Gen Z is one half word and one letter. Young people have always led movements, I think is the point. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think actually Vinayji is quite right that young people have been in the forefront of many agitations.
So there's nothing new over here.
There's nothing new. But at the same time, the curious thing about the Gen Z phenomenon is, first of all, that it happened at this particular time when, as we discussed in the morning, you have similar phenomena in a 15-year span across 6 South Asian countries, which to my mind is a factor worth paying attention to. There wasn't an equivalent in any of the earlier examples that he gave. And the second thing is that at the same time, what we are seeing about Gen Z now is that it's coming up against a very securely entrenched and dominant government that had been widely assumed to be invincible to this sort of pressure. And clearly it wasn't, because it did surrender, did make its minister resign. There is in a sense, this has been a proving ground for the receptivity and responsiveness of Indian democracy to this kind of protest movement. So Vinayji is right with his historical examples, but this one has something special about it in our time. Of course, it's only been a few months we've been talking about this, and the entire thing could still fizzle out, but there's something that suggests to me it's not going to fizzle out in a hurry, and that indeed there has been a sort of qualitative difference, not just a difference of degree, but a difference of kind in the nature of the democratic protests in our country. Certainly in the context of the last dozen years of BJP rule, this is a phenomenon they have not faced before.
Vinayji, I just wanted to come back to a point you mentioned earlier on when you spoke about a cultural construct, perhaps a cultural commonwealth is the word that you used. I actually agree with you in the context of Nepal. If we take a look at 2015, where the RSS did incredible work in Nepal in the wake of the earthquake. As journalists, whenever we felt hungry, the first place we went to was to the closest RSS camp. And they fed everybody. And they looked after as many people as was humanly possible. Therefore, in the context of Nepal, other than, say, government mechanisms, do cultural associations or institutions like the RSS have a serious play in statecraft?
Statecraft, I wonder, because that is a different zone altogether. But yes, the society over here and RSS may not be under the same banner, maybe it is Hindu Swayam Seksam, whatever it is. They are working wherever they are for the local people over there, for the society over there, during natural calamities, for rehabilitation and several such things. So it is very natural for the Sangha Swayam Sevaks to come forward and to work for the society of which they are a part. And therefore but I would again say that let us not look at cultural relations from a very narrow and skewed approach. Cultural relations should also take into consideration some kind of an exchange between artisans. Why should it not be? We have a rich artisan culture. I mean, there is a tradition both in Nepal and in India as well. So we can work in that context. Languages, for example. Many neighborhood languages, unfortunately, in India are not being taught properly. Nepali is an exception because it is a part of our constitutionally recognized languages. But what about Sinhali language? What about Burmese language? What about Bhoti language? Uzbek or maybe Bhasa Indonesia? We need to work going extra mile on these issues so that there is a kind of alliance of all these neighborhood languages also. Unless and until we do that, I think it would not be easy to understand the neighboring countries and what all is happening in those countries.
Yep. Subnima, if I was to ask you for 2 or 3 things that you would want India to do more of, to improve the equation, to build on the relationship between Nepal and India, what would those be?
I think the narrative has to shift to a certain degree. For example, right now, the fact that the Prime Minister of Nepal has not visited India yet. I mean, there was a time when as soon as the Prime Minister is appointed, the first thing he would do is meet an Indian ambassador. And that sort of engagement was never sustainable and never correct. And the fact that he hasn't, it took him a while to meet the ambassador, and now he will be visiting India soon. But the fact that he didn't do it right away, it's being perceived in a certain way in the Indian media. And I don't think you should read so much into all of that, because the Prime Minister has always said that, he wants to focus on domestic issues first and foremost. Having said that, diplomacy besides what happens behind closed doors is really about symbolism. It's about improving or maintaining ties, personal trust, and so I think the Prime Minister's visit would go a long way. So that's one thing, really changing the narrative. Well, actually, that would be the main, really. That would sort of resolve a lot of the long-standing issues we have.
Yeah, I of course agree with what Subnima had to say. As you remember, the Foreign Minister this morning indicated that as far as he was aware, there were plans to have an exchange of visits at the Prime Ministerial level in the course of the year, and let's hope that he turns out to be right. But he also indicated it was premature to talk in practical, concrete terms. But these exchanges and so on are important. Subnima was also being diplomatic and not articulating an ask other than that we should change the narrative, which we, I think, all agree on. But I would say one thing more, which is that what we have seen in the sort of the body language, as it were, between the two governments has, I think, been rather encouraging. There is clearly a respect for each other's decision-making, a respect for each other's right to do things in their own way, at their own pace. I don't think that India has expressed any public discontent or dissatisfaction with the fact that the Prime Minister has not come, or that it took him a while to receive the Indian ambassador, which he finally did quite recently. And I would say that that's, to my mind, the right thing to do. Let Nepal proceed according to what it considers its priorities and its ways of going. And we in turn will show Nepal the appropriate. If Nepal says, we'd like you to come soon or whatever, I'm sure our Prime Minister will oblige. And I think we should just leave it as not an issue that needs to be blown out of proportion.
So let me blow it out of proportion.
Thank you.
Let
You
me
have
just
to
sort of-
do that as a journalist.
So, Vinayji, the other way of looking at what Dr. Tharoor is saying is that it's not just the Nepali Prime Minister who hasn't come to our country as yet. It's even the Bangladeshi Prime Minister who hasn't. And therefore, are there signals being sent that, don't assume that a relationship in the past is going to be the same as it is now?
I think many a times journalists read between the lines. They don't read the lines. So read the lines. Nothing like unnecessarily reading between the lines. They may have their own reasons, but we have already laid a red carpet for all our heads of neighboring states, and I'm sure today or tomorrow they would definitely visit India and the relations could be taken to a different level, beyond doubt.
All right, look, I'd like to thank all three of you very much for being with us.
By
all
point,
means, sir.
one
Yes,
small
sir.
point, just I'm tempted to make
No,
it
no,
because I believe external affairs in countries like India are definitely monitored at the central level, which is good. But the states also can play a role. For example, I come from Maharashtra and everybody knows about Tulsa Bhavani, which is a temple created by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And Tulsa Bhavani has its own connection with Nepal. Degu Taleju is the deity over here, and the idol that was created in Tulja Bhavani temple is of the stone which was brought from Nepal. Likewise, many states, including Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand of course, and Bihar, West Bengal, all these states, many more also could be, have a very vibrant historic relation, ancient relation with Nepal. And we need to build upon that. We should encourage our states to cultivate these relations further and take them to a different level, because as I said, the foundational aspect of India-Nepal relations is people-to-people relations, cultural relations.
No, I couldn't agree more. I'd like to thank all of you for being with us. Geopolitics doesn't necessarily need to be sort of some high-level positioning of governments. It actually stems from the people, from our past, and perhaps the role of states needs to be looked at as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this fantastic session. So moving from subcontinental geopolitics to domestic policy and strategic balance, we now invite on stage Mr. Pradeep Gyavali, former Foreign Minister of Nepal and Senior Leader CPN UML, and talking to him is my colleague Manogya Loewal. Please pass on the phone.
There's a very beautiful saying, name the man and the machine, but there are some men who remain behind the machine to ensure that it works faster and smoother than ever. However, leave it to the history to decide on whether their decisions were good enough for the nation that had voted for them. To talk more on this, I am joined by former Foreign Minister of Nepal, Pradeep Ji. Welcome to NDTV World. As we speak about the present circumstances, give us your thoughts on the tragedy that has hit Nepal and how the people are struggling at present.
Thank you very much. Let me begin with thanking the Government of India and the friends from India who have extended their solidarity, support, and empathy in our difficult time. Yes, you are quite aware. The incident we experienced yesterday was so unimaginable and catastrophic that we are struggling to cope up with it. Still, so many people are missing. We are not aware about their whereabouts. However, the government is trying its best. Political parties are giving support. Security forces, they have performing very well to address the concerns, and we hope that with the support of international community, Nepali people will overcome this very, very challenging time.
But Nepal is a nation that has always surprised everyone. The minute you think that it's over and done, they come up with something really new and unique. Do you think that your government was calculative enough in handling or knowing on, or did you miscalculate the Gen Z movement in the country?
You know, Nepal is an emerging democracy, and it is also a post-conflict society. So it is quite natural that in every emerging democracy, there will be a gap between the delivery capacity of the government and the people's expectation. So there were some grievances, there were some disappointments, which were quite natural. But government was never expected that the language of disappointment will be so destructive, and the language of the political change will be the violence. What I am very, very concerned is that Nepal has shown a very unique example how we can bring the change peacefully. We abolished the monarchy who run the country over 240 years with peaceful means. We bring the then rebel Maoist and settle that conflict with peaceful negotiation. But for the government change, the Nepal chose the way last year, the violent way, which was not expected, and I am very, very concerned that if it becomes a precedence in the future, it will be very, very detrimental.
How do you see and how would you rate the Balan Shah government and his operations, especially stating that we will keep equidistance from India and Nepal, and as well as India and Nepal will be at the same distance, and China and Nepal will also be at the same distance? Nepal first, Nepali first, that's the strategy. Are you satisfied with it?
The foreign policy of the every government, and necessarily the current government as well, should be focused on the preserving the national interest. And the Constitution of Nepal has categorically defined what are our national interests. To serve those national interests, we should follow, we should pursue.
Did your government follow this?
Yeah.
Did your government follow this?
Yes, we followed. And we expect that the government of the day will also follow the balanced, national interest driven foreign policy. We have two big neighbors. And it is an opportunity for Nepal, having the neighbor in south with largest population, growth engine, and leading in many areas. In the north, second largest economy, leading the innovations. And it is an opportunity if we can caliber our national capacity to tap those potential, it will be the best for Nepal's national interest.
Okay, so what is your thought on during KP Sharma Oli regime, there were issues like Lipu Lake that were politically raised repeatedly. Do you see it as a strategic blunder in the hindsight, or do you stand by it the way it was?
No, you may recall, the third joint meeting of Nepal-India, which is led by the two foreign ministers in 2014, that joint meeting decided that rest of the boundary issues will be solved by the boundary working group, which is led by the Surveyor General of India and the DG of the Nepal's Survey Department. But for the Kalapani, Lipu Lake and rest of areas, those will be solved by a special mechanism which will be comprised by two foreign secretaries.
But did it result in souring relationship with India at that time? Could have been avoided, or do you stand by it?
Yes, we still expect that if that mechanism was activated, the diplomatic dialogue to resolve those issues was started, and we were capable enough to engage. I think things may have moved other way, but that was not happen. And in 2019 November, when Government of India published the earth edition of his political map comprising those areas which were unresolved, then Nepal, at that time I was a foreign minister and I tried my best to resume the diplomatic dialogue. Unfortunately, that was not happened.
Okay, with that, I'd like to end the session here. Thank you so much, Pradeep ji, for joining us on NDTV World. We hope that some errors of the past are rectified soonest, if not later than ever.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the former Foreign Minister of Nepal, Mr. Pradeep Diwali, for joining us here on the NDTV Anviksha. And we are one of the most important sessions that you've been waiting for all through the day. As I said earlier, we are mindful of the fact that there's a very significant amount of time that the government is putting into the rescue and relief effort right now for the last 24 hours at the northern area where a lot of families are missing still. But yet, we have an important player right now in the political dynamics of Nepal. And to offer another vital political perspective of Nepal's evolution from monarchy to a dynamic modern democracy, we welcome Ravi Lamachhane, founder and chairman of the Rashtriya Swatantrata Party. Thank you very much for joining us. Please take the dais.
The chairperson of the event, friends from India, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. When I accepted this invitation to speak here, I extend to stand before you to share our vision for Nepal-India relationship in changing context. But yesterday morning, everything changed. Before I say anything, I would ask everyone in this hall to stand with me and to observe a moment of silence for the people we lost on Wednesday. Thank you. On Wednesday morning, a flash flood tour through Rasua and Nuakot carrying water and debris that wiped out villages, hydropower, and destroyed infrastructure and took many lives, mainly around Botekusi and the Trisuli River Basin. Homes are gone, roads and bridges are gone, families are waiting beside the river for news that has not yet come. I'm not able to give you numbers at this moment. The count is not complete. What I can tell you is that the government of Nepal has mobilized on every front, search and rescue through our security agencies and relief moving to the affected districts. I want to record my gratitude to the men and women doing especially the rescue work in extremely difficult condition, and to the local communities who, as always in the country, were the first responders long before anyone else could reach them. I also would like to thank our friends abroad. I'm grateful to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his call yesterday evening to our Right Honorable Prime Minister Balendra Shah, and for India's offer of whatever assistance Nepal requires, an offer already backed by relief supplies, which arrived last night. Several other partners have come forward in the same spirit. In a week like this, that solidarity is not a formality, it is felt. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make one observation and then I'll have to leave early today. I'm sorry about that. This flood did not only strike Nepal, it caused damage across the border in China, and the full picture there is still emerging. That tells us something we already knew and have never properly acted upon. Nepal, India, and China are three countries, but we are one mountain system. Our rivers begin above one border and end below another. The water that took lives in Nepal on Wednesday morning did not stop to ask whose territory it was crossing. The Himalaya is changing faster than our institutions are. Glaciers are retreating. Lakes are forming where there was ice. So, if this gathering, today's gathering, is about ideas across borders, let me offer the most urgent one I have. Let us come together, Nepal, India, and China, to work together to mitigate the impact of climate change, to build early warning system, and to share hazard data crosses our borders immediately. Since the climate has already changed, we have to come up with the adaptation plan. We may not be able to stop glaciers from melting or ice from falling. We can stop being surprised by it, and we can give the family in the valley that 20 minutes that decides whether they leave. I came here today because I believe this conversation really matters, but I will not pretend this is an ordinary afternoon. With the families who lost someone or saw their homes and towns being washed out on Wednesday, the country is grieving. Besides all the unfortunate situation, we are fortunate enough to receive such a warm messages and solidarity from the friends and all across the world. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the global leaders, bilateral agencies, development partners, friends and families for being with us during this difficult time. I apologize for not being able to discuss on previously agreed topic, but I'm hopeful that I will get an opportunity again where I can share my views on an aspirational Nepal and rising India, building our future together. Thank you, NDTV team, for coming to Nepal, and thank you for having me. You all have a wonderful stay in Nepal. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the NDTV World Anviksha team, can you please join me in a warm round of applause as we thank Ravi Lamechanaji for having made the effort of joining us here at NDTV Anviksha. He's been mightily caught up with a whole host of emergency meetings, meeting political leaders, cutting across the spectrum, working with Prime Minister Balendra Shah in putting this together. And in the midst of this national emergency, for having taken our time to join us means a lot. Thank you very much. And as you said, this wasn't the topic we agreed to speak on. So that just means we'll have to come back once again with another edition of NDTV Anviksha to Kathmandu. And we hope to have you back with us when we come back. And hopefully that time we can have a detailed conversation. But for having taken out time, thank you. Our thoughts and prayers are with you and the people of Nepal. It means a lot to us, all of us gathering here, those watching on television and on social media, that you could join us. Thank you very much, Raviji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Lamichhane, for joining us for this important conversation. Our prayers and thoughts are with all the victims of the floods that have devastated lives, and there are thousands that continue to be missing. For our next session here, staying on the pulse of the political leadership, we now move to a sequence of perspectives from key political figures in Nepal. And Ravi Lamichhane put out one perspective from the RSP, the ruling government in power. And I now invite on stage Gagan Kumar Thapa, President Nepali Congress, to tell us about the path forward for Nepal that is at the crossroads. Mr. Thapa. So गगन जी, कहाँ से शुरू करें? जेनजी मूवमेंट से शुरू करें या अभी की जो सिचुएशन नेपाल की है? लेकिन सबसे पहले मुझे लगता है कि it is important to speak about what Nepal is facing right now, and that is the tragedy of the devastating floods. I am sure that you have spoken to people. I saw your video that you released last night, and you've spoken with the people of Nepal, and you said that you stand with the government of Nepal, with the Balenshah government in this time of need. What can you tell us about the devastation that has happened, and especially also in the context of that help that you expect from regional partners and global community right now? Sure. And India has also expressed deep sympathies and sent out some aid.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Nepal is right now going through a moment of grief. We are yet to know about the numbers, but what we know so far is many people have lost their loved ones, their homes, their livelihoods. So this is a time where we need to stand together, and that's why this morning all the political parties we gathered for all-party meeting, and we expressed our firm commitment that by all means we will stand together with government, and few of our places Raviji also mentioned during his speech. And this is a time where we also need our friends, and I would like to use this platform to express my gratitude to Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, Government of India and people of India for the promptness, and also for the assurance, and for again showing that a friend in need is a friend indeed. So, but this is just a start. The primary evaluation, the loss is unimaginable, and this is beyond our capacity as economy. So we'll, of course, we'll reach out to the global communities, and then even at that time during reconstruction, we firmly believe that Government of India, people of India, we will see them on our side, as we saw them during the earthquake and during different this sort of incidents.
गगन जी, मैं आपको थोड़ा सा वक्त में पीछे ले जाना चाहूँगी. जिस समय नेपाल में जेनजी आंदोलन हुआ और उस समय आपका घर भी जला दिया गया था, और हमें वो वीडियो याद है क्योंकि हम सब खबरों पर लगातार नज़र बनाए हुए थे. आदित्य तो ग्राउंड पर नेपाल आए थे कवर करने के लिए. मुझे आपका वो वीडियो याद है जिस वीडियो में आपने एक मैट्रेस को पीछे रख के अपने बैकड्रॉप पर मोबाइल सामने लेकर बात की, और आपने एक्नॉलेज किया कि जो गलतियां हुई उनको हम सुधारने के लिए तैयार हैं, आपको सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं, बात करने के लिए तैयार हैं. वो एक्नॉलेजमेंट एक ऐसे वक्त में आया था जब नेपाल एक ट्रांजिशन के फेज से गुजर रहा था. तब से अब तक बहुत कुछ और बदला. आज की आपकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या है नेपाल में? यूथ के वो एस्पिरेशंस, उनकी वो चिंताएं, उनके वो कंसर्न्स किस हद तक रिजॉल्व हुए हैं आपकी नज़र में?
Even before September 8, उससे पहले भी हम अपनी पार्टी के अंदर ये बात काफ़ी बार we raised this issue. We in fact were continuously warning our senior leaders that there's a growing frustration among people. Because we used to extensively travel, and we used to see that, we used to sense that, particularly among young people. They were so angry. And the main reason for their anger was that we are not getting enough opportunities here. And why are not we getting enough opportunities? Due to bad governance. And bad governance is equal to the wrong politics, wrong political choices. So that was, there was a clear message. It just didn't come out one fine day. There was a clear message. And we were bringing that messages to our rooms, to our boardrooms. पर हम लोग अपने नेता, खास करके सीनियर नेता को जो बात बता रहे थे उस समय, शायद हमारी कमजोरी थी कि we're not able enough to make them realize that. So even after September 8, so there was kind of debate within my party. So to view the Gen Z movement. So our position was very clear that, okay, so there is a reason to disagree with the methods and the way the things took place in September 8 and 9, particularly 9. But the message is very clear that we don't want to, you to continue the old way of politics, the old way of governance. So I think that was also expressed during election.
जिस दिन आपका घर जला था वो आपके लिए एक मोमेंट ऑफ रियलाइजेशन था आपकी पॉलिटिकल जर्नी का?
हम तो उससे पहले तकरीबन एक साल से, so not only realization, I want to recall the day when I decided to stand against the parliamentary party leader, against my party president, the then Prime Minister, Mr. Sarvada Deuba. I knew that I'm going to lose it. But the reason I chose to stand against him was that I was listening to people's voices. वो लोग खास करके हमारे सीनियर नेता, we have a very high respect for them, but everyone has its on their own time, and everything has its limit. So we ignored that message. So now the thing which we're trying to do right now is that, so ये भी नहीं कि the politics has all the capacity to solve all the problems. It's not that. And the way, sometimes we try to come up with quick fix solutions, that's not even going to solve our problems. I believe that is the reason why current Prime Minister is struggling with it. Because when you make promises that I have quick fixes, because that was not the only problem of the quick fixes. There are some are very structural problems, there are some are very cultural problems. We need to see in the whole context. So I think, now we are using this time trying to understand it, trying to get reconnected with the young people, trying not to repeat the same mistakes which created their angers. It will take some time.
You spoke about the past way of thinking and perhaps a new way of thinking in the government and the political system of Nepal. You know, I was reporting for NDTV inside the Nepali parliament when it was burnt. And I still remember those visuals. And it's been now, we know the Gen Z movement led to a new government, the Valencia government. This is perhaps the youngest government in power, but it's been 6 months now. How do you evaluate the performance of this government? The initial plank on which they came, from transparency to accountability to freedom of expression, but also ending of corruption, ending of red tapeism. Is that something that they have achieved, or do you think the honeymoon period still continues?
It may not be a very appropriate time, as we are going through this movement, to pass any sort of judgment about the government or the head of the government. But I would urge them to, go back to our history. It's not first time some leader, some party has got this strong mandate. 1951 was a different story, but in 3 different stances, we got similar sort of very strong mandate. What our history teaches us, that winning a mandate is one thing, but making it a success is a different thing. So, to make it very short, so in all 3 stances, what went wrong? What did the strong leader, what was the wrong decisions? One, got stuck in fighting within your own party. you start to think that I am the most powerful and you start undermining the institutions and you start undervaluing the public accountability. That is the lesson. I wish and I suggest that RSP also learn from the failures of the history, and also I mean as a friend I would advise them, you may not listen to us, but keep on listening to your supporters, particularly the young people who are now criticizing you, who voted for you just 6 months ago, and they will tell what's going wrong, or they will probably advise you, give you better advice.
You know, one more question that I had, and I'm sure people of Nepal also have, they've given landslide victory to Prime Minister Balin Shah, but also Mr. Balin Shah has a different style of working. One, social media has played a very incredible role in the rise of both the Gen Z movement and this current government. Do you think in the past, when it happened in September last year, the banning of the social media played an incredible role in youth coming out against the Oli government? And secondly, do you think the way of speaking to the people through social media that Mr. Balin Shah has is the new normal now, or do you also have another piece of advice?
That triggered, the thing for September 8, but that was not the only thing, as I shared before. So it was, particularly after the formulation of the Constitution, people were expecting for the good governance, as they waited it for long, and as it was not fulfilled, so there was a reason for that. And I think it's not, not only new normal here in Nepal, in other part of South Asia, not only in South Asia, the way of election campaigns, the way of communication, it had changed dramatically after the emergence of social media. But what I still believe is that you can change your mode of communication, and there's nothing wrong about that. You can have your own style. And I sometimes don't see the reason why people are complaining about it. Our Prime Minister can have his own style of communication. But the only thing you need to be aware of is that you choose your lane, it's fine. You choose your speed, it's fine. But you have to understand that you also need to follow the lane discipline. There is a red line. We are extending our support to him regarding, whenever there's an issue of this public concern, national security, this sort of calamities, everywhere. We are probably time and again. So, we are playing our constructive role. So, we are majority in National Assembly. We don't have numbers in lower house. We respect people's mandate that they are here to run the government for 5 years. We are here to play our role of opposition, but that doesn't mean that we oppose for the sake of opposition. We play our role very constructively. And I expect that all the time you don't rely on only social media platforms, but also rely on having good relationship with your team members. I always want to see my Prime Minister as a captain of team, and all other as team members. Even during this is what we have advised Prime Minister this morning. So this is the federal Nepal. We have 7 provinces. We have 753 very powerful local governments. So when you say my government is doing this, then also think of these local governments. They're all your partners. Take them as partners. Take us as partners. So this is not same old Nepali Congress. We have number of disagreements on number of policies, but we just don't simply say no. We say this is wrong and this is alternative. Our criticism is based on evidences, research. So, this is what I expect from Prime Minister. I don't have anything, to complain about the way of communication, the mode of communication. That's your choice.
गगन जी, मैं नेपाली कांग्रेस पर भी अब बात करना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी और खुद संघर्षों से निकली हुई पार्टी, लेकिन इन सबके बीच एक संघर्ष अभी आपकी पार्टी के भीतर भी चल रहा है।
अभी भी चल रही है कोर्ट में, आज भी
अभी भी चल रहा है, कोर्ट से आ रहे हैं, सीधे वहीं से आ रहे हैं। कार्यकर्ता किसको समझेगा? असली नेपाली कांग्रेस किसके पास है?
नेपाली कांग्रेस किसके पास है?
असली नेपाली कांग्रेस किसके पास है?
मेरे पास, इसलिए तो आपने मुझे यहाँ पे बुलाया। नहीं तो आप बुलाते क्यों? सभी लोग जानते हैं मेरे पास है। इसलिए
ये वायरल होने वाला है ये।
कार्यकर्ता भी यही मान रहा है।
जरूर ये कार्यकर्ता इट्स नॉट ओनली ऑफ कार्यकर्ता की बात, पार्टी कार्यकर्ता और नेता इसके कॉम्बिनेशन, दिस इज नॉट ओनली कॉम्बिनेशन कार्यकर्ता नेता। पार्टी का वो जो सपोर्टर्स होते हैं, जो शुभचिंतक होते हैं, खास करके मैं समझता हूँ कि वो क्या सोचते हैं पार्टी के बारे में। और हम लोगों ने यही गलती की पहले, हम लोगों की पार्टी में कन्वेंशन होती है, वी गेट इलेक्टेड एंड दैट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। लीगली आई एम इलेक्टेड, बट टू हैव अ लेजिटिमेसी you need to have that wider support from your sympathizers, sometimes even from your critic. So हम नेपाली कांग्रेस के सभापति होने के नाते ये मैं अपने I take it as my duty क्योंकि I'm reaching out to my old leaders, all the dissatisfied factions, वो सब लोगों को एक साथ लेके चलेंगे, that is my duty. But that is not only that is not my duty. That my duty goes beyond that. What about lakhs of members? What about lakhs of sympathizers? What about the families who were with Nepali Congress since, so many generations? But this time they didn't vote for us. This time they voted for Manish. Manish himself, last time he voted for Nepali Congress. So there are so many people here, and we need to find it. Why? So I don't want to get just stuck in managing relationship with my dissatisfied factions here. I want to go beyond that. I want to go to people. I want to go to citizens. I want to go to young people. So I think they will decide.
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आपके पास कुछ पुराने लेसन्स भी हैं, सबक भी हैं, और नए दौर में पार्टी को एक तरह से री इन्वेंट भी आप अपनी लीडरशिप में कर रहे हैं। लेकिन नेपाली कांग्रेस इस समय भारत नेपाल के रिश्तों को, अगर मैं कहूँ नेपाली कांग्रेस 2.0 वर्जन हमारे सामने है, तो वो नेपाल और भारत के रिश्तों को इस नए दौर में कैसे डिफाइन करेगी?
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा इसमें कि हम लोग कागज में, बातों में, अभी इससे पहले सेशन में भी दैट वाज ब्रॉट अप हियर, हम लोग ऑल ऑफ अस फील दैट दिस इज अ वेरी स्पेशल रिलेशनशिप, सभी लोग मानते हैं। But as a nation, particularly as an economy, I would say, it's so underutilized, खास करके on part of Nepal. So, और बातें, हमारे संबंध कभी उतार चढ़ाव होते रहेंगे, दोस्त है, रिश्तेदार है, इसलिए होते सब, ये सब चलती रहेगी। पर जिस तरह का गुडविल is there for Nepal and Nepali people, and there's a giant economy there, and we have so many, we have to leverage it. So मैं चाहूँगा कि in next 10 years, I'd like to see Nepal gaining so many benefits. And of course, there's always mutual. But we have to make our move. Nobody will just wait for us. We have to make our moves. We have to make it very clear. And as there was asked, what do you want, from this emerging India? We have to make it very clear. And if whatever we used to say in boardroom, we have to have that guts to say it in public. This double standard is not going to work. Let us make it very clear. We have some issues, we'll deal with it. We are friends, we are brothers, and then we will reap benefit out of it.
आपने मनीष जी का अभी नाम लिया, तो क्या आप ये बताना की कोशिश कर रहे थे कि नेपाली कांग्रेस का भी योगदान है ये सरकार बनाने में?
नेपाली कांग्रेस का योगदान इस तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि अगर हम लोग जिस समय there was such a demand to see change in Nepali Congress, leadership, policies, उस समय वो बदलाव हम लाते, तो ये लोग तो कांग्रेस में रहते हैं।
I have one question for you, and that will take you back 20 years, because when I met you 2 months back, we were sitting in your office, and you narrated me one incident of you being a protester many years back, and you meeting our CEO and editor-in-chief Rahul Kanwal while he was reporting here almost 2 decades ago. Could you tell us that story? क्या हुआ था?
Yeah, 2 incidents. One, I still remember, I'm not very sure about that, but it was just few days before this royal announcement was made of reinstatement of Parliament, back probably in the very 1st of April. So one of my local journalist friend here, he brought him to my house, which was burned down just last year. And then, so I was just rushing out of my house because I got a message that there was police already there, but he didn't leave me. So there was a narrow gully there, so he interviewed me there. That was one, and the last time was on the very day of April 6th. So as I was taking shelter in one of my friend's house, so that was my first interview after our parliament was reinstated. I still remember it was just after midnight.
All right, I think time's up. That's what our producers are telling us. But thank you very much, Gaganta ji, for joining us.
आदित्य जाते जाते एक बार पूछ लेते हैं, पॉलिटिक्स की तो बहुत बातें हो गई, फिल्में देखने का समय मिलता है?
मिलता है।
मिलता है। इंडिया की कोई फेवरेट फिल्म जो आप बताना चाहें? अभी तो मनीषा जी भी आ गई हैं। वेलकम मैम।
1942 A Love Story.
You said it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gaganta ji, for joining us on NDTV Anviksha.
गगन जी के साथ अपने सेशन की बात जब हमने खत्म की तो फिल्मों पर आकर खत्म की और एक छोटा सा हिंट आप सभी को भी मिल गया होगा कि हमारा अगला सेशन किस दिशा में जा रहा है। राजनीति की बात हुई, इकोनॉमी की, फॉरेन पॉलिसी की, अलग अलग मुद्दों पर हमने आज बात की, लेकिन सिनेमा ने कैसे दोनों देशों को जोड़ा है उस पर बात करने के लिए और कैसे महिलाओं का रिप्रेजेंटेशन आज के दौर में, आज के वक्त में दोनों देशों की रिलेशनशिप को डिफाइन करेगा, इस विषय पर बात करने के लिए मैं स्टेज पर मनीषा कोइराला जी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ। योर मोस्ट वेलकम मैम। अनवीक्षा भारत नेपाल डायलॉग में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और बहुत इंतजार हो रहा था आपके लिए, प्लीज आइए।
Manisha ji, I think audience is here, but across India as well, we're waiting for this moment. Ever since we announced NDTV Anviksha, I think one person that they've been waiting to hear is Manisha Koirala. So thank you very much for joining us here at NDTV Anviksha. We're honored. But let me begin by something that is close to your heart and also about your country. The last 24 hours have been devastating. You know, the moment we landed here, we heard about the flash floods and the kind of devastation, the kind of loss that we have had. How would you describe the situation? And I'm pretty sure that you've spoken to your people, you heard about the villages being completely washed away and the government trying to help out to the people. What would be your message to your own people today from this platform?
First of all, I want to thank you. Thanks to NDTV. आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार and welcome to Nepal. Though it's not the finest time, so my first thought are towards the people, the victim, the people who are suffering, prayers for them. I think we all need to pray for them. And beyond borders, beyond this thing, on a human to human level, to see in such a huge amount of human suffering, it's a heartbreaking situation. And it came all of a sudden, shockingly, like the way even the earthquake, I remember many years back, shattered. The visuals, the news, the stories, I've never seen. I don't think many of us have seen this kind of, floods or this kind of fury of the nature. And we all need to pray, and we all need to step forward to support and help. And
मनीषा जी, क्योंकि आज जब आप हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं और अन्वीक्षा की जब हम तैयारी कर रहे थे उस समय की परिस्थितियां कुछ और थीं, और फिर जैसा बीते एक दिन में जो कुछ हुआ, आपसे बातचीत के लिए बहुत सारे परिचय मैंने तैयार करे, बहुत सारे इंट्रोडक्शंस मैंने तैयार करे, और वो इंट्रोडक्शंस मेरे नहीं थे, वो उन सब लोगों के हैं जो आपकी फिल्मों को इस पूरे समय में देखते रहे हैं। एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा जैसे खिलता गुलाब, जैसे उजली किरण, जैसे वन में हिरन, जैसे चांदनी रात, जैसे नरमी की बात, जैसे मंदिर में हो एक जलता दिया। इससे खूबसूरत लव लेटर आज के दौर में भी कोई नहीं लिख पाया है जो उस गीत ने उस समय उस दौर में तय किया। इन सब गीतों को जब हम देखते हैं तो एक तरफ हमें नेपाल की परिस्थिति भी दिखाई देती है, और दूसरी तरफ ये बात भी है कि सिनेमा ने कैसे लोगों के जख्मों पर मरहम लगाया है। सिनेमा के किरदारों ने कैसे उन आवाज़ों को मंच दिया जिनके पास शायद आवाज़ नहीं थी, और आपके ऐसे किरदार, चाहे 1942 लव स्टोरी हो, सलाम बॉम्बे हो, चाहे उसके बाद की जो फिल्में रही हैं, उन सब में हमने उन किरदारों को देखा। आज के वक्त में जब आप पीछे मुड़कर देखती हैं इस पूरे दौर को, भारत और नेपाल के रिश्ते आपको कहाँ खड़े दिखाई देते हैं सिनेमा के आईने से, सिनेमा के चश्मे से?
मुझे तो लगता है कि जो भारत और नेपाल का जो एक यूनिक रिश्ता है, वेदर हम सब जानते हैं कल्चरली, रिलीजियसली, इन सो मेनी वेज, लैंग्वेज वाइज, देयर इज अ सर्टेन लेवल ऑफ बॉन्ड। और मैं हमेशा क्या कहती हूँ कि हम लोग आए हैं और हम लोग एक दिन ऊपर चले जाएंगे, will not, but the border between the two nations, the friendship between the two nations will forever remain. And we as human being, mortal human being, we should always keep that in mind and do whatever we have to do. अभी आपने फिल्मों की बात कही तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि एक कोलैबोरेशन हो नेपाल फिल्म इंडस्ट्री और बॉम्बे फिल्म इंडस्ट्री और इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के साथ, कुछ आइडियाज़, कुछ नॉलेज आदान प्रदान हो, कुछ अच्छे काम हो, टुगेदर विल बी वंडरफुल।
इनफैक्ट जब मैं आपकी फिल्मों का ही जिक्र कर रही थी, बहुत सारे लोग जो इस वक्त हमें बैठकर सुन रहे हैं वो ज़रूर इस बात से अग्री करेंगे। मनीषा जी के बहुत सारे एवीज और पिक्चर्स भी इस वक्त चल रहे हैं, तो वो वक्त जब भारत में आपकी फिल्मों के बाद जिन जिन घरों में लड़कियां पैदा हुई उनका नाम मनीषा रखा जाना शुरू हो गया। घुंघराले बाल एक स्टाइल स्टेटमेंट हो गया। मनीषा जी की जो आंखें हैं उनको एक विशेषण के रूप में लोगों ने इस्तेमाल करना शुरू किया। ये है ओजी ट्रेंड सेटर, और इसलिए मैं चाहूंगी एक बार प्लीज आप उनके आर्ट फॉर्म के लिए, उनके सिनेमा के लिए जरूर जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू सो मच।
तो आज
लेकिन इसमें मेरा कुछ क्रेडिट नहीं है, क्रेडिट तो मेरी माँ बेटी है,
सुशीला जी का
मेरे पिताजी और मेरे।
गंगा हमेशा हिमालय से बहती हैं और उसके बाद फिर आगे तक पहुंचती चली आती हैं, तो सोर्स हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। नमस्ते मैम, सोर्स हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। आपका भी संबंध बनारस से है, तो मैं तो आपको आज बनारस की यादों में भी लेकर जाऊंगी। मैंने आपके स्कूल का नाम भी अपने पास लिख कर रखा था, बसंत महाविद्यालय बनारस,
बसंत कन्या महाविद्यालय, कन्या महाविद्यालय था।
बताइए वहाँ के बारे में जरा कुछ, आपकी स्कूलिंग जब वहाँ हुई वो वक्त
So
कैसा था?
basically, our family was on a political exile, and I was raised in Banaras, and that school actually my mother had studied, so she put me into that school, and I think मेरी हिंदी शुद्ध है इसीलिए कि मेरी बेसिक स्टडीज़ हिंदी में ही हुई है, तो हालांकि मुझे अपने आप को ढालना पड़ा बम्बईया हिंदी में, लेकिन मुझे अभी भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से बनारस की गलियां याद है, बनारस का के पुराने घर याद है। मैं बहुत बार गई हूँ और वापस बहुत बार मैं बैठती हूँ और घाट में बैठ के अपना मेडिटेट करती हूँ। अगर मुझे इनकॉग्निटो में चली गई तो me, my family have always enjoyed being always our younger days being part of Banaras. It's a privilege and honor.
If I can take that forward, you come from a family, Manisha ji, which has a political legacy and deeply rooted in Nepal. You've also seen a transformation in Nepal from a monarchy to a democracy, and from a democracy to a Gen Z movement last year. When you, in hindsight, think about it, look back, do you miss monarchy in some ways? Or do you feel just that the current form of democracy and the current form of republican system is the way forward?
So thank you for the question. And this is not the first time, I've always spoken about it, and I would want to elaborate slightly more, is that I firmly, first of all, when we look at Nepal, we need to understand political history of Nepal is quite different than political history of India. So whenever we're trying to, I would request everybody to understand, first of all, the country was made by the forefathers of the monarchy, of this present king's forefather. Because of that, this country exists. So the stake of the monarchy is much more for the existence of the country. And I remember my grandfather, B.P. Koirala, saying that in Nepali he had said, Mero Raja ko ghati eutai tarbar ko myanma cha, meaning my neck and the king's neck is on the same space. He represented democracy, and king represented the country, the unity. And I feel when we became republic, I don't think it was backed by a referendum. It was backed by a political debate in the parliament. It was imposed by external forces. And a lot of we Nepalese feel that Nepali voice was not even considered. That's why even till date, the king is very popular. And also I would like to say, I am progressive, I know that, but Nepal, Nepal is geographically in a very unique and special position. We have giants, grand superpowers as our neighbors. So for us, our identity, our unity matters the most. And the king represents that. King is above the political differences, the political games, the fighting, all that. It's a symbol of unity, and it's a symbol of a unique identity, which Nepal needs. And, but at the same time, I would say we need a stronger democracy, we need a stronger parliament. I believe in multi-party system, I believe in debate, I believe in free and fair elections, and let the government decide and run the country. but let the institution of monarchy remain like a unity, like a symbol of unity. Above all that.
You know, taking that forward, I remember you played character of Rajo, daughter of a revolutionary in 1942, a love story, and this was 3 decades ago.
Right.
Now, when you look at Nepal, what happened last year, you remember the visuals of the Nepal parliament burning and a lot of government and constitutional, bodies being set afire. And there was a revolution, the Gen Z revolution that happened, and now we have the Bal and Shah government.
Right.
But when you think about this transformation, political transformation, and the rebellion that you saw, did you see the same kind of rebellion that was witnessed there, or did you see this kind of a directionless movement happening?
So there are a couple of things. I support younger generation's energy. I support and I salute the fact that they stood up against corruption. They stood up against the political class failing to address the corruption. And I feel it's too early for me or anybody to discredit them. But I also believe that only because you're young doesn't mean you'll be a good leader. There is a wisdom, there is an experience, there is something which is also very much a country needs. So this whole that you're young so you become is not. I think it's a farce. I am looking forward to having a great delivery by the Balin government. I'm hopeful. I don't know. At the end of the day, accountability matters. At the end of the day, delivery matters. So let's see. Also, can I add something? In Nepal's political history, this is not the first time the younger generation has taken a leadership. My grandfather, for that matter, was very young when he took the leadership. With him, his friends like Krishna Prasad Bhattrai, Ganesh Manji, all were very young. So we already have examples of younger people coming into the politics and taking leadership. So maybe the present leadership, the present young leadership should have an example of such times as well.
आदित्य ने 1942 का जिक्र किया मैम और साथ में जेनजी की बात हो पाई, तो आप तो खुद अपने ज़माने की जेनजी रही है, इसमें तो किसी को कोई डाउट नेपाल में होना नहीं चाहिए. पॉलिटिक्स से दूरी बनानी थी, फिल्मों का रास्ता आपने पकड़ा, लेकिन एक छोटा सा किस्सा मेरे पास भी है और ये सवाल मैं चाहूँगी जो जेनजी को लेकर मैंने पूछा, आप ही की लाइफ के एक एग्जाम्पल से समझेंगे. 1942 लव स्टोरी के पहले स्क्रीन टेस्ट के बाद विदु विनोद चोपड़ा जी ने आपको रिजेक्ट किया था, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग. आपने 24 घंटे मांगे, गिव मी 24 आवर्स, पूरी रात तैयारी की, एंड द नेक्स्ट डे यू वर इन द फिल्म. एम आई राइट?
एब्सोल्युटली, मेरी माँ गवाह है इस बात की. और टिल डेट आई एम एक्सट्रीमली ग्रेटफुल फॉर विनोद for giving me a chance to act as a Rajjo. That's a lifetime's this thing. And also making me realize that I wasn't good enough. I had to buck up. Because you need a good teacher. And you need to be willing to learn and put in the hard work, But I remember the first screen test, he said, Manisha, you're a shit actress. Sorry to use that word, but and I said, please give me one more day. And that day, actually, I forgot to eat, I forgot to sleep. I was just with that lines, how do I do it, how do I do it? And next day,
लेकिन जेनजी की जिद को अगर डायरेक्शन सही मिल जाए तो जिंदगी पलट सकती है.
vision and direction is really needed. And घर में भी मुझे क्या लगता है ना, जब बच्चे बड़े होते हैं तो we need to encourage them, लेकिन एक गाइडेंस अगर मिलता है. मैं अपने खुद का एग्जाम्पल, अपने आप का एक जो खराब एग्जाम्पल है, लेकिन मैं देना चाहूँगी कि मैं जब यंग थी ना, मैं किसी की नहीं सुनती थी. आई वॉज अ रिबेल विदाउट अ कॉज काइंड ऑफ अ पर्सन. और मैं अब जब देखती हूँ तो लगता है कि खामखा कि जब कोई कह रहा है कि भैया वो रिश्ते में मत जाओ जिसमें पॉट होल है, मैं उस वक्त कहती थी मैं गिर के खुद एक्सपीरियंस करके खुद जाऊंगी। अब लगता है वो इतना टाइम क्यों बर्बाद करना, when you know that road it has avoid that. So for Gen Z, my request would be, please don't discredit older people's wisdom and their experience. Take good guidance, have a vision. You wanted change, great, but change, what is your vision? That be clear about and work towards that.
इसी में एक सवाल जोड़ूंगी आदित्य, क्योंकि आपने फिल्मों का रास्ता पकड़ा क्योंकि राजनीति में नहीं आना था, ये आपकी चॉइस उस समय की थी। अब समय बदला, अनुभव आ गए हैं, दुनिया आपने पूरी देख ली है और अब आप नेपाल में जब हैं, यहाँ के राजनीतिक हालात भी बदल गए हैं। क्या मनीषा कोइराला राजनीति की तरफ जाने के बारे में कोई विचार रखती हैं, सोचती हैं, या कोई ऐसा विकल्प आया तो उसके बारे में सोचेंगी?
ऑनेस्टली मैं राजनीति को बचपन से ही देखते आ रही हूँ, तो मुझे कुछ नया करना था तो मैं फिल्मों में आ गई हूँ। और एट हार्ट आई एम एन आर्टिस्ट एंड आई मे बी मिसफिट फॉर द मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिक्स। हालांकि by default, I like to know what's happening in the country, outside the country, in the world. I am well versed with what's happening, but I don't see myself getting involved in mainstream politics.
Manisha ji, you became a star in India and might I say the world at a time when it was almost unthinkable for a Nepali girl to make it big, that too in the Indian film industry. And now after 32 years, your film 1942 A Love Story is back in the theaters. And when you look back and look now at yourself on the screens, what do you think? Do you think a kind of a pride of a young Nepali woman fighting and struggling and making it big? Do you feel a certain amount of sadness, the kind of struggle that you had to go through? And finally, what would be your message to the Gen Z that we have been talking about? Some kind of inspiring words for them on the path ahead.
So, when I listen to this question, I have mixed emotions. Life is multi-layered, and it's never black or white. It has many layers and complexities. मुझे एक ही उदाहरण याद आता है, जैसे कि आप सोने को पिघलाते हो जला के, फिर ठोक ठोक के ज्वेलरी बनाते हो, तभी जाके एक खूबसूरत कुछ बनता है। लाइफ इज दैट। आई डोंट थिंक एनी लाइफ विदाउट स्ट्रगल हैज ब्यूटी। लाइफ इज फुल ऑफ स्ट्रगल, एंड हायर the challenges, the bigger the challenges, it kind of makes you more sharper, more tuner, more sensitive, more this thing. So it has my struggles, my pain, my loneliness, my hardship has only fine-tuned me as an artist. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful for getting from life, for getting an opportunity to work in such a highly competitive and a highly talented industry like a film industry in India. But life's beauty is in struggles and highs and lows, and life is more meaningful when you see all sides of life, and you can hug the troubled time as well as a success equally. Then I feel, there's a certain amount of growth. To the Gen Z, I would love to say something, that this is one life. One life. Just go out there, grab it, do what you think is best for you. Just don't be too inhibited. Just go and grab the life and do your best and fulfill all your dreams and ambition, and be willing to work hard, willing to put in the hours, willing to take suffering and failure and still take it head on. and just embrace life.
You know, when we met 2 months ago at your residence, I remember you and your respected mother saying that you watch a lot of OTT nowadays. But any films that you've watched in the recent times, how's been this journey of a transformation, not just in Bollywood, in the overall Indian film industry? Any thoughts of the kind of transformation, the OTT culture, the new original content that is coming in, and any comments on the latest films that have come in? Any favorites?
So I think the whole world's, there's a nice transition that is happening since 90s to now. Earlier, cinema was focused towards starship. Now I think the content is the star, and which is great. You see the floods of talent coming in, which not necessarily a hero material or a heroine material, but flooded with talent and flooded with, you know, zeal. So I love watching movies which could be commercially super hit like Dhurandhar, or I would love to watch a movie like Lapita Ladies, you know, and because I think now the OTT platform gives you options, you can see everything. And because of OTT platform, you don't, you know, it's like earlier, a big production house, big hero, big heroine, and that's it. Today, because of content driven, there's many different kind of actors, many different kind of directors, many different kind of, the choices. As long as you're talented and you have something to show, I think you have the viewers.
मुझे लगता है सौदागर से लेकर अभी हीरा मंडी तक वो पूरी जर्नी जो मनीषा जी की हमारे सामने है, उससे तो किसी को कोई इनकार हो नहीं सकता. आपने जीवन की उतार चढ़ाव और स्ट्रगल्स का जिक्र किया. कैंसर के खिलाफ जो आपकी लड़ाई थी और उससे आप जिस तरह से फाइट बैक करके आई हैं, वो तो सभी के लिए इंस्पिरेशन है ही. उससे जुड़ी एक बात मैं आपसे ज़रूर पूछना चाहूँगी, लेकिन उससे पहले जीवन में कितने ही संकट क्यों ना आ जाए, लेकिन लोगों का प्यार आपके लिए नहीं बदलता. और इंडिया से बहुत सारे लोगों ने आपके लिए बहुत सारा प्यार भेजा है. उसे लेकर एक छोटा सा एवी हमारे पास है. हम चाहेंगे एक बार आपके लिए उसको ज़रूर यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट करें.
इट इज़ बॉम्बे. मुझे जो मेरी मतलब खुद पर्सनली जो पसंद है वो मन है मूवी. सो माय फेवरेट मूवी इज बॉम्बे. आई लव हर इन ये खामोशी and Dil Se Bool. The movie which I liked most was Man, and the second one was Dil Se. So for me, I recently watched a movie Maska. It was very joyful to watch her with all the grace. Man was a film that, I mean, the music is music of all the films, but Man was something. Yeah, I'll go with Man. I would say Hira Mande because of her bold acting. My favorite movie is 1942, A Love Story.
India's Gen Z.
So her songs
Some of them said we are jealous that you are going to interview Manisha Koirala. So that is also a love for you from India.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful for this love, you know, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to go and show my work and be able to work. I'm hugely indebted, yeah.
आपने एक इंटरव्यू में बताया था कि न्यूयॉर्क में कैंसर के इलाज के दौरान एक अनजान महिला थी जो आपसे मिलने के लिए आती थी अक्सर संडे के दिन, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, एज पर दिस इंटरव्यू. और उन्होंने कहा था, आपने शायद उनसे पूछा होगा कि वो आपसे मिलने आती है, तो उन्होंने कहा था मैं इसलिए आती हूँ ताकि कभी आप किसी और के लिए ऐसा कर सकें. आपने पोस्ट ट्रीटमेंट ऐसा कुछ किया, और ये इंसिडेंट क्या था? कौन थी वो लेडी जो आपसे मिलने आती थी? क्या बात होती थी?
So this is a beautiful story. I love repeating this because it changed me. It gave me a new way of looking at life. उनका नाम जीना जी, and उन्होंने, she is also a doctor, and basically she would spend her Sundays with me in the hospital in the most uncomfortable chair and spend the entire day with me. Ek Sunday, do Sunday, three, many, and then I was very confused, so I basically asked her, Zina ji, why are you spending your precious Sunday with me? because you know, when you're a doctor in there, as a doctor you don't have enough time. So one Sunday, that too she's spending with me. So I would basically I said, you're not my fan, you're not somebody that I've known, or you're not my friend as well, but आप क्यों आती हैं? तो कहती हैं मैं इसलिए आती हूँ मनीषा जी, ताकि someday you do this for somebody else. I was like so taken aback that, oh, she's setting an example of giving forward. I used to be lonely. I used to be very scared of death and disease and all that. And to come and hold my hand in that time and spend the entire day with me was precious to me, much more precious than anything else. So yeah, I mean, that was such a beautiful message I received from her, and that transformed me. That made me realize, you know, paying forward adds value in your life, in my life.
आप गई फिर कभी किसी हॉस्पिटल में कभी किसी से मिलने या कोई मुलाकात?
मैं जाती रहती हूँ.
I know it's very personal to you.
जी, मैं जाती रहती हूँ. And I would love to give encouragement. I would love to talk about it as much as I can. And I don't know if I should, maybe I should have mentioned right now. So one of my aunt is going through a tough time recently, and I had sent a message yesterday, and she has sent me such a beautiful long message. I wish to go and meet her also.
Thank you very much for saying that. But before we end, any final thoughts about India and Nepal? Because, you know, we talk about the civilizational values of both countries, the same culture, the same belonging. We eat similar food often. But we're looking towards a new chapter now. You know, we had the foreign minister earlier in the day and the Indian ambassador as well. Both of them stressed that both the prime ministers will be meeting later this year.
Right.
So we have a confirmation on that.
Right.
So there is a new beginning that is being made. How would you see, as somebody who has seen the relationship very closely and coming from a political family, what would be Manisha Koirala's vision for India and Nepal to collaborate together?
So, the best thing I find it, because it's so culturally similar to each other, is people to people. Of course, political heads and they should have best of relation, but it's people to people interaction, people to people love and affection and respect that matters, and that's forever lasting. I'll give you an example, like my friends in Bombay, Mumbai, they love listening about, you know, and they want to come to Kathmandu, they want to come to Nepal, and you know, likewise my family members, they keep going to India so much, you know, ye tirth, wo tirth, yahan ghumna, wahan ghumna. So it's already there, and it should be more encouraged, I feel. And I feel when a government, whether it's a big country or a small country or this or that, on a state-to-state level, if there's a deep respect and trust, and if we treat each other with dignity and respect, and that's the best way forward. Any relationship, any friendship without trust and respect doesn't mean anything.
And do you go to Mumbai often now, and any food in particular that you miss?
I love Mumbai street foods.
The Pani Puri and the Vada Pavs of Mumbai.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So on that
और इस बातचीत को खत्म करें उससे पहले एक आखिरी सवाल मनीषा जी आपसे मैं जरूर पूछना चाहूंगी। बाबा पशुपतिनाथ की धरती से बाबा विश्वनाथ की धरती पर आपको वापस लेकर जा रही हूँ, बनारस।
You know, imagine, I feel so blessed that the two ancient cities of the world, you know, Banaras and Kathmandu. I mean, I feel so blessed.
बनारस में आपकी फेवरेट जगह कौन सी है?
Favorite jagah, I love ghats. I'm sorry to say this, but I love to sit there and just take it all in. I love ghats.
वहाँ पे अभी आखिरी बार टमाटर की चाट कब खाई?
कब खाई हूँ?
अभी हाल फिलहाल में आना जाना हुआ या अभी हाल फिलहाल में खाना हुआ?
नहीं, नहीं, नहीं।
चलिए, अब अगली बार आप जब भी जाएं तो जरूर वहाँ के खाने का आनंद लें और हमें भी आपकी विजिट का फिर अंदाजा मिलेगा। आजकल तो इंस्टाग्राम पर और सोशल मीडिया पर तस्वीरें आती ही हैं।
I think it's a discussion with Sushila ji that we need to have. Sushma ji, we need to have on Banaras because
बनारस वाली कचौड़ी।
we take that as an invitation and coming soon. Thank you very much, Sushma ji, and thank you very much, Manisha ji.
Thank you for having me. Thank
We
you.
are honored to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Manisha Koirala ji for joining us at the NDTV Anviksha. I will request all our participants to head for a short tea break, and after a few minutes we'll be joining back and taking forward the evening round of the inaugural NDTV Anviksha. Please join us for tea. Tradition that we will be assembling back in this hall at 4:40 p.m. We invite you all for a tea break and we'll be heading back into the hall at 4:40 p.m.
representing over 20 global brands and earning the trust of over 1 million happy customers. We put you first. Customization is our core value. Delivering continuous growth. Building world-class quality locally and expanding production. Leading Nepal's electric revolution with electric mobility and charging stations. Empowering thousands through community development and skill building. Contributing in infrastructure development of Nepal. Moving Nepal forward. MAW Group, keeping commitments, building trust.
That captures the essence of Nepal. Vibrant colors weave a tapestry of refined elegance. A festival of shades brought to life by Royal. Regal hues to transform your home. The timeless grandeur of living history. A fiery beauty that radiates grace. Songs from the valleys of Nepal, a symphony of promise and optimism. A delicate dance of fragility and wonder. The language of the universe. Rebirth, renewal. The blooming of a new season that awakens joy. The majestic Himalayas, meditative, reflective, a surrender to silence. An exquisite palette of colors for your home, echoing the spirit of Nepal's landscape. Royal by Asian Paints.
क्यों हो गया आज झूठ से सामना? कौन सा झूठ? जो इतने सालों से आपके झूठ पेस्ट ने ओरल केयर के बारे में बताया है। तो फिर सच क्या है? टूथपेस्ट पतंजलि दंत कांति आयुर्वेद और साइंस ने मिलकर बनाया है इसे। इसकी 16 जड़ी बूटियों से मिले आपके दांतों और मसूड़ों को कंप्लीट ओरल हेल्थ का सच।
In this revolution, we unveil a historic technological collaboration where the two trailblazing companies led the foundation for a historic journey. This means for customers of India and Nepal, one can securely and conveniently make instant payment through QR code across various shops and merchant stores by using the mobile application certified by PhonePe and NPCI. For merchants, it opens doors to a broader customer base, accept payments from a vast cross-border market, making business smoother than ever. Whether you're trekking in the Himalayas, savoring the flavor of Indian and Nepalese cuisine, or marveling at the architectural wonders, our two nations are open to all who wish to experience the magic they offer. From the heart of India to the peaks of Nepal, our journey continues empowering lives and bridging borders through digital payment services.
with one man, one vision. A vision that grew with Nepal for over 5 decades. From a strong foundation to water supply and storage and for a better living. Panchakanya Group since 1972, building today, building for generations.
Healthcare is more than treatment. It is care, skill, and the ability to make a difference. At Parul University, students learn through clinical training, simulation labs, and real healthcare exposure. This practical approach prepares them for impactful careers across diverse healthcare and allied science disciplines. Choose Parul University, the possible campus.
Built on over 6 decades of heritage, MAW Group stands as Nepal's largest automobile conglomerate, representing over 20 global brands and earning the trust of over 1 million happy customers. We put you first. Customization is our core value. Delivering continuous growth. Building world-class quality locally and expanding production. Leading Nepal's electric revolution with electric mobility and charging stations. Empowering thousands through community development and skill building. Contributing in infrastructure development of Nepal. Moving Nepal forward. MAW Group, keeping commitments, building trust.
That captures the essence of Nepal. Vibrant colors weave a tapestry of refined elegance. A festival of shades brought to life by Royal. Regal hues to transform your home. The timeless grandeur of living history. A fiery beauty that radiates grace. Songs from the valleys of Nepal, a symphony of promise and optimism. A delicate dance of fragility and wonder. The language of the universe. Rebirth, renewal. The blooming of a new season that awakens joy. The majestic Himalayas, meditative, reflective, a surrender to silence. An exquisite palette of colors for your home, echoing the spirit of Nepal's landscape. Royal by Asian Paints.
क्यों हो गया झूठ से सामना? कौन सा झूठ? जो इतने सालों से आपके झूठ पेस्ट ने ओरल केयर के बारे में बताया है। तो फिर सच क्या है? ट्रूथ पेस्ट पतंजलि दंत कांति आयुर्वेद और साइंस ने मिलकर बनाया है इसे। इसकी 16 जड़ी बूटियों से मिले आपके दांतों और मसूड़ों को कंप्लीट ओरल हेल्थ का सच।
In this revolution, we unveil a historic technological collaboration where the two trailblazing companies led the foundation for a historic journey. This means for customers of India and Nepal, one can securely and conveniently make instant payment through QR code across various shops and merchant stores by using the mobile application certified by PhonePe and NPCI. For merchants, it opens doors to a broader customer base, accept payments from a vast cross-border market, making business smoother than ever. Whether you're trekking in the Himalayas, savoring the flavor of Indian and Nepalese cuisine, or marveling at the architectural wonders, our two nations are open to all who wish to experience the magic they offer. From the heart of India to the peaks of Nepal, our journey continues empowering lives and bridging borders through digital payment services.
With one man, one vision. A vision that grew with Nepal for over 5 decades. From a strong foundation to water supply and storage, and for a better living. Panchakanya Group since 1972, building today, building for generations.
Healthcare is more than treatment. It is care, skill, and the ability to make a difference. At Parul University, students learn through clinical training, simulation labs, and real healthcare exposure. This practical approach prepares them for impactful careers across diverse healthcare and allied science disciplines. Choose Parul University, the possible campus.
Built on over 6 decades of heritage, MAW Group stands as Nepal's largest automobile conglomerate, representing over 20 global brands and earning the trust of over 1 million happy customers. We put you first. Customization is our core value. Delivering continuous growth. Building world-class quality locally and expanding production. Leading Nepal's electric revolution with electric mobility and charging stations. Empowering thousands through community development. And infrastructure development of Nepal. Moving Nepal forward. MAW Group, keeping commitments, building trust.
That captures the essence of Nepal. Vibrant colors weave a tapestry of refined elegance. A festival of shades brought to life by Royal. Regal hues to transform your home. The timeless grandeur of living history. A fiery beauty that radiates grace. Songs from the valleys of Nepal, a symphony of promise and optimism. A delicate dance of fragility and wonder. The language of the universe. Rebirth, renewal, the blooming of a new season that awakens joy. The majestic Himalayas, meditative, reflective, a surrender to silence. exquisite palette of colors for your home, echoing the spirit of Nepal's landscape. Royal by Asian Paints.
क्यों हो गया आज झूठ से सामना? कौन सा झूठ? जो इतने सालों से आपके झूठ पेस्ट ने ओरल केयर के बारे में बताया है। तो फिर सच क्या है? ट्रूथ पेस्ट पतंजलि दंत कांति, आयुर्वेद और साइंस ने मिलकर बनाया है इसे। इसकी 16 जड़ी बूटियों से मिले आपके दांतों और मसूड़ों को कंप्लीट ओरल हेल्थ का सच।
In this revolution, we unveil a historic technological collaboration where the two trailblazing companies led the foundation for a historic journey. This means for customers of India and Nepal, one can securely and conveniently make instant payment through QR code across various shops and merchant stores by using the mobile app certified by PhonePe and NPCI. For merchants, it opens doors to a broader customer base, accept payments from a vast cross-border market, making business smoother than ever. Whether you're trekking in the Himalayas, savoring the flavor of Indian and Nepalese cuisine, or marveling at the architectural wonders, our two nations are open to all who wish to experience the magic they offer. From the heart of India to the peaks of Nepal, our journey continues empowering lives and bridging borders through digital payment services.
It began with one man, one vision. A vision that grew with Nepal for over 5 decades. From a strong foundation to water supply and storage and for a better living. Panchakanya Group since 1972, building today, building for generations.
Healthcare is more than treatment. It is care, skill, and the ability to make a difference. At Parul University, students learn through clinical training, simulation labs, and real healthcare exposure. This practical approach prepares them for impactful careers across diverse healthcare and allied science disciplines. Choose Parul University, the possible campus.
Built on over 6 decades of heritage, MAW Group stands as Nepal's largest automobile conglomerate, representing over 20 global brands and earning the trust of over 1 million happy customers. We put you first. Customization is our core value. Delivering continuous growth. Building world-class quality locally and expanding production. Leading Nepal's electric revolution with electric mobility and charging stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I please request you all to take your
through
seats.
community development
NDTV World Anviksha,
and skill building.
the India-Nepal dialogues are about to start for the evening session. Could I please request you all to take your seats so we can start the evening session of NDTV World Anviksha.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us yet again for the evening session of the NDTV Anviksha. I hope you enjoyed your tea because we have a power-packed lineup through the evening. We have some politicians coming from Nepal and India. We'll have Finance Minister Swarnim Vagle, apart from that former minister and senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad, and several other important sessions through the day. But for the next session, I would like to invite Fur Gelje Sherpa, President, Nepal Mountaineering Association, Anurag Malu, mountaineer and founder of the Glacier Diplomat, the Voice of Glaciers Foundation, and Saurabh Bata, global speaker and peak performance strategist. We discuss grit and determination in mountaineering, and to conduct this session, the moderator, Vishnu Som of NDTV.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the day, we've been talking about so many aspects of the relationship between Nepal and India, but it comes at a time when there's been a tremendous tragedy with an unknown number of lives which have been lost. There was an avalanche, with mud and a rivulet which ultimately burst its embankments. It resulted in very high water levels, and we've seen the damage and devastation some time back. The reason I mention this is because ice slips or avalanches are all too common in the high Himalayas. They're triggered by different factors. Who we have over here are some of the finest mountaineers in Nepal and from India as well. But what this session is about is something deeply personal to me. And I thought I'd spend a minute telling you about why this is very personal. I grew up, I studied for a few years in St. Paul's, Darjeeling, with the Kanchenjunga behind me. In subsequent years, I built a home near Ranikhet in Uttarakhand, where I see the Nanda Devi, Nanda Kot. To my north, I see the Panchachuli. To my right, at 3 p.m. on a clear day. And so the mountains mean the world to me. And one of the greatest heroes that Nepal has produced in mountaineering is Nims Purja, who very tragically lost his life on Broad Peak, which he was trying to ascend on a record attempt on Broad Peak. This happened just a few weeks back. I had reached out to Nims Purja and I said, Nims, you must come to Anviksha, the NDTV event which is being held today, this very one, in Kathmandu. And I thought that he would reply when he replied. He sent me a voice message from Camp 2 of Broad Peak at an altitude of about 17,000 feet. 17,000 feet or so, as he was about to make the final push. 13 hours later, he was dead, along with other members of that expedition, each and every one. I thought I'd play out that last message of Nims Purja over here for you to listen. It was sent on a satellite phone. It was a WhatsApp message to me where he said he would come, most likely, to this event. And he also spoke about where he was. So listen in before we begin this discussion.
Hey brother, greetings and namaste. Right now I'm at Camp 2 of Broad Peak, which is 1,000-meter mountains. I'm now currently running for 58th summit of 1,000-meter peaks, which is the highest in the world. I just opened the internet to check the weather forecast, but this message got downloaded as well, so I will be in touch after the summit. But yes, if anything, please leave the message, what you're thinking and all that. I will also be connecting Vicky, who manages all my diary and stuff and all that as well. And that will be easier to move the things forward. Hope you guys are well and great to be connected. Thank you guys, and greetings from Camp 2 on Broad Peak. Ciao, ciao.
Greetings from Camp 2 of Broad Peak, ciao ciao. Those were the final words, the final recorded words of the great Nims Puja. An inspiration, I mean, the fastest ascent of the 8,000 foot peaks. Of course, that's been beaten, but his was a world record. Your thoughts as you hear those words of Nims, because besides being a great mountaineer, he ensured that the Sherpa community in Nepal was seen around the world in a very different light. He projected the Sherpa community, and the Sherpas are the backbone of mountaineering. You're the greatest mountaineers on earth, full stop. There's no two debate about it. Tell us about Nims. Go ahead. Just put it to your mouth. Okay, okay. 1 second. You can use this. Yeah, just use that.
Thank you. Well, I mean, yes, it's a big tragedy that we lost Nims. We heard his voice. Just, I think it was a message to you, I think. So he was really a guy that wanted to do, something that he desires, And he's, for me, what I find on him is that he's a young guy who was established in some other developed country, but later on he thought that we can't do a lot in our own country. So that is how he returned back to Nepal, and he started a new adventurous job, climbing mountain, which was really tough decision that he made it. He abandoned his career, and then he changed everything, He changed completely new step. So then he came to Nepal, and then he started climbing peaks. He climbed along with the Sherpas, and then he found the trust of the Sherpas all the time. So then he trusted Sherpas, and that is how he decided to, make a lot of challenges. He tried to set a lot of records, which he was able to do it. So I always find, he was like a man who has a huge desire, huge dream, and he always set a destination where he want to go, and which he always try to do it. He has that guts inside him. So that is the reason that, but this all desires that he was not able to do it without support from Sherpas. So, but he found the Sherpas so honest, hardworking, yes, like a regular. The Sherpas have been working from the very beginning, from like 1953, since Edmund Hillary, and even before. The Sherpas have been working very honestly, number one, and second is very hardworking. They do it. So these are the two: hardworking and honesty. Nims Dai, Nirmal Purja, he found on. So that is how he decided to that I want to do something in Nepal. So he has done. And then after that, he was able to set several records. So after that, he think that I was doing this all, I was able to doing this all because of the support of the Sherpas. So that is how I have to pay back something to Sherpas. So that is how he carries the name of the Sherpas, and he planned to do a lot of things about the Sherpas.
I had a question for you. Do members of the Sherpa community have 3 lungs?
Well, we need to check it again.
Because the physical fitness which is required is unbelievable. Yeah. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. If there was one more chair over here today, it would have been for Nims Puja. Couldn't join us. But I'll tell you another person who we're very lucky to have. Anurag Mallu over here, in a sense, has no business to be here. But he is over here because of 2 factors. Number 1, God up there. And number 2, his own determination, his own strength, his physical fitness. He's going to tell us a story, but very briefly, a few years back, he had completed a summit of Annapurna. He was on his way back. That's when he tripped. He went into a crevice. There is usually no escape from a crevice, but he spent 72 hours in minus 40-degree temperatures in a crevice. And guess what? He's still over here. And the man who played a huge role in rescuing him is Sonak, who's seated to his left. So we're going to be hearing from both of them. Anurag, what kept you going?
Thank you, Vishnu. Just to clarify, I did not summit Annapurna. I turned back 150 meters below the summit because it was getting late in afternoon, the weather was getting bad, and if I would continue climbing, it's like a suicidal mission. So there is no point, you need to value the life. We made a decision to turn back after talking to the leader, and we came back to the lower camp. It was on April 16th. We came to Camp 4, and slept that night. Next morning, we were leaving from Camp 4 to Camp 3. The plan was to go and spend few days on lower camp at Camp 2 and recharge our batteries, get food, because we didn't had enough resources up in the higher camps. So when we were on our way back from Camp 4 to Camp 3 to Camp 2, and those who are in the world of mountaineering, they know Annapurna, the deadliest mountain, the 10th highest mountain, and between Camp 2 and Camp 3 is the most dangerous section of Annapurna that's very avalanche prone. Every 20-30 minutes there are avalanches coming there. So I was crossing that particular section. Suddenly at one point when I was rappelling down, I picked up a rope to come down, and I started descending down, and suddenly the rope vanished. That rope was broken and I had a huge fall to the surface, and then I slid into a crevasse. I entered that crevasse. A Brazilian climber, Moses, saw me falling, and he said, "You had a fall with this back, on your head. There was no way you would survive the impact of the fall." And I just vanished from that surface. No one can see me, no one can hear me, no one can find me. And I spent not 1 day, not 2 days, 3 days, 3 nights inside that crevasse, 70 meters under the earth at 6,000 meters at temperatures below -30, -40 degrees. And without food, without water, without no way to call mama on WhatsApp, nothing. And except the hope that someone would come to rescue me, that hope stayed alive, that someone would come to rescue me. People won't give up. And so that's the incident that happened on that mountain on April 17th, 2023, 3 years, ago.
What he hasn't added, perhaps he was going to, but I'm going to say it nonetheless, is when they managed to get him out, and Sonak is going to tell us how, they detected a feeble pulse, so he was alive, quite obviously.
So,
and then they did 4 hours of CPR.
Yeah.
4 hours of CPR to keep him going, because he may not have made it after a few minutes at all. I mean, they got him out because literally at the 11th hour, right?
Yeah, it's like a frozen body that has been taken out of a refrigerator. And, after 30 minutes, so once I was taken to the base camp, and my brother was there, and then he quickly took me to the nearest hospital, Manipal Teaching Hospital in Pokhara. And after 30 minutes of CPR there, that is a normal CPR, and after 30 minutes, Dr. Ashim Subedi and his team, they said there is no life in the body. We want to declare you dead. But then that's where my younger brother, Ashish, who was with Sonak, played a role. I think in Pokhara, he went alone, not with you. But he insisted doctor to continue giving CPR, that we know he is alive, because a lot of healers and different people from around the world have told my family. They were doing telepathic communication with me, and they said, "We know he's alive. You just ask doctor to continue giving CPR." And that CPR lasted for 4 hours, 5 minutes. And after that, I took my first breath in Pokhara. So that's where I say, I'm born in India, but I'm reborn from the womb of Annapurna in Nepal. So it's also my home.
How did you keep him going? how did you rescue him?
So, I don't know if that would be the right question, because I keep on getting a little bit of the credit, and I genuinely feel like I don't deserve that basket of the credit, because there were like a whole bunch of people, the entire communities of India, of Nepal, and people all around the world, anytime focused in one mission of having to see Anurag back in town, is smiling with that spirit that he have had. I was asked by one of our mutual friends to take the family of Anurag, who had come to Kathmandu, to the hotel. I took them to the hotel. I had not much of idea then. And one of the guys who was involved in coordination of the rescue, he came to me, Nepali guy, and then he told me that, Sonakji, I know you and I'm telling this to you. I cannot tell this to his family. There is no hope to this mission. That guy, Anurag, is probably dead, just like anyone else in his position would already have. And that shocked me, because we had not even tried anything. After a couple of minutes, I received a phone call from the office of the president. They asked me, what is the update with Anurag? And I'm like, why are you guys giving me the phone call? And then I started receiving phone calls from tons of people, from army officials, from India, from diplomats, from embassies, from tourism board associations. What happened was my number got circulated in WhatsApp, and people are like, I'm in the ground, I'm with the family, and everyone is giving me the phone call. And that was the moment when I'm like, I'm going to leave all of my work aside, and I'm going to focus on this priority until the mission is done. So what was happening behind the scene, Vishnu, was entire community, thousands of people in WhatsApp, they were into the mission. They were building the pressure, they were building the campaign, they were making the phone calls anywhere, wherever it was possible. They were trying to come up with innovative ideas, brainstorming what else could be done when the weather is bad. They were trying to find out who else would be able to risk their life in order to carry forward the rescue. So a lot of things were happening. But for the 2 days rescue, they said that rescue is happening, but we were skeptic about it. And after some time, also because of the huge pressure that happened, they attempted for the rescue. And before that, there were some other people who wanted to carry forward the rescue as well. So on the third day, they attempted the rescue. A lot of the gadgets.
Fourth day.
On the fourth day. So we had collected a lot of technological advanced equipments. They were not that useful in that particular altitude. But even then, the rescue was attempted on the fourth day, and it was medical miracle, it was rescue miracle, and it was absolute surprising thing for everyone who was out there.
Yeah.
Your recovery took a long period of time.
Yeah.
It's not like you walked out of hospital the next day.
No, absolutely not. But before I talk about recovery, I just want to talk about the rescue part in terms of, so in the end, the rescue was done by 2 Polish climbers, Adam and Marius, and along with a team of 5 Nepali Sherpas, from 7 summit treks, and a helicopter pilot, Sobit Gauchan. They all came together to recover my dead body, because no one thought I would be alive. And when they reached the bottom of the crevasse, when Adam found me, he kicked me basically. He thought it's a body. And then my chest moved. And then they put torch in my eyes, and there was a movement in the pupil. And that's where they said like, oh, he's alive, he's alive. And that was the moment, these people put their lives at risk to get me out. So there is just so much of sense of gratitude for them, for, people going out of their way for a fellow human being, because that's the mountaineer's code of conduct. Today it's you. That's what Adam told, when it was asked, he said, today it's you, and tomorrow it could be me. If not me, who else would? So,
Furgenji Sherpa, would you like to talk about that? The spirit of rescue.
Yes, Mr. Anurag, I just have got some information about this evacuation. I knew that your brother was in India, and your brother and you did have kind of spiritual connections, and you were under 70 meters under the ground, and your brother somehow figured out that you are still alive. And then your brother called here in Kathmandu to some of our friends and saying, my brother is still alive, he's waiting for us, please go. We need fast evacuation. So that was the reason that everybody put much pressure to conduct the evacuation as early as possible. Is that true or not?
Yes, so that part of the story, there were a lot of healers, telepathic communicators involved in my rescue. And from India, from Portugal, from Guatemala, Colombia, and they all said the one thing, that there is a motherly figure that's protecting him, and telepathic communicator, basically I'm telling them my state, how I'm feeling, what I'm going through inside the crevasse, and my last communication with them was on 19th of April, before an avalanche came and fully buried me under the snow. So all of that information they shared with my family. So family had full conviction that I am alive and they need to find a way to reach me anyhow. So family was just so adamant and very clear with only one single mission. We have to reach Anurag. So, you know, Indian Embassy of Kathmandu played a huge role in organizing a lot of resources. So there were just multiple things going in parallel, you know, the whole world coming together to bring me back home safely.
So Sonak, I don't know if you agree with me, but the two people to my left are basically crazy. Because like the entire world of mountaineers, they just want to keep doing it. They just want to keep climbing. They want to keep pushing themselves, and they know what they're getting into. What makes people like Mims Pooja or the two gentlemen over here, what makes them do it?
The one thing I truly believe is Anurag Malo's mission was the battle between extreme optimism versus the loudness of extreme pessimism. Nobody believed it would happen, and therefore what you said is so right, that there has to be some sort of madness and craziness and that spirit and that courage for you to go up there with minimal technology, risk your life because you want to save that guy that you have no idea who he is. So you got to just challenge whatever you are, your identity, your family and everything for you to be out there, and that definitely requires that sort of craziness. And Malo's rescue mission, Anurag's rescue mission was definitely a benchmark to this spirit of resilience, grit that is needed for rescue.
Purgeja Chepa, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just want to mention about evacuation of Mr. Anurag. So the evacuation is how important, and the evacuation is that we all figure out now, right? So there has been a rumor spread all over the world at the beginning of 2025 spring expedition time. They said everybody, a huge number of medias, more than 47, even television and print media, they all said in mountaineering, the peg rescue activities is going to take place. You know, they mentioned about it, peg rescue. And it is, I can tell through your very popular media, television, that in Nepal, in mountaineering, Mr. Anurag knows, no single peg rescue takes place in Himalayas, in mountaineering. But during the trekking, some people, some bad intention, you know, by those who keep bad intention, these people do it, some peg rescue. But now the government is working hard to control them. But in expedition, in climbing mountains, no single peg rescue is going to take place. Never taken place, and is not going to take place as well. So this I want to clear here.
Purgeja Sherpa, let me ask you this.
Okay.
You are 200 or 300 meters from the summit, and Anurag went through this, but the question is to you.
Yeah.
You're leading an expedition or are part of an expedition.
Yes.
The weather might be getting bad. Maybe it'll be okay.
Yeah.
When do you decide, I will not go? Or when do you decide, you will go? It's that life and death decision that defines success or death.
Yes.
How difficult is that call?
Yeah, it's very, very important questions. During the expedition period, we have two leaders, a group of the leader from foreign clients. We have a climbing Sherpa, we call Sardar, the guide. And these are the two important person inside the team. They decide. They check the situation, the condition of the climb, all the climbers, they both, and then we also normally take a doctor. We also take advice from the doctor, two leader, and the guide, main guide. These are the three main important person. They decide whether they bring them to the summit or they stop them, say, you know, you have to go down. So these are the three people, they decide. And we always train our climbing team, our climbing Sherpas, the guide, you know, to take proper care and proper decision. The decision of the guide and the two leader is the most important. That, you know, that makes either the client go up or down. So, and completely that decision is going to take place on the basis of condition of the client, how they are, how they feel, how they eat, you know, how they walk, how they breathe. These are the things, you know, they check it.
Anurag, I just wanted to sort of get your views, and we should talk a little bit about this. It's becoming more difficult to climb, isn't it? Because crevasses are forming more now, possibly because of a change in weather, it's getting hotter. Avalanches are being triggered more frequently. Is it now a deadlier sport?
Absolutely. I think with time, mountaineering will get lot more challenging and difficult. You know, there's a lot more rockfall happening because there's sometimes not enough snow on different faces of the mountain. And when there is not enough snow, you can't really, it's very hard to then climb. You know, snow, ice, the glaciers, that allows us to climb. Otherwise, these 8,000 meters, just imagine an 8,000 meter mountain without a snow. How will it look and how will you climb that? Snow is that glue that makes it easier for us to also climb. Hard snow, soft snow, all sorts of things. But with lot more now increasing avalanches, just changing weather patterns, changing climate conditions on high altitude Himalayas, it is getting extremely difficult. What we have seen either on Broad Peak, even on my incident, during that year, Adam and Marius, the Polish climbers, were supposed to attempt another side of Annapurna, another face of Annapurna to ski down from the mountain. But because of lack of snow on the mountain, they turned back. There was a lot of rockfall happening on their face. So they're like, it's foolish to continue climb. Let's come back. So they have to abandon their expedition because of lot of rockfall happening and lack of snow on the mountain due to climate change. And that is the reason they reached the base camp and they learn about my incident. So just wait and watch. It is going to be extremely difficult with climate conditions, changing. I remember when we went to Mount and he's like, ये crevasse तो यहाँ नहीं था पिछले साल. The crevasses conditions have opened up, new crevasses have opened up. Completely new route they have to create because it's not the same anymore. And every time now new routes have to be created. This year, Broad Peak avalanche is a clear example of that. Heavy snowfall happened few days before this, the incident, and I think that's where probably it's an important time to even ask this question. When there was heavy snowfall on the mountain, why there was an attempt to even climb? And unfortunately, yeah.
And we won't have an answer.
We don't have an answer. We were not there in that place why this decision was made, but yes.
Sonak, what is the death zone? How does the body start shutting down above 26,000 feet? Physiologically, what happens?
So I would be a bad person to answer this technical question. So I guess our technical expert.
No, he has 3 lungs. It doesn't affect him. He runs up and down. But why don't you answer? At 26,000 feet and above, in the death zone, as it's called, what happens to the body? How does the body begin shutting down?
Well, I mean, it depends on each individuals, At 26,000, when you reach there, I mean, you have a very thin oxygen there. So because of less oxygen, so your body can, work well. I mean, they can function properly. So in this case that we always advise them to have as much as liquid, eat proper, take good rest, and beside using other equipments which we take as a supplement, like oxygen and other things. But these are the major things that they feel it, so we let them to follow these advices.
Anurag, go ahead.
No, main thing what really happens is the oxygen level drops. It's not the oxygen level drop, it's above 8,000 meters, the oxygen density is very less. It's just 30% from what it is, much higher on the ground level, on the sea level, and then around 6,000 meters it's dropped to 50%. So the more higher you go, it keeps dropping, and then for even you have to take a step, you have to take a pause and then breathe heavily, and then that's why we use supplemental oxygen to climb.
Furgelche Sherpa, one final question. We are running short on time. You have led expeditions, I'm sure, in the past. You know many others who've done that. People come here to Nepal from all across the world. They pay hundreds of thousands of dollars because insurance is very heavy. They come with a certain amount of training and they have the expectation that I'm going to be on top. Yes. But it's your job to save their lives, that's even true. Though they have put in a lot of money.
That's true.
At what stage in your own head do you decide he is going to make it or she is going to make it or he or she will not make it and I need to save them before it becomes dangerous?
No, it's a clear. Well, I mean, of course, that's true. We have many important clients. Now, these days, even high-end clients, people with a better, these people come here to climb high mountains. And for these people, no matter who ever comes, I mean, our job is to bring them on the top safely and to bring them down to base camp and Kathmandu, with a safe condition. So for that, we always stay together with our guides, the whole team. We work a lot, we make a lot of exercises, we discuss a lot, We always, discuss the former, always the past experiences, that we bring in life again so that we cannot repeat the mistakes again, so that we can bring them. So we think mostly about the food, the meals are the most important. All the clients, if they are able to eat well, they can walk off. They can be healthier. If they are not able to eat, so they cannot definitely walk off, So that is how we discuss with our clients first what kind of meals they prepare. We discuss with them from the beginning. Not only other equipment, but equipment comes later. First with their health, with the food, the meals that we prepare for them during their climbing period. And then the second is the equipment. The third is with the Sherpas, the supporters, those who bring them to the summit. And the fourth is other logistic services like oxygens and other equipments. All these things, all our team, every trekking company, those who organize expedition, prepare properly, so that now even it's a big competition going within us, each other. So whoever does better, they get more clients. So that is how all the company, they try their best to prepare everything to bring their all clients to the summit and then bring down them back to Kathmandu.
Look, it's been an honor to speak to all three of you. Mountaineering is a part of the soul of Nepal. It's part of the heart of Nepal. And it comes with its own risks and it comes with its own set of incredible rewards. Thank you for sharing your story and thank you for being with us after what you went through. And I do hope and pray that the climate situation stabilizes so that more people can enjoy the mountains and understand what it's truly about. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishnu.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. It was one of my favorite sessions also because I also belong to a state of Uttarakhand, Himalayan region. So we have this common in us. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. The spirit of Himalayas defines resilience. And the same ambition flows through Nepal's next generation, talking to us about what Nepal's youth want, the next gen agenda. So please welcome Charu Chadda, Editor, Media 9 Private Limited, Paras Khadka, Secretary Cricket Association of Nepal and former cricketer, Astha Pokhriyal, supermodel and influencer. And my colleague Manogya will host the session.
Nepal has a total population of 30 million people, median age ranging between around 26, that's roughly the average that comes it down to. And very hard to believe but true that the age group between 15 to 24 is around 6 million. And 20% of youth is unemployed. So what is the next gen agenda? What do people think? Those who have been at the forefront of being not just leaders but also mentors to the next generation, and also those who've not got enough during their generation, how are they preparing for the next generation too? Charu, I start with you. Give us an idea on what is it that has changed with the government for the youth and what is it that still remains to be done?
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a moment just to remember all the people who've lost their lives on behalf of this panel and our prayers, and also to NDTV for pulling off this event during this very difficult time. Thank you so much for having us. Coming to your question, I think I'll just set the tone to it. I see youth not as a political qualification, but I also don't see age as a political qualification. So while we have a very young government in place, led by a prime minister who was a structural engineer, who is a structural engineer, who's a rapper, who was the mayor, and now holds the position of prime minister of this country, I think what it really does for us is it sets the tone that we have aspiration. You know, people are multi-skilled, they can multitask, and they can be who they want to, including running the government. Now, the challenge for them, it is a very young government. I think 40% of the youth is represented in the cabinet. So, but what is the real challenge is having, being able to do politics of continuity. Now, we've had, all along, I think what we've had is politics of personalities. We were really voting for people that we liked or did not like. This also, Balin, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, he has amazing following, but he needs to go beyond that and now actually institutionalize politics that has a level of continuity to it. And the difficulty for them is being a youth-focused government. They are being judged in real time. Our generation had the privilege of having press conferences and news coming filtered to us, but here they are being judged in real time, so that's a challenge.
Okay, Paras, I see that smile and also the advantage and disadvantage of social media, of being a celebrity cricketer, being known to everyone, yet not having the advantage of social media. Do you feel that the present generation has that advantage, especially the cricketers, the stardom that they have? You've had enough stardom, but maybe social media was one sprinkle that could have added to the glitter?
There are two sides to it. When we were growing up as a young cricket team, people had no expectations of what a cricket team or a national cricket team in this country could do. Back then, growing up, there's no social media, let's be very fair. And the only thing that drove us was that passion to win. We came from different parts of Nepal. When we got together, our only ambition was to make sure that Nepal wins. And over a period of time, I still remember from 2010 when we first won our senior championship until 2014 when we played our first World Cup. That 2014 was an important moment for us. Why? Because it took the national cricket team to reach the World Cup for people to realize that we had a cricket team. We qualified for the World Cup. As we were coming back, we got calls from then Prime Minister to Sports Minister to everyone, then announcing prizes to all of these things. And that was probably the first phase of social media was slowly penetrating into the Nepali diaspora. And from then until now to 2026, we are probably one of the most followed cricket teams in the world. Why I say this is because we've won 2 ICC Digital Engagement Awards over the last 4 years. So which means the organic viewership for Nepal cricket has grown phenomenally. I would say for Nepal as a young nation, we've always been known as the Himalayas, Buddha and all of that. But cricket has now slowly started to become part of the social fabric. Cricket has started to bring people together, and that Nepal cricket team now doing well on a cricket field means people, when they watch us, when we win, they are very, very supportive. When we lose, the critical part of being part of sports also comes along. But I would say, if you compare all generations put together, social media has its pros and cons. Today, there's more pressure on cricketers. Why? Because every match that they play is on TV. When we played, it was on a screen where people had to scroll and just follow the scorecard, which means from their social media, how they handle it. It's about handling the failures, I would say. Why? Because I mean, when you score runs, everybody talks about it, but imagine you go through a string of 5 zeros, all of a sudden the world will be against you. Then how do you come up as a cricketer is probably the most challenging thing, not just for cricket, I would say for every one who's in sports. But for Nepal cricket, I would say social media has been a very strong element for us to make that impact.
Okay, Asta, do you agree to it on the forefront, especially when you talk about both body shaming and body positivity and the social media, the way they respond to people in your sector, be it cosmetics, be it beauty pageant winners, be it women of substance who've made it on their own on multiple platforms. How difficult has it been, and what would you say to both the positivity as well as the toxicity?
So body shaming, it's a real problem. And like you said, social media has its advantages, but it exposes you a lot to all these toxic things, right? So, and makes you really vulnerable. And in today's day and age, especially when there's so much hate out there, and you can just hide behind an anonymous name and just say whatever you want to, and like not think about the consequences. First of all, you need to have very thick skin. We've been saying that, but even if I believe I have thick skin, I might have down days, you know, I may not be feeling so strong that day, and some comment can get to me. And so the only defense against body shaming is, I think, radical self-acceptance.
I rephrase it. Is it about body positivity also? Does that also add to it? And have you ever had a meltdown that, okay, why did someone post like this?
Sorry,
have you ever had a meltdown? Why did someone write like this about you on any of the social media platforms?
A comment might have bothered me here and there, but no, I've not had a meltdown as such, but I do wish like people were more sensitive, and I do wish there were stricter rules so that people would think twice before writing nonsense on the internet just because you can.
Okay, Paras, give us an idea. The NPL has been a massive success in its own way, especially for a country like Nepal, where Nepal Premier League has been making waves literally in mountains, to say so. But when you see the performance, do you see that there is more need of finance and exposure into sports per se, vis-a-vis other countries, maybe BCCI and other countries, just to be speaking
Nepal
about?
Nepal cricket's grown on its own, which means now world cricket is talking about us. I was there in Scotland last month. Everyone's speaking about this, especially, you know, we lost to South Africa in 2024 by 1 run, and we came very close to beating England, and when we lost by 4 runs, which means that now for us, people really want Nepal to do well. What Nepal cricket needs, obviously we've been saying this and endorsing this for years, has been exposure. We've been talking to test playing nations. I think next year there will be a lot of big names that will be coming to our part of the world. The Nepal Premier League, I would say in the last 2 seasons, has managed to ignite a lot of good waves inside Nepal as well as outside, especially with the investment part. Why? Because before the first season of the NPL, there wasn't much investment. Why? Because people always looked at sports as almost, it was a thing that when people won, they celebrated, but nobody actually invested into it. As part of Cricket Association of Nepal, when we went out into the market and said that this is what we are, we have 20 years of history of what Nepal cricket's managed to achieve, and when we got hold of the sponsors and the team owners, what it meant was we put on a spectacle. I think for the first season, I remember TU International Cricket Ground. It used to be called a cricket ground until 24, and after the first season, because you had so many people coming to the cricket ground that it was inevitable for the government that they had to build stands and put in floodlights. And after that, for the second season, cricket under floodlights was a dream for players of our generation. Back in 2014, when we played our first World Cup, we'd just gone 1 week before to Dubai, and we'd never played cricket under lights. We went to Dubai, trained for about a week, went into the World Cup first match, Nepal versus Hong Kong, I still remember. When I went into bat and at that black side screen while I was batting with international floodlights, I had never seen a cricket ball as clear as how it was then. So to see the transformation of how things have changed from 2014 to 2026 and to see investments now pouring in at local level, with NPL now getting global attention, the investments will come in. What Nepal definitely needs is one world-class cricket stadium to start with. We've always been speaking about hosting the Asia Cup, where the India-Pakistan rivalry has always been a very strong factor in cricketing terms. But I believe in the next 3 years, 4 years, with the government really keen to invest into infrastructure, once we have a couple of proper infrastructure cricket grounds, Nepal cricket with its own investment can sustain on its own, and we're heading in the right direction.
दिल को एज इज हाँ बता दो इन्हें टेक्स्ट उठा कर दे यार
Government and Prime Minister?
I think they're doing a good job. They've got the experts on their side in terms of handling, they've got digital strategies in place. I think we would be having our finance minister speaking later in the day. So we'll hear a lot more in terms of how we are going to take that forward. From my side of things, I think we cannot really, because it comes down to freedom of expression again versus regulation. So it's a very tight rope to walk. I think
even for the journalists sometimes.
Even for the journalists,
Absolutely,
for the
without
journalists.
mincing words today for sure.
Absolutely.
Asa, give us an idea when you talk about content creators and people who have influence. Does it or has it arrived as a full-time job opportunity for people? And is that influence enough for both their survival and making an impact in society?
As a content creator, yes, but you have to be committed to it. And there's a lot of competition, and you have to catch a niche, and if it's already saturated, then you're going to have a tough time. So I think you should give your best, but also know that it might not turn out 100% like you expected it to. But I have seen many examples where people have and are making a living out of it. And it's amazing because even 10 years ago, I don't think that would be a viable career option especially if you're based in Nepal. But now it is, and you can be a content creator, you can be a full-time influencer, a streamer, basically the online sphere, that's where your career exists. And there are lots of people I can look at and say, okay, they have made a career out of this. And even if you're not fully a content creator, you can do that on the side, and it's going to supplement your career, and I think it's a positive thing. I just wish everybody did it responsibly, because once you have a voice...
But there's the other side of it, including cyberbullying, targeted approach of not just maligning your image, but also online harassment. How do you think that women of Nepal are, especially in strong positions, are they prepared for it, or does it also question the format of the society and the changes in it?
We have to be strong enough, like I said before. Whether or not you're prepared for it, though, people are going to be cruel, and it's there. But you have to handle it sensitively, intelligently. Don't let it get to you, but also take action where you have to. When there's harassment and cyberbullying, it's not something I take lightly, but also it's so rampant that you cannot go after every little commenter who says something, who posts something. Where the government needs to be more involved, more stricter.
But if you post a photograph of yours, why would the government come in picture?
Because it's not just about my post and somebody, it's the whole picture. It doesn't even need to be glamorous.
It's a tricky one on who decides on what you post and how people
respond. For you
respond.
to get a hate comment on the internet as a woman, it doesn't even need to be a glamorous picture of you. Can just be enjoying yourself. You can just be expressing an opinion that somebody disagrees with. You can just be successful in whatever you're doing, and there will be somebody who has something to say. And disagreements and other things you can take, but when it becomes personal and vulgar and violent,
ask the cricketers.
Then government needs to do something.
Ask the cricketers who have all the photographs to be posted and then answered also. So give us an idea on what are the steps being taken for women in cricket in years to come. Do we see them in the next gen agenda?
Nepal's co-hosting the Women's Under-19 World Cup next year. So for Nepal to host World Cup will probably be the biggest event that Nepal's ever hosted. So for Under-19 women's team that we have, I think it's a start. Yes, men's cricket obviously gets all the attention, all the sponsorship, and everything around it. It takes time. I kept being asked, even by our fellow female cricketers, saying, is there going to be a women's Premier League? When are we going to play franchise cricket? What women's cricket in Nepal right now needs is more exposure to international cricket, which we got back 20 years ago. For that, we are putting in all the efforts, and there'll be a time when there will be franchise cricket for our fellow cricketers as well. But for now, we contract around 20 cricketers, female that is, and they've been paid to play cricket. I'm using this term why? Because for boys as well as men, all of the money that comes into Nepal cricket is on the performance of men's senior cricket. So when the national cricket team performs, we have this ICC structure where the ODI cricket structure means when you're an ODI country, that's where money comes in. And with the money, as part of Cricket Association of Nepal, we have almost managed to pull in around 90 cricketers from provinces to districts to combined with men and women.
That also brings me to the next question. What is your roadmap for next 5 years, and how do you see fresh talent coming in and winning over Nepal and the world on the 22 yards?
We need to build a proper domestic structure. Your production line of cricketers has to be premium. Nepal cricket has been lucky because we've had great generation of cricketers over the last 30 years, backed by good coaching, and somehow against all the odds, I would say Nepal cricket's always punched above its weight. But you only can rely to all of these things to a certain level. As of now, the Nepal Premier League, which attracts a lot of eyeballs, is a key index to this. Why? Because with more money coming into a tournament or number of tournaments that we organize, that gives us the cushion to then put in more money into our districts and provinces. Next 5 years, I see Nepal cricket growing. Why? Because back in the day, people hardly invested. Now, if the infrastructure part, which I've mentioned earlier as well, gets taken care of, we have online viewership, our international matches are sold way days in advance, and with the current setup of young cricketers, boys and girls that we have, if we manage to put up a proper grassroots structure where our school cricket and college cricket and our districts and provinces have cricketers and coaches and everybody who's part of the cricket ecosystem being paid to perform and all of those things, I believe we will become a strong force to be reckoned with.
When you started, cricket was never a full-time job. Now, a cricketer is a full-time job. We have 3 suggestions to the youth watching you.
It's getting there. I mean, 1980, Sri Lanka got test eras, and 16 years down the line, they won the World Cup in 1996. 1983, India won the World Cup, and we all know what happens after that. For Nepal, we played our first World Cup in 2014 to 26. We have played 3 World Cups. Now, after having played 3 World Cups, what next is maybe to win a World Cup. Can we win it? I don't know. But if we have a plan 20 years down the line, we can dream of, because our generation, when we dreamt of the fact that we wanted to reach the World Cup, it happened for us. But now, the goal is to have bigger ideas, bigger vision. And as of now, for the young boys and girls, on behalf of Cricket Association of Nepal, we're trying to put a structure in place. We used to take a cricket bat and go in our buses and, go train. But now I see parents taking their kids in whatever vehicle that they have, whether it's a bicycle, whether it's a motorbike or a car, to take kids to academies. That whole story around Nepal cricket is that things have changed. Parents want their kids not just to study, but to play cricket as well. So in the next 5 years, 10 years down the line, there has to be a plan in place. We are putting that in place. The dream is now to become a full member nation, but at the same time, in my lifetime or our lifetime, maybe like what Sri Lanka did and what India did, win a World Cup in the next 20 years.
2 things that you've learned from BCCI. Quick answer.
The BCCI has been very supportive, in fact, for the last 3 years, very much in touch with them. The Indian Embassy, of course, has been helping us with arranging logistics and accommodations and all of those sorts. Mr. Jay Shah, who's the ICC president now, the India A team is scheduled to come to Nepal in December. So we're very glad that our neighboring country is now finally taking in the right strides, even for cricket. Why? Because being so close, we've watched cricket on TV but never had the support. But now, because our cricket team is performing, there's attention from all relevant stakeholders, and with BCCI support, which we know is a very strong element in the cricketing world, we are very grateful that things are falling in place, but long way to go.
Okay, Charu, there's a long way to go. Do you see a roadmap, any 3 suggestions that you feel that these have to be done with immediate effect so that Nepal comes ahead as a better country on the economic roadmap and job opportunities for the youth?
Okay, so 3 things would be, one would be to see out-migration not as a loss of human capital, but as us kind of increasing our economic footprint. That would be one. Number 2, I think, would be depoliticization of businesses. So the businesses are very strongly interlinked with politics in the country, and politicization of even the federations and the apex business bodies would really help. it would also be encouraging to have compulsorily have more younger people at the National Planning Commission, the various platforms that are available where they can have a stronger say in terms of policies. And what could the third one be? The third one could be, I think, we just need to kind of bring a lot of mindfulness into, a lot of humanization of maybe also the media in terms of how we tell our stories and how we present Nepal to the world.
Okay. Thank you so much, all three of you, for joining us. It was a pleasure speaking to you, and of course, a message to the youth of Nepal who are eagerly watching you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the trendsetters of Nepal, Paras, Asta and Charu. Thank you very much for joining us at NDTV Anviksha. And for the next session, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fireside with Varun Chaudhary, Brands Without Borders, the Managing Director of the Chaudhary Group Corp Global, joining us here. Thank you very much, Varun. Please, the stage is yours.
नेपाल का शायद ही कोई घर होगा जहां पर वाई नूडल्स से लोग अनजान हों, लेकिन आज जो बातचीत होने वाली है ये कहानी सिर्फ नूडल्स तक सीमित नहीं है, क्योंकि इसके पीछे है नेपाल के बड़े बिजनेस एम्पायर की कहानी, ग्रोथ स्टोरी, और जो आज हमने अपने कार्यक्रम का थीम भी दिया है, इंडिया अक्रॉस बॉर्डर्स अनविक्षा। मेरे साथ इस वक्त विनोद चौधरी जी स्टेज पर मौजूद हैं, वरुण चौधरी जी स्टेज पर मौजूद है, जिन्होंने बिजनेस स्टोरी को दुनिया के नक्शे पर पहुंचाया है। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वेलकम यू ऑन अनविक्षा एंड मिस्टर चौधरी, द जर्नी फॉर ब्रांड नेपाल, what was it like? And I would like you to throw some light on this.
Thank you, NDTV family. Before I officially start our conversation, we are going through a moment of grief. My deepest prayers and condolences to the families of the deceased, people who've lost their livelihood and homes. Nepal's seen calamities even earlier, and this is the time to stay united, and we've always had this incredible and extraordinary courage to fight back. So coming to your question, the biggest brand story probably across borders is of YY for sure. Born in Nepal, it's traveled the world without a passport. It's a story typically, I mean, we were sent to a boarding school at the age of 6, my brother is here as well. You know, the boarding school kids who used to leave Nepal and go to India and other parts of the world, they were the ones actually who started carrying YY all across. And India being a big market, you know, it's a typical word of mouth sort of a case study. And it became so popular that, you see, Northeast, the Sikkim Darjeeling side does have a similar pattern as Nepal, so it was like an extension for us. And the word just spread across. And now we are in India, we are number 2 in India, we are probably the market leaders, at least in the Northeast, that part of the world. And we are in 100 possibly countries now. So the story of YY has led our group expanding into 15 different business verticals. And this is globally. So you know what one brand can possibly do is give you that strength and a launch pad to take off. And with me, I spend about 50% of my time in India because it's such a serious market for us. Even for long term, because, we do have our plans of going IPO. And it's such a vibrant market, very dynamic consumers, and the capital market especially, it's so promising. So, keeping all this in mind, we have a very good growth story to look forward to.
In fact, a few hours back, Mr. Gagan Thapa was here, President Nepali Congress, and he specifically mentioned about the economic opportunities between India and Nepal, that they are underutilized. So from a business leader perspective and your point of view, I would like to know on this matter. When we talk about brand Nepal and when you take these opportunities on the global map, so specifically about India and Nepal, do you also believe that these opportunities are underutilized and there is a lot more that can be done and that needs to be done?
No, absolutely. When my colleagues who were speaking earlier, they mentioned only about Haldiram. But our group, we are partners with the Tatas, the Reliance and the Adanis and so many other brands. So for any Indian company that sort of wishes to come to India, we really encourage them and we end up partnering with them. So ranging from consumer goods to infrastructure to hospitality and also now getting into a JV with Bikaji. They said Haldiram, so now we're getting a JV with Bikaji. And also, I'll be announcing quite a promising partnership with one of the leading Ayurveda companies of Nepal, which will touch each and every single herbs grow. Jari Buti is supposed to be a rich sort of agro base of this company, of this country. So, we are doing a JV with them so that, we can, and by the way, we are the largest exporter of Nepal to India. So, there's so many opportunities out here. It's just that you got to have the right optics and right eye to it. And as far as the Nepali brand going abroad, like I said earlier, it's fantastic. We are, apart from India, we are also in Kazakhstan, we're in Serbia, Bangladesh, and now we'll be starting our operation in Egypt. So it's a true testimony of how a brand from Nepal travels all across the world with so much of confidence and trust.
So you are Forbes listed billionaire from Nepal, and as you just mentioned, you're everywhere, in India also. I was doing some research on you and some of your Instagram posts that I have gone through. So I saw you in Kedarnath, I saw you in Kashi Vishwanath, I saw you in many other spiritual places in India. So Nepal and India, they share a spiritual bond also, which we are discussing since morning, that land of Pashupatinath, land of Kal Bhairava, land of Muktinath Dham, where Prime Minister Modi also visited. So when we talk about brand Nepal, so do you think this spiritual identity between both countries can do wonders for both countries?
Of course, this is the core.
What is your own experience also?
Right. This is the core of both the countries. India and Nepal shares such a deeper connection in terms of people-to-people tie and this spiritual and religious tie. And why all this happened is also, there's a story to it. If I may, I'd met Baba Bageshwar back in 2023. And he is the one who actually changed.
आपकी पर्ची खुली या नहीं?
हाँ, मेरी पर्ची खुली थी उन्होंने, लेकिन मैं बोल नहीं सकता हूँ, है ना? He is the one who actually got in this entire adhimikta in me, the soul seeking, the soul searching in me, and even our family. In fact, we built a temple as well. So because of him, I got so much into spirituality. I think that's the reason why I have such a self-balance now. First you need to look at yourself within, and then once you start looking outwardly, then you look at the larger picture in terms of such a beautiful religion we have. And this religion is, and I got, by the way, Baba Bageshwar in Nepal as well for a katha. So that time when he had come, we had about 40,000-50,000 people who used to come for the katha, and the kind of blessings I got from the people, just by, igniting that inner sort of a hidden Hinduism in them.
So if I may ask, एक बिजनेसमैन के भीतर वो फीलिंग कब आई कि मुझे एक कथा के लिए भारत से एक गुरु को, एक स्पिरिचुअल टीचर को लेकर आना है, वो शिफ्ट कब आया आपकी पर्सनालिटी के भीतर और क्यों आया?
नहीं, वो मेरी जब मुलाकात हुई थी उनसे तो उन्होंने मुझे ये बोला था कि नेपाल से बहुत लोग आते हैं मुझे नेपाल इनवाइट करने के, लेकिन उनके और मेरे बीच में पता नहीं एक अजीब अद्भुत रिश्ता है। मैं वहाँ पे दर्शन करने गया था लेकिन एक नया आदमी बन के लौटा, तो उन्होंने मेरे इनविटेशन को स्वीकारा, आए यहाँ पे, तो उसके बाद एक नई जर्नी और एक नई यात्रा मेरे लिए शुरू हो गई। तो इसका कोई उत्तर ही नहीं है, ये बस ऊपर वाला देख रहे थे, सुपर नेचुरल फोर्सेज दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ इंटरप्लेज the behaviors and patterns of life. That's what I feel.
So has it changed your point of view towards business, towards your daily life, and towards the
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean,
corporate also?
Yeah, it doesn't make me, let's say, chase success anymore. It doesn't make me, wake up every day in the morning saying, oh, what am I going to achieve now? It makes me realize that, what am I going to do so that we're going to leave a legacy behind? So, your whole narrative of looking at things changes. And I believe that's a big impact.
तो आपको इस स्पिरिचुअलिटी, रिलीजन, इन सब के भीतर भी एक ब्रांड पॉसिबिलिटी दिखाई देती है दोनों देशों के लिए?
ब्रांड से भी ज़्यादा एक
क्योंकि भारत में
आत्मीय संबंध मुझे नज़र आता है।
ओके, क्योंकि भारत में भी हम देख रहे हैं कि इस वक्त चाहे जिस तरह से काशी का रीडेवलपमेंट हुआ, जिस तरह से केदारनाथ का पुनर्निर्माण हुआ, अलग अलग कॉरिडोर्स बने हैं, महाकाल कॉरिडोर बना है, ये सब जो प्रयास हो रहे हैं, कैसे परंपराओं को, संस्कृतियों को साथ लेकर आना है, उस दिशा में भारत सरकार बहुत काम कर रही है। तो नेपाल में वो कौन सा कॉरिडोर खुलता है? क्योंकि नेपाल की भी जो स्पिरिचुअल परंपरा है वो बहुत गहरी है और भारत और नेपाल का तो फिर साझा इतिहास भी है। आपकी नज़र में इसमें क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज
नहीं,
है?
बिल्कुल, लेट्स से हाउ यू हैव द गोल्डन ट्रायंगल, आगरा, जयपुर, दिल्ली वाला है, लेकिन एक रिलीजियस ट्रायंगल, रिलीजियस सर्कल ही बन सकता है। फ्रॉम अयोध्या टू लुम्बिनी, वी हैव अ शाश्वत धाम व्हिच इज इन द मिड पॉइंट, देन गोइंग ऑल द वे टू जनकपुर, द जानकी टेम्पल, देन बोध गया। सो एक सर्कल बन सकता है। एंड आई एम श्योर इस पे काफ़ी बार बातें भी हुई होंगी, लेकिन इसको अगर गंभीरतापूर्वक देखें तो इट कैन बी समथिंग सो मीनिंगफुल एंड डीप। एंड ये दोनों देशों के सरकार की इस बात पे काफ़ी गंभीरता से बात करनी भी चाहिए और आगे बढ़ानी भी चाहिए। That's what I feel.
It's great to hear your experiences on that, but post that I would like to talk about Gen Z also, because Gen Z and the challenges and concerns of youth is something that is being discussed whole day. Your house was also burnt last year, and that must be a very painful time, difficult time. From that time to present, when we are sitting on the stage of Anviksha, what has changed in Nepal and the youth aspirations?
So just to, tread back a bit in terms of why this happened. We definitely, not just our house, but our offices, our showrooms, our factories, our vehicles, so much was lost. Our memories were actually, completely wiped out, considering that, we had so many years and years of photos all over the house, all that got wiped out. But why that happened is something which we need to ponder upon. They were frustrated by seeing the musical chair of the politicians, one after the other, with no accountability, and people sort of taking jobs not on the basis of merit, but on the basis of pure favoritism. So, once these things sort of reaches a tipping point, it leads to such a chaos. And people could see this coming at some point, and it came out in such a chaotic and disastrous way. Well, that happened. I was the first one to go live on NDTV, and I was the first one to actually welcome the government. And I was so, I still am, I'm so hopeful that this government will fulfill the aspirations for the promises that they've made. It's just that I think in order to clean up a lot of dirt, it definitely takes time. So मुझे लगता है कि शुद्धिकरण हो रहा है, right? And Nepal, obviously, we believe so deep into this country. When the Gen Z thing happened, I went on media and I made an announcement of doing a joint venture with the snacks company, with Bikaji in Nepal. This is like 2 weeks after that. Just to restore the faith in Nepal that, this is a country which means business irrespective of what the situation is. So, that's the kind of faith we have. And that's the kind of faith we want to also, spread across the world.
एज ए बिजनेस लीडर मैं आपसे ज़रूर ये जानना भी चाहूँगी, जैसे हम जब भारत में देखते हैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत, मेक इन इंडिया, इसे लेकर सरकार ने बड़ा स्ट्रांगली बात करना शुरू किया और ज़मीन पर बहुत सी चीज़ें होती हुई दिखाई भी दी। नेपाल में यूथ के लिए माइग्रेशन एक प्रॉब्लम है, आप रोज़ी रोटी की तलाश में बाहर जाते हैं या अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की तलाश में जाते हैं। एज ए बिजनेस लीडर आपको देश के भीतर, नेपाल के भीतर क्या लगता है जो बदलना चाहिए ताकि यहाँ पर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब से लेकर बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ का एक बड़ा दरवाज़ा खुले?
नहीं, I mean, when I look at Nepal, I see opportunities everywhere. I mean, if I may allow, we've been trying to do so many mega projects, be it in the power sector, and this is not small scale, this is like 1,000, 2,000 megawatt projects. We've been trying to get into a major infrastructure projects, be it airports, we've been trying to get into telecom, right? And so many other projects which sort of is transformational in nature. And also infrastructure is something which you've seen in India, that how better infrastructure completely propels the economy. But all this while, like I said, because of such political turmoil, nothing's been able to really translate. So agar mauka milta hai kisi ko, to sort of fulfill their dreams and, execute what they think, we are talking about a new Nepal altogether, and be it in every single sector. Like I said, that even from such a precious, promising Jadibuti sector all the way to doing mega projects, so you can imagine the spectrum I'm talking about. So it's all about giving the right platform, it's all about giving the right perspective, it's all about giving the right political support. I think things will fall in place, and I'm hopeful that it will.
You think there is a time now when we can think about brand Himalaya also, because it is something that India and Nepal share as a deep bond and deep connection. Brand Himalaya, what it can be?
No, of course. I mean, it's a strong global brand, if you ask me. And so I've got my cement plants in the India border and in the remote places as well. I end up interacting with so many people, considering I live in India as well. When they talk about brand Himalaya and brand Nepal, trust me, and not just in India, when I travel in Europe, anywhere, that conviction in people's face when you say that you're from Nepal, and when I meet especially the head of states of many countries, that conviction in people's face when you say that you're from Nepal is completely different. They know that people from Nepal are known to be super loyal, super credible, and a happy nation. So just imagine you're clubbing all this together, what you can achieve.
आई एम श्योर आपकी इन बातों ने यूथ को ज़रूर बहुत सारा मोटिवेशन दिया है, लेकिन जाते जाते आखिरी सवाल आपसे ज़रूर पूछूंगी, आपको मोटिवेशन कहाँ से मिलता है to keep going?
So definitely my father. Even at the age of 70, he's at it. And we are blessed to have a father like him. Beyond Borders is a total dedication to him, and considering that he's actually put our company, Nepal, on the global economic map. Apart from him, in fact, Mr. Gautam Adani, I would say, is my mentor as well. I'm also alive because of him, because of the incident that I had.
You are alive because of him?
Yeah, I had a massive accident in Maldives, and if it wasn't for him sending a private jet with doctors to evacuate me, I don't know where I would be. And also because, he's such a simple human being. My interactions with him have always been so pleasant and always been so encouraging. Because, he is doing business at a scale which one can't imagine. So when you dream so big, and if you have a mentor like him, I think sky is just the beginning.
चलिए, हमारी भी कोशिश यही थी कि आपकी आइडियाज़ के ज़रिए कैसे भारत नेपाल के संबंध बिजनेस की दिशा में नई ऊंचाइयों को छू सकते हैं, वो आइडियाज़ ज़रूर एक मंच पर सम्मिलित हों. थैंक यू सो मच वरुण जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और अपने थॉट्स आइडियाज़ हमारे से शेयर करने के लिए.
थैंक यू मीनाक्षी.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varun Chaudhary, for joining us for an incredible session on the next Nepal story and his inspiration and how the next India-Nepal corridor looks like. And now over to the next fireside here at the NDTV Anviksha. He has fought off hundreds of villains on the screen, delivered iconic lines that every Nepalese knows by heart, and ruled the silver screen for over 3 decades across more than 300 films. You know a star is an icon, an iconic personality when their voice alone can command a room and their screen presence defines an entire industry's legacy. I got a taste of it while interacting with him behind this auditorium. He's more than just an actor. He's a cultural phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undisputed Mahanayak of Nepal, our own Rajesh Dai, Rajesh Hamal. Rajesh ji, such a pleasure. As I told you and confessed, behind this auditorium, 2 months ago when I came to Nepal, we know politicians, people from other industries, etc. But one name that everybody recommended, suggested, and pleaded and forced us to bring to NDTV Anviksha is Rajesh Hamal. So that is the kind of love that people have for you. But
राजेश जी अगर स्टेज पर हो तो इतनी कम तालियों से तो काम नहीं चलेगा.
तालियां तो ज्यादा होनी चाहिए.
जब तक तालियां थोड़ी ऐसी नहीं आएंगी बातचीत का मजा नहीं आएगा. हाँ, ये हुई ना बात.
You are an undisputed Mahanayak, and we will discuss your journey. We will of course have a take from you on different issues about Nepal and India. But while for the people of Nepal you might be a Mahanayak for years together, many people who introduced me to you said that you are the Amitabh Bachchan of Nepal. But my first glimpse and that handshake that we did somehow gave me Imran Khan vibes. What is it about you and your personality?
So if you're confused with so many other personality while you're comparing with me, I probably don't compare to anyone. But thank you so much, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful time here in Nepal. We're meeting at such a turbulent period here in Nepal, and our heart and feeling goes to all the people who are suffering and have suffered. And as a nation, like Varun said, we need to be united. We need to build up our resilience and the endurance to recover. And I also think we need help of kind neighbors like you as well in this time of despair. So wonderful. Thank you for inviting me. It's wonderful to be here and having a conversation with you guys. And you compared me to such a stalwart, so I really don't know what to say but to thank you, And the reason is, I've been in the Nepali movies for the last almost close to 40 years now, but I'm only 25. So 25 years old. So you do your maths when you go. But yeah, probably the reason why people are connected with my art and my journey is because, when I started a Nepali film close to 40 years ago, it was almost non-existent, When I did my first film, I had no idea where my second film is going to come from because we were hardly making any films. Close to 40 years ago when I got into this line, we're making about 2 films in 1 year, or 3 films in 4 years, that kind of ratio. So we were not consistent, so there was absolutely no career as such to speak of for an actor. So that's the time when I started Nepali film, but once I started it, and I was lucky enough that the people accepted me with open heart, and then my career started accelerating, and I've been lucky enough to witness my own personal career going forward and the Nepali filmmaking scenario going parallelly with me. And that is what I consider my truly achievement, which is dear to my heart more than anything else. So it's probably because of that journey and the way that I have been able to consistently work in Nepali film that the people are open with their admiration towards me. So what can I say? I'm just thankful.
Rajesh, you are modesty personified, I must say, but let's do a little bit of time travel. So, time travel में कौन-कौन interested है? बस एक दो लोग ही. अभी सुनिए बहुत सारी कहानियाँ आने वाली हैं. 90s का वो वक्त जब नेपाल में अगर किसी लड़के से ये पूछा जाता था कि बड़े होकर किसके जैसा दिखना है या किसके जैसा बनना है, तो जवाब में राजेश हमाल जी का नाम होता था. और क्यों होता था?
It pays to be an actor.
और क्यों होता था? क्योंकि जो हेयर स्टाइल है, जो सन ग्लासेस हैं, जिस स्वैग के साथ आप चलकर आते हैं, मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ, नेपाल में तो बच्चे बच्चे को पता था, लेकिन आपने सब पहली बार कब रियलाइज़ किया कि दिस स्टारडम हैज़ अराइव्ड और ट्रेंड सेटर आप बन गए हैं नेपाल में? आपके लिए वो मोमेंट ऑफ रियलाइजेशन कब था?
I have this great attachment with my hair, because my hair has been long as far as I can remember, right from when I was 3, 4, 5 years old. And it was always a bone of contention with my father. I used to have long hair, and the moment my father sees me, he says, "Oh, you go get a haircut, it's too long." And I used to love my hair. So it was much before I got into the films that I had long hair. And then once I got into the film, and my hair became sort of like a signature thing with me. And the time when I actually noticed that people were fascinated with my hair or the way I look is when I went for the very first time when I visited east of Nepal after doing about maybe 3 or 4 films. And I had no idea that the people's attraction towards me was that high, because there was no social media or anything those days. So when I landed up in east of Nepal, the way the people greeted me with their open heart, and then the whole city and the surrounding villages, everybody started coming in hordes, in hundreds. And that is the moment when I realized that my hair really made an impact, because some of them were coming very close and pulling my hair and saying, "Oh, this is very real. So that's the time when I started it. But those days are gone, so I have a different set of hair right now.
तो जब पर्दे पर आपकी फिल्में लगी हैं और जब डायलॉग्स चल रहे हैं, डायलॉग ख़त्म होने से पहले अगर ताली बजने लगे तो समझ जाइए फिल्म सुपर डुपर हिट है और हीरो को सदी का महानायक बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता है. तो नेपाल के लिए वो कद, वो पर्सनालिटी आपकी रही, और इसीलिए जब आज अन्वीक्षा के मंच पर आप हैं तो हमारी भी यही कोशिश थी कि सिनेमा को, भारत नेपाल के बीच के सिनेमा के संबंधों को आपकी नज़रों के ज़रिए हम ज़रूर समझें. क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज़ हैं, क्या संभावनाएं हैं?
No, I mean, this is such an important question, especially someone from the artistic background, because the biggest strength that we have between India and Nepal, the biggest, I think the strongest link is, more than politics, is the cultural, language, religion, families on both sides, friends on both sides. And that kind of connection is so unique. I don't think so it happens in any other 2 countries like it is. So it's a very unique relationship that we share with India, and India shares with us because of this commonality. But at the same time, and I truly believe that it is all this, the music, the art, the culture, the language, religion, all that is our, deeply rooted connection between. That's one of the reasons, even when politics wobbles at sometimes, when politics is not going the way that we actually want, our relationship doesn't get hampered. And the reason why our relationship doesn't get hampered is because of this deep-rooted connection that we have in religion, language, and all that. So, yeah, as an actor, I would take an enormous pride that we have such a big moving-making mechanism in our neighborhood that has not only impacted its country or neighboring country, but the entire world. I mean, that is the kind of power that cinema in India has. And I take enormous pride in that. And the reason being also, in Nepal, like I told you, our filmmaking history is not that long. Our first film was made way back, almost about 70 years ago, but then we were not consistent. We were hardly making films, There were a period of 10 years, 15 years where we were not making any films at all. And then, like I said, when I came in, we were just making about 2 films in a year or 3 films, in 4 or 5 years. So our people got introduced to film not through our language. They got introduced to film through Hindi language or maybe English language sporadically, but mostly it's Hindi language. So that was the introduction to our people. So the school of watching a film, the school of filmmaking was all, it started from Hindi film. So that is undeniable. I mean, that is the fact. And then when we started making our own film, of course, I mean, in those days, especially in this subcontinent, what we used to call a masala film, that kind of persisted not just in India, not just in the, states of India, but around this, South Asian contest, whichever country is making a film, we had that kind of a film. But interestingly, what we did with our film is that even though we were inspired by the biggest film-making, mechanism in our neighborhood, we tried to put our own elements into the film. We tried to put our culture in it. We tried to put our, organic music, ethnic musics in it, so that it would be relatable to the people, so the people will identify with that. Because that was the only unique selling point that the Nepali film could give, that other films couldn't give, is that kind of closeness, that they get from Nepali films, something that is so much identifiable to the normal audience. So even if our films was motivated and inspired by elsewhere, we try to put that element, the taste of the Nepali. When I say Nepali, I mean general Nepali people, The general Nepali audience, their taste, their outlook, their family situation, what angers them, what pressures them, all that element we used to put in the film, and that's where the lines come in, Those effective lines sort of like lays the frustration that they have in their hearts, like a hero comes in and probably vocalizes the voice that has been suppressed in them, or highlights all kinds of issues and problems that they're facing in a very, let's say, a little bit dramatic way, but nevertheless, it's an issue that hits home.
What you spoke about was your journey and about the big screen, but something similar has been happening in Nepal. There is a Mahanayak that came in after the Gen Z protests, and Balin Shah is the Prime Minister after being the mayor in Kathmandu. And there are a lot of aspirations, a lot of expectations from him as well. What are your thoughts on the kind of churning that Nepal is going through, the kind of frustrations that the youth had with the government, the corruption, etc.? But also, I want to ask you, since you come from this particular domain, do you think cinema can do much more than entertain? Do you think cinema can narrate the story of the Nepali youth, Nepali Gen Z, and overall the Nepali society, and what they think about and what they demand from the government?
I mean, before I get into your first part, let me just answer. Cinema can deliver so many things. Cinemas are like books. You can write in various subjects. You have books in history, you have books in politics, you have books, just light books that entertains you, you have novels, you have non-fictions. Cinema are like that in a way, We make cinema in various issues and various subjects. So cinema in many ways can be a turning point of how the society is moving, how they're thinking, in what direction their thoughts are. So it's a kind of a give and take relationship that we have, cinema and the public, because we in a way try to emulate or imitate what's happening in the society, and the society views our film and tries to take some nuances from the films that we have, and they try to imitate in their real life. So we have this vicious circle between cinema and the cinema-going audience. As far as the new government that you're talking about, I think we all here in Nepal do agree that the change was due. Matter of fact, much before the Gen Z revolt, I had my book come out. This was like maybe a year before the Gen Z revolt happened, and I have mentioned in that book, in my book, that not the last election, but the election before that, I was in a meeting with a prominent leader of a very prominent party. Not this election, but the election before that. And while we were having conversation, in course of conversation, what I told him was that, you know, there's always been a generation gap in every generation, but the gap between your generation and the generation that's coming up is enormous at this stage, you know. So if you are not able to address the issues, the frustrations, or things that they're going through, you know, for their future, for their present, if you are not able to see that and understand the sentiment and emotions of this generation, you're going to be off track. This is exactly what I told him. And I also told him that I didn't say Gen Z, but what I said was, if there's going to be another revolt or another uprising in this country, it will not be under the banner of any narration or ideology. It's not going to be behind any prominent leaders who have struggled for years and years. If there's going to be a revolt, the revolt will be voluntarily. People will come out on the street out of frustration and ask for core issues like end of corruption, job opportunities, better education, better health, for those kind of issues. It's not going to be under any ideology or behind any leaders like the previous revolutions or so-called upheavals that we had in the history of Nepal. I didn't say Gen Z. I just said the people are going to come on the street, the young people are going to come. And this is exactly what happened. So I wasn't really surprised because the frustration was really venting in. And I noticed that because it was shimmering. I don't know why our politicians didn't recognize that.
वर्तमान में जो राजनीतिक परिस्थितियां हैं उन पर आपने बड़ा खुलकर बात की और आज पूरे दिन भर यूथ को लेकर बाकी जो नेपाल में चेंजेस हुए उन पर सब पर बात हुई. भारत में हम एक परिस्थिति देखते हैं जहां पर आर्टिस्ट हों, एक्टर्स जो सिनेमा से जुड़े हुए हैं, म्यूजिशियंस हैं, एक डिवाइड दिखाई देना शुरू हो गया है. कई बार लोग पॉलिटिकल परिस्थितियों पर बात करने से बचते भी हैं, लेकिन नेपाल में जो सिचुएशंस पिछले साल के बाद अब नई सरकार तक के दौर में बनी है, कितना आसान या मुश्किल है यहाँ पर आप सब लोगों के लिए खुलकर इस पर बात करना या अपना पॉलिटिकल ओपिनियन देना? क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया में हम देखते हैं कि रिएक्शंस बहुत तेज़ी से आते हैं, ट्रोलिंग बहुत तेज़ी से आती है. आपका अनुभव क्या है?
I personally don't have that issue because you see, I am a true believer of critical thinking. I could admire people, but at the same time, I could be critical of that person. Just because I admire, just because I have enormous, affection towards the person doesn't mean that you're not critical. Just look at in the family situation. Parents are critical about their children. Children could be critical about their parents, but the bond and the love exist. So I have that kind of view. It just because I supported certain politicians or supported certain party or I'm against the other party does not mean that I need to only talk about the good sides of the party that I supported and should be vehemently cursing the party that I'm opposing. Because even the parties that I don't agree with or if I'm opposing, if they do something good, I should not shy away from praising them. And if the party that I'm supporting and I'm hoping that they will take us to another level, if they wobble, if they lose their path, I will be very vocal about it. I will be, because my critical thinking is the most important, being an artist, I truly believe in, self-expression. And I'm also, because I'm an artist, I would not say that I'm very, very politically inclined in that sense that I don't invest my emotion or ego on a political party or a political leader. If I ever invest my emotions or ego, that would be in the sovereignty of the country, the democratic rights of the country, the freedom of this country. That's where my emotions are invested. And as long as those three things are intact, we have our sovereignty, we have our freedom, And then we have democracy, a live democracy. It doesn't matter. If someone comes under that umbrella and tries to lead the country, and if they're doing it in a right way, we want them to do it in the right way. But if they're not doing it in the right way, I think we should be critical. My humble request to all the people, to all the voters would also be that, support whoever you're supporting, but don't abandon your critical thinking, because it's only that will get us forward.
This is a India-Nepal dialogue, and before we wrap this session, which has been incredible, why don't you recollect your journey to Delhi in your younger days? I'm told you were in Delhi for a considerable amount of time, but also studied in Chandigarh. So how about those days in India? And your father was a prominent diplomat. Didn't you think of becoming a foreign minister of Nepal?
My father's ghost is going to come here when you say that, because my father actually did wanted me to do that. When I said I want to be an actor, it was like he was, thrown out of the balcony or something like that. So yeah, that's that chapter. But I have a very fond memories of India. I spent there in my primary days. I think when I went to Chandigarh, I was in my late teens, and then almost at that period, I stayed in Chandigarh, studied in Chandigarh for almost 6-7 years. So had a lot of friends, had a lot of affinity, and a lot of experiences as a young person. And the experiences that you have as a young person remains in your mind and soul forever, So that's the kind of relationship I have with India, especially with Chandigarh. And then right after my education, coincidentally, my father got his posting in New Delhi. So instead of coming back to Nepal after my education, I went and joined my family in New Delhi because he had his posting there. And then his posting at that time was slightly unusual, because usually the posting is for about 3 or 4 years. But at that time, my father's posting stretched to about 7 to 8 years. So right after education in Chandigarh, went and lived with my parents, stayed in New Delhi for 7-8 years. So I have that Delhi experience, Delhi people. Like I said, in South Extension used to be a happening place. Go and spend time there with friends. And then Chanakya, we used to go there and watch some English movies those days, unfortunately. So I have a very fond memories of
लेकिन दिल्ली के आपके अनुभव तब तक अधूरे रहेंगे जब तक हम आपसे ये नहीं पूछेंगे कि दिल्ली का आपका फेवरेट फूड क्या था. दिल्ली मतलब खाना भी है.
I tell you what, my favorite food in India, it's either North Indian food, which is Delhi's part of it, or South Indian. Not so much in between. I love South Indian foods. I love their vegetarian varieties and all that, and it's very healthy. And North Indian, I love Rajma chawal used to be my staple diet, aloo ka paratha and this huge glass of lassi in Amritsar or Jalandhar. I still have fond memories of that.
दिल्ली के छोले भटूरे खाए आपने या नहीं?
Chole bhature, I did. But the reason why I hesitate to say this was I was a health freak from my early 20s. So I was very careful on chole bhature. But I used to love tandoori items because they were very safe, not oily. Tandoori items were my favorite, and rajma was my favorite in Chandigarh. I loved the way people in Punjab make their rajma. We make it here too, but it's not quite like it. It's slightly different.
मुझे लगता है दिल्ली आप फिर से आइए और ज़रूर आपको होस्ट किया जाएगा और ये जो भी आपकी पसंदीदा चीज़ें थी उनको आपके सामने प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
You guys are all good neighbors. Of course I will come. You guys should come here, we'll come there, because our relationship is very unique and we should preserve that, I think. Really, really preserve that and cherish that relationship that we have between India and Nepal.
No, लस्सी भी होगी, राजमा चावल भी होगा, जो आप कहेंगे वो होगा और आपको दिल्ली में न्योता दिया जाएगा. On NDTV Anviksha platform, you came, you took out time, and you spoke at length, candidly. Thank you very much, Rajesh Kumar.
No, thank you. Pleasure is all mine, and I'm sorry we're going through a bad phase in the country, but nevertheless, you guys are here. It's wonderful to be you guys. Thank you so much.
Such a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh Dai, for joining us here. It was such a pleasure to interact with you, and we are looking forward to host you in Delhi as well. And now headed towards our next session here at the NDTV Anviksha, moving from the cultural heritage on the screen to a shared heritage in wellness and traditional sciences. Please join us in welcoming the Managing Director of Patanjali Ayurved, Acharya Balakrishna, for our next fireside chat. Acharya Balakrishna joins us from India through Zoom, and to do this conversation we have with us Meenakshi.
आचार्य जी नमस्ते, स्वागत है आपका एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट अनविक्षा में। और इस वक्त नेपाल से बहुत सारे मित्र सीधे आपको लाइव देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं थोड़े पुराने वक्त में लेकर जाऊंगी, क्योंकि आपका तो नाता है नेपाल से और आपने अपना बिजनेस एम्पायर खड़ा किया है इंडिया में। तो यहाँ पर जो रोटी बेटी के रिश्ते की जिसकी हम सवेरे से बात कर रहे हैं, वो तो आपके केस में नई ऊंचाइयों को छूता हुआ दिखाई देता है।
जी बहन, मीनाक्षी बहन, आपको बहुत बहुत मेरा प्रणाम। और सभी जितने भी हमारे सम्मानित बंधु भगिनी वहाँ पर हमको सुन पा रहे हैं, हमें देख पा रहे हैं, उन सबको भी मेरा सादर प्रणाम। बहन, बात शुरू करने से पहले जो कल परसों जो त्रासदी हुई वहाँ पर जो हमने देखा, तब से मन बहुत ही द्रवित है, उद्वेलित है, अंदर से मन रो रहा है। बहुत ही इतनी पीड़ा हो रही है। आप बात कर रहे हो बहन, रोटी बेटी का संबंध, रिश्तों की बात, सही बात है। वहाँ पर घटना नेपाल में घटित हो रही है, दिल यहाँ रो रहा है, पीड़ा यहाँ हो रही है, समाधान हम यहाँ ढूंढ रहे हैं। हमारा संबंध तो कुछ ऐसा ही है। भारत के अन्न जल से जीवन बना बड़ा आगे, पर जो संस्कार और जो हमें कहीं ना कहीं से जो विचार मिले, वहाँ उस नेपाल का अन्न जल का भी इस देह पे बहुत ही ऋण है। इसीलिए जो मैं सोचता हूँ वह, मैं भारत और नेपाल को सिर्फ ये मानता हूँ, राजनैतिक दृष्टि से हमारी सीमाएं अलग अलग हैं, परंतु बाकी इसके अलावा कुछ भी पृथक नहीं है। संस्कृति हो, समाज हो, मान्यता हो, लोग हों, भावना हो या हमारे विचार हों, किसी भी तरह से कोई भिन्नता नहीं है। जहाँ संस्कृति की हम बात करें तो आपने कहा कि आप और जुड़ा महसूस करते होंगे। मैं एक निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ। सबको पता है कि भगवान जो गौतम बुद्ध थे, गौतम बुद्ध वह लुम्बिनी से थे। उन्होंने नेपाल में जन्म लिया, पर ज्ञान भारत में पाया। सारनाथ में उन्होंने प्रवचन दिया, गया में वह गौतम बुद्ध बने, सिद्धार्थ गौतम बुद्ध बने। इसीलिए यदि हजारों वर्ष पीछे और भी लौट करके जाते हैं, महर्षि वाल्मीकि भगवान श्री राम और माता जानकी के संबंध को हम जानते हैं। राजा जनक वो नेपाल में थे और भगवान श्री राम भारत में थे। लवकुश का जन्म महर्षि वाल्मीकि के यहाँ हुआ, वो भैंसा लोटन वह नेपाल में था। इतना ही नहीं, महर्षि भारद्वाज से लेकर के, महर्षि याज्ञवल्क्य से लेकर के, महर्षि विश्वामित्र से लेकर के, महर्षि भृगु से लेकर के और महर्षि वेदव्यास तक के जन्मस्थली के रूप में या कार्यस्थली के रूप में, और वर्तमान में भी गुरु गोरक्षनाथ का जो कार्यक्षेत्र है वह नेपाल माना जाता है। और वर्तमान में यदि आचार्य श्रीचंद जो गुरु नानक देव जी के शिष्य पुत्र रहे, उनके 2 पुत्र थे, तो उनमें से जिन्होंने उदासीन संप्रदाय का जिन्होंने बड़े दुनिया में एक स्थापना की, उनका भी कार्यक्षेत्र साधना और तपस्थली वह नेपाल भूमि रही। इस तरह से प्राचीन काल से लेकर के अर्वाचीन या अब तक भी, चाहे हम अतीत की बात करें, चाहे हम वर्तमान की बात करें, चाहे हम भविष्य की लिए सोचें, हम कभी भी नेपाल और भारत को अलग अलग दृष्टि से, अलग अलग आंखों से नहीं देख सकते हैं। इसीलिए भारत और नेपाल की जो मैत्री है, उसका जो संबंध है, उसको दृढ़ करने के लिए जो ये एनडीटीवी के माध्यम से जो ये आयोजन हुआ है, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। क्योंकि आज कुछ कुछ जो विघटनकारी तत्व हैं, किसी तरह से जो आपस में मतभेद या चाहे वह सरकारी स्तर पर हो, चाहे आपस के लोगों के संबंधों के स्तर पर हो, किसी भी रूप में विभेद पैदा करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उनके लिए एक बड़ा समाधान बनेगा, यह मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। जहां तक पतंजलि की बात रही, मैं आपको निवेदन पूर्वक ये बताना चाहता हूं कि लगभग 77 जिले में हमारे पास 1 लाख से ज्यादा योग शिक्षक नेपाल में अभी निःशुल्क स्वास्थ्य सेवा, योग सेवा प्रदान कर रहे हैं। उसके माध्यम से हम सैकड़ों करोड़ जो राजस्व है, जो स्वास्थ्य के लिए शायद लोगों का खर्च होता, उसको प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी प्रिवेंशन के साथ में लोग रोकने का काम कर रहे हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त एकमात्र जो आयुर्वेदिक प्राइवेट आयुर्वेदिक कॉलेज है, वो पतंजलि का है, जो नेपाल में चलता है। और जड़ी बूटी को लेकर के, कृषि को लेकर के हम बहुत सारी गतिविधियां नेपाल में कर रहे हैं। और हमारी सोच यह भी है, हमने यहाँ पर प्रतिवर्ष हजारों नेपाल के भाई बहनों को निःशुल्क योग का प्रशिक्षण, कृषि का प्रशिक्षण, आयुर्वेद का प्रशिक्षण देने का कार्य भी यहाँ पर होता है नेपाल के भाई बहनों के लिए। और नेपाल में जब महाभूकंप आया था 12 बैसाख को 2072 यानी 25 अप्रैल को 2015 को, तब पूज्य स्वामी जी और हम काठमांडू में ही थे, हमारा योग शिविर चल रहा था। उसको मैं बहुत ही अभी भी याद करके ही बहुत रोंगटे खड़े होते हैं। हजारों लोगों ने अपने प्राण गंवा दिए और बहुत सारे रोड पर आ गए। उस समय पर भी पतंजलि ने सबसे आगे बढ़ करके हमने बहुत सारे संगठन के भाई बहनों को वॉलंटरी जो बहुत बड़ी जो फोर्स थी हमने लगाया और हमने सब जगह पर तुरंत क्या उपाय किया जा सकता है, पका हुआ भोजन सब जगह उपलब्ध कराने का काम, उनके लिए तिरपाल आदि का काम किया। बाद में 100 से ज्यादा बच्चों को हमने वहीं पर ही आश्रम में रख करके उनको शिक्षा दीक्षा पढ़ाने का कार्य हम लोगों ने किया।
आचार्य
तो
जी,
इस तरह से
एक
हम लोग उस भूकंप में जितना हम कर सकते थे हमने उस करने को काम किया। और जाजरकोट में अभी 3 नवंबर 2023 को जो बड़ा भूकंप आया था, उसमें भी पतंजलि ने बहुत सारा कार्य किया। भारत से ही हमने 7-8 ट्रक पूरा तिरपाल से लेकर के, राशन से लेकर के, चावल से लेकर के, उस संदर्भ में मैं ये भी याद दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारत सरकार का मैं बहुत धन्यवादी हूं, क्योंकि उस समय पर चावल एक्सपोर्ट अलाउ नहीं था, बाहर नहीं भेज सकते थे चावल। हमने ट्रकों में चावल भर दिया था वहां लोगों को देने के लिए, निःशुल्क वितरण के लिए। तो भारत सरकार के वहां जब बॉर्डर पर चावल को रोका गया, हमने निवेदन किया, दिल्ली ने मात्र 1 दिन के अंदर सारे चावल को ले जाने की स्वीकृति दी कि आपदा में राहत के लिए ले जा रहे हैं तो हम स्पेशल जियो जारी कर देते हैं। ये भारत नेपाल का मैत्री का जो संबंध है, तो ये एक बड़ा उदाहरण है। और आज भी क्योंकि जब बात कर रहे हैं कि क्योंकि हमारा प्रोग्राम पहले से आपका सब निर्धारित था, पर इस बीच में जो आपदा आन पड़ी है, विपदा की घड़ी में हम बैठ करके नेपाल के संबंधों की बात कर रहे हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से भारत के लोग बहुत दुखी हैं, पीड़ित है। आदरणीय सदगुरु जी के तो बहुत बड़ी जो वॉलंटियर्स की, जो उनके भक्तों की, डिवोटीज की टीम थी, वो भी इसमें पीड़ित हो गया है। तो उन दृश्य को देख करके मन बहुत द्रवित हो उठता है। तो हम वहाँ पर चाहे स्वास्थ्य चिकित्सा की जैसे मैंने बात कही, आज करीबन हमारे 1600 से ज्यादा निःशुल्क योग कक्षाएं नेपाल के हर जिले में कई जगह पर चल रही है। जैसे कल आपदा आई, हमने कहा कि आप लोगों को तुरंत बढ़ चढ़ करके काम होना है। हर जिला समिति ने एक समिति गठित करी, वॉलंटियर्स टीम बने और फील्ड पर उतर गए। आज सबसे बड़ी सामाजिक संस्था के रूप में सेवा के कार्य में पतंजलि वहां पर काम कर रहा है। हमें गर्व है उन नेपाली भाई बहनों के प्रति। अभी कल मैंने बात की 1-2 बहनों से, वो दुखी थी, परेशान थी, बोले आचार्य जी हमारा बहुत नुकसान हुआ है, पर हमारे प्राण बच गए, हमारा कुछ बचा है, पर हमने अभी लोगों के लिए जो है ना आपदा के राहत के लिए कैंप लगा करके काम करना शुरू कर दिया। धन्य है ऐसे भाई बहन जो पीड़ा में भी अपनी पीड़ा को कम समझ करके दूसरे के पीड़ा के लिए काम करने के लिए, ये प्रेरणा श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी के उससे, पतंजलि के कारण से उनको प्राप्त हो रही है। हम व्यसन मुक्त नेपाल की आज एक जो बड़ी विकट समस्या है, जैसे भारत में भी जो नशा की लत युवाओं में बहुत ज्यादा है, नेपाल में भी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रही है। उसको रोकने के लिए हम लोगों ने युवा नेपाल समिति के माध्यम से बहुत बड़ा अभियान हम लोगों ने नेपाल में शुरू किया हुआ है। और इसी तरह से हमने वहां पर जितने भी तरह के जो रक्तदान है, जन जागरण के अभियान के कार्य हैं, वृक्षारोपण का कार्य है, वो सब हम लोगों ने पूरे ढंग से वहां पर बड़े स्तर पर प्रारंभ किया हुआ है। उन सब कार्यों के माध्यम से जहां जहां पर भी नेपाल भारत के संबंधों को लेकर के नकारात्मकता की बात होती है, कहीं कोई किसी भी तरह से विघटन की बात करता है, तो सकारात्मकता, सृजनात्मकता और कार्य से हम उसको ठीक करने का प्रयास करते हैं। और श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी और हमारे कारण से वहां पर जो पर्यटन के लिए, जो लोगों के लिए वहां पर जाएं, वहां पर उनकी संख्या बढ़े, उसके लिए जहां हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं। ऑर्गेनिक कृषि के लिए, जैविक कृषि के लिए और नई नई तकनीक के माध्यम से किस तरह से लोगों को कृषि कार्यों के साथ जोड़ सकते हैं, अलग अलग स्किल के माध्यम से कैसे हम उनको रोजगार से जोड़ सकते हैं, किस तरह से रोजगार का सृजन कर सकते हैं। तो वहां पर वेलनेस भी हमारा चलता है और हम उसको और बढ़ाने वाले हैं। तो इस तरह से नेपाल और भारत के संबंधों की प्रगाढ़ता के लिए बहन, जैसा आपने कहा था कि पतंजलि महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है और जितना बन पाएगा। श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी का एक बड़ा संकल्प है नेपाल को लेकर के। हमने भारत से बहुत सारे, जैसे नेपाल में योग शिविर हमने लगाया।
आचार्य जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज मिल रही है,
दिया तो 1 रुपया हम भारत में लेकर के नहीं आए।
जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज मिल रही है,
अभी आ रही है?
जी जी, आपको सुन पा रहे हैं, लगातार सुन रहे हैं। मैं कुछ सवाल भी आपके सामने रखना चाहती थी, वो इसलिए क्योंकि बहुत से लोग जब यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, आपका जो नेपाल से संबंध रहा है आज, क्योंकि यहाँ पर पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट, लोगों के आपसी रिश्ते, इन रिश्तों की मधुरता कैसे दोनों देशों के बीच के रिश्तों को मजबूत करती है, थोड़ा इस पर भी बात करना चाह रहे थे। नेपाल से जुड़ी हुई आप जो समय आपने यहाँ पर बिताया, उसकी कुछ अगर यादें या उससे जुड़े हुए कुछ किस्से आप साझा करना चाहें तो ज़रूर सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे।
जी बहन, बिल्कुल, हमें वह बचपन की काफी यादें हमारे जेहन पर है, मस्तिष्क में है। हम क्योंकि देखिए बचपन में जो अभ्यास और आदत पड़ती है, आज भी मैं हिमालय की बड़ी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों में चोटियों पे चढ़ता हूँ और इस आयु में भी आज जो अनाम और अनारोहित चोटियों पर चढ़ने का सामर्थ्य है तो लोग देखते रह जाते हैं। तो मैं ये कहता हूँ कि बचपन में जो पहाड़ियों में ऊपर से नीचे हम कूदते रहे, उसके सामर्थ्य से आज हम कार्य को कर पा रहे हैं। और संयोग मानिए या दैवीय कृपा मानिए, आज आयुर्वेद में लोग जानते हैं कि हमें आयुर्वेद का बहुत ज्ञान है। मैं इस संदर्भ में निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ कि मेरी माँ, वह अक्षर ज्ञान का बोध तो नहीं है, उन्होंने कभी स्कूल में पढ़ाई नहीं करी, पर मेरी माँ को इतनी सारी जड़ी बूटियों का पता है। तो बचपन में जो मेरा जो समय नेपाल में कटा, उस समय पर हमने इतनी जड़ी बूटियों का बोध, एक तो माँ के कारण से, दूसरा क्योंकि इस पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में विविध तरह के पेड़ पौधे वनस्पतियां होती हैं, उन वनस्पतियों के कारण से आज मुझे वनस्पति के एक्सपर्ट होने का जो नींव जहां से पड़ी, जो फाउंडेशन जहां से बना, वह निश्चित रूप से वो नेपाल की धरती है। तो वो सारा सब कुछ मुझे स्मरण है। और हमने कभी भी, मैंने जैसे कहा कि मेरे को कभी भी भारत का ऋण इसलिए है क्योंकि यहाँ जन्म भी लिया और बाद में भी सारा जीवन भी यही है। नेपाल का ऋण इसलिए है क्योंकि जो माता पिता का खून था, ब्लड था, उसका मूल वहां पर है। तो इसीलिए वो सारी स्मृतियां याद आती हैं और नेपाल में हमें अच्छा लगता है कि जहां पर भी जाते हैं लोगों को लगता है कि ये हमारे हैं। और एक जैसे बहन आपने कही, एक बात कह देता हूं वैसे।
जी जी, बोलिए बोलिए बोलिए।
जी जी बहन, मैं एक बात और बताना चाह रहा था। आपने कहा कोई विशेष बात, क्या हुआ कि जैसे यहाँ पर लोग आते हैं, वैसे तो हम सब लोगों से बराबर ही मिलते हैं, पर कई बार ऐसा होता है कि यहाँ भी जो मिलने के लिए लोग आते हैं, चाहे बिहार यूपी से भी आते हैं, तो कहते हैं हमारा रिलेशन ना आचार्य जी नेपाल से भी है। क्यों? क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि आचार्य जी शायद हमको ध्यान से सुनेंगे। तो मुझे इस रूप में अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि लोगों को नेपाल का और उन चीजों को बात को लेकर के वो गौरव के साथ यदि चर्चा करते हैं, संबंधों को लेकर के गौरव के साथ चर्चा करते हैं, तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
जी, और इसीलिए मैं चाह रही थी कि आपसे ज़रूर कुछ ऐसा संवाद हो जिसमें आपकी पुरानी स्मृतियों का, आपके पुराने अनुभवों का जिक्र हो जाए। लेकिन आज जब पूरे दिन अन्वीक्षा कार्यक्रम के तहत हम अलग अलग सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए लोगों से बात कर रहे थे, उनके अनुभवों को जान रहे थे, नेपाल में बीते 1 साल में जो बदलाव हुए हैं उसमें नेपाल के भीतर ये सवाल भी गूंज रहे हैं, हमारी पहचान क्या हो और भारत के साथ हमारा रिश्ता कैसा हो। ये दोनों सवाल साथ साथ चल रहे हैं। आपको क्या लगता है, भारत को लेकर नेपाल की इस नई आइडेंटिटी कॉन्शियसनेस को कैसे समझना चाहिए?
बहन, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात पूछी है। नेपाल के लोगों में, क्योंकि मैं जैसे हमने कहा कि हम हजारों नहीं लाखों लोगों के साथ संपर्क में हैं, जो नई सरकार बनी है लोगों की बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं, बहुत लोगों की भावनाएं हैं, बहुत संवेदनाएं हैं, बहुत मन और भाव से लोगों ने इस सरकार को चुना है। तो वो सरकार का जो प्रयास है, जो सरकार का कार्य है, हमें विश्वास है कि सरकार जो है इस तरह के कार्यों को कर रही है कि जिससे लोगों की जन भावनाएं जुड़े। तो अब इसको और बेहतरी के साथ करने की आवश्यकता जरूर है। वहां पर हम सरकार जो कहेगी नेपाल के विकास के लिए, समृद्धि के लिए, लोगों के जीवन को उन्नत बनाने के लिए, हमारे पास जो नॉलेज है, एक्सपर्टाइजेशन है, भगवान ने जो कुछ भी हमें दिया है उसके माध्यम से हम करने के लिए सदैव उद्यत हैं। पूरा पतंजलि योगपीठ उस कार्य के लिए करेगा। तो वो अपेक्षाएं बहुत हैं और जो परिवर्तन यही है। अभी जो युवा पीढ़ी है, क्योंकि सबसे पहले जो देश की जो शक्ति है वो युवा होती है, तो युवा शक्ति हमको, वो विदेशों में जा रही है, पलायन हो रहा है, उसको रोकने के लिए ठोस कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। लोग इसको महसूस करते हैं और वह स्किल को देने से ही होगा। दूसरी बात, स्किल ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से यदि युवा स्किल्ड होकर के, यानी वह किसी भी तरह के ज्ञान को, नॉलेज को या किसी भी तरह के ट्रेनिंग को लेकर के बाहर जाता है, तो देश के लिए ज्यादा अर्निंग करके ले आएगा। ये काम करने की आवश्यकता है। तो चुनौतियां बहुत हैं, लोगों की अपेक्षाएं बहुत हैं, पर अभी सरकार को लेकर के आशा है लोगों की, और अभी आशा पर टिके हुए हैं। तो सरकार के लिए जरूरी है कि लोगों की आशाओं के अनुकूल
आपने अपने वक्तव्य में बताया कि कैसे नेपाल में पतंजलि का विस्तार भी आप लोगों ने किया है, लेकिन उससे एक सवाल मैं और आगे का पूछूंगी आपसे जरूर। क्या आपको लगता है कि नेपाल सिर्फ भारतीय कंपनियों का मार्केट नहीं, बल्कि इंडिया नेपाल जॉइंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट्स का भी एक बड़ा हब बन सकता है आने वाले वक्त में?
ये संभावनाएं बहुत है। मैंने पिछले सरकार में नेपाल के गवर्नमेंट से मैंने बात करी थी। देखिए, अभी भारत को तो इन्होंने विकसित राष्ट्र से विकासशील में डाल दिया कई चीजों में। वह अभी विकसित है, यानी थर्ड वर्ल्ड के अंदर अभी नेपाल को डाला गया है। तो इसीलिए यदि हम नेपाल के अंदर कुछ भी प्रोडक्ट वगैरह उत्पाद करते हैं तो उसको एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए, वहां से विदेशों में भेजने के लिए बड़ी संभावना है। यानी नेपाल में यदि हम कोई उत्पाद बनाते हैं, यदि इंटरनेशनल क्वालिटी का हम बनाते हैं, तो इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के लिए स्वीकार्यता भी बहुत है। और हिमालय स्टेट होने के कारण से नेपाल के अंदर हम हर्बल या हम ऑर्गेनिक जो प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने की जो संभावनाएं हैं वहां से बहुत है। और दुनिया की आज सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है कि उनको बहुत शुद्ध आहार मिले, शुद्ध उत्पाद मिले। तो नेपाल को वो शुद्धता देने के लिए, नेपाल के अंदर उस प्रोडक्ट को करने के लिए भारत बहुत मदद कर सकता है। भारत के पास आज हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। पूरी इंडिया की यदि हम बात करें तो यहाँ पर काफी अच्छे रिसर्चेज हुए हैं। उस रिसर्च को, उस टेक्नोलॉजी को, उस एक्सपर्टाइजेशन को यदि हम नेपाल के माध्यम से पूरी दुनिया में पहुंचाने का प्रयास करते हैं, इससे नेपाल समृद्धशाली होगा, नेपाल के लोगों को रोजगार मिलेगा और वो सिर्फ इंडिया का मार्केट नहीं बनेगा। क्योंकि हम इस पक्ष में नहीं है। कई लोग कहते हैं, अच्छा भारत में जैसे भारतीय प्रोडक्ट को लेकर के हमें अभी इतना बड़ा मुहिम करना पड़ा, मान लीजिए महात्मा गांधी से लेकर के आदरणीय सुभाष चंद्र बोस से लेकर के और विनोबा भावे तक लोगों ने स्वदेशी को बहुत भारत में बल दिया। बल देने के बाद में भी भारत में लोगों की मानसिकता ऐसी थी कि लोगों को लगता था कि जो विदेशी आइटम होता है वो ज़्यादा अच्छा होता है, स्वदेशी आइटम खराब होता है, तो उसको तोड़ने का काम पतंजलि ने किया। उस एक जो मानसिकता थी, एक परसेप्शन था या एक जो षड्यंत्र था, उसको तोड़ने का काम पतंजलि ने किया। उसके बाद में क्या हुआ कि अभी नेपाल में जैसे हम लोगों ने पतंजलि का प्रोडक्ट बनाना शुरू किया, शुरू से हमारी सोच थी कि नेपाल के लिए नेपाल में बनाएंगे, तो लोगों को ये लगता था कि इंडिया का बना हुआ अच्छा है, पतंजलि का बना हुआ प्रोडक्ट बहुत अच्छा नहीं, नेपाल का ज्यादा अच्छा। ये मानसिकता परसेप्शन है। तो नेपाल के लोगों को भी नेपाल में बनी हुई चीजों के प्रति, नेपाल राष्ट्र के प्रति और नेपाल की उसके प्रति जो स्वदेशी की जो भावना है, वहां अभी बलवती होने की आवश्यकता है, बलवती करने की आवश्यकता है। और सरकार की नीतियां भी ऐसी बने कि लोग गुणवत्ता युक्त उत्पाद वहां पर बनाएं, गुणवत्ता युक्त उत्पाद के लिए वो लोग कार्य करें, इसकी आवश्यकता जरूर है। तो ये भारत की जो मेधा है, प्रतिभा है, मैं आपको निवेदन करना चाहता हूं, भारतवर्ष के अंदर नेपाल के बहुत सारे लोग, बहुत अच्छे साइंटिस्ट भी भारत में हैं, बहुत सारे अच्छे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर भी भारत में हैं, विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में लोग काम कर रहे हैं। विदेशों में मैंने देखा कि यूके में, यूएसए में, अलग अलग रशिया में, बहुत सारे देशों के अंदर नेपाल के लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
आचार्य जी, आज
मौका मिलेगा,
बड़े विस्तार में
वातावरण मिलेगा,
आपने इन सभी संभावनाओं की चर्चा
की, समृद्धशाली बनाने में अपना योगदान देंगे।
जी, आपने विस्तार में इन सभी संभावनाओं पर चर्चा की और बहुत सारे लोग जो आपको लाइव यहाँ बैठकर सुन रहे थे, मुझे लगता है बहुत सारी बातों से अग्री भी करेंगे। बहुत धन्यवाद अन्वीक्षा में हमें समय देने के लिए और भारत से हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। थैंक यू।
जी जी बहन, बहुत बहुत प्रणाम आप सबको और सभी जो जिन्होंने सुना, और सबको मेरा बहुत बहुत प्रणाम।
As we head into our final sessions, we bring together leading strategic minds to synthesize the past, present, and future of bilateral ties between two countries. For the next session, please welcome Dr. Vijay Chothaiwale, in charge of Foreign Affairs, BJP India, Major General Binoj Basant, Nepalese Army and Strategic Analyst, Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri, former Ambassador of India to Nepal, Dr. Nishchal N. Pandey, Director, Center for South Asian Studies, Kathmandu. And for this session, I would like to invite my colleague Aditya Rajkor.
Well, it's been an incredible day discussing diplomacy, politics, but more so the India-Nepal story, the next chapter. The foundation in many ways is being laid out by the speakers, more than 40 of them who spoke all through the day. And of course, this will result in a lot of transformations in future as well. But to discuss the past, present and future of India-Nepal relations, we have an incredible panel. Because India and Nepal have never lacked history, geography, or the people-to-people contact. The civilizational ties is something that we speak about often, but now with the new Balen Shah government, there's a new opportunity of creating a new political and economic architecture. All through the day today, from the foreign minister to the Indian ambassador to other prominent speakers, spoke about this new vision of Balen Shah government and the Modi government speaking to each other, and perhaps that handshake moment that could happen in the next few weeks. But to begin with, Major General Binoj Basant, if I can speak to you first, you know, we are still coming to terms with what happened 24 hours ago. But again, what comes to mind is, one, the resilience of the people of Nepal that have stood together, and then the phone call that went from Prime Minister Modi to the Prime Minister Balen Shah, who haven't met yet, in the last 6 months. What does this convey in many ways? Because many people are talking about the reset that is under works between India and Nepal. Do you think, even though it's a traumatic time for the Nepali society, we are still overcoming with it, helping people, the missing people out, but the trajectory that we are working on currently, is this something going towards a positive direction?
Well, thank you for having me here first, but let me just confess that whatever I talk about or whatever I say is very personal. It is an independent thought. And Ayataji, thank you for the question. But at the outset, I must say that the incident that took place is very sad indeed. But the other part is, I think we're in a post operations. At the same time, I think there is another one that may be coming. So how that will hit is another thing that we have to really think about. But regarding the messages that Prime Minister Modi has talked with our Prime Minister Balin Shah, I think these are the closeness that we have, which also reflects on the help that India had given us during the 2015 earthquake. But overall, I think when we look at the disasters that happen, and when we look at the responses, and when we look at the preparations, these all counts, you know. So the Nepalese army, I mean, we must commend that they have been doing an exemplary professional rescue and relief operations. And the credit just doesn't go to the army. I mean, it's because of the defense diplomacy that we have had is also a credit that goes to the Indian army, who has been so close with the Nepalese army. On working together, we have had joint exercises on HADR operations, which has helped us to know each other, which has also taught each other on the best practices that so the coordination between two forces is another example of diplomacy that works in times of needs. So, but I would also see the recent floods not just as a simple, actually natural disaster. And I think it's also a strategic warning, a warning that tells us to collaborate through nature, through ecology, or through institutions, either to respond or to prevent. To prevent, when it triggers in the Tibetan plateau, it hits Nepal, then it spills over to India. So a trilateral mechanism, at the same time, a regional mechanism at what is needed. I think nature doesn't have borders. We do have borders, but a collaboration, a strategic warning means a collaboration, a trilateral collaboration, or a regional collaboration, maybe through a BIMSTEC. If there is a blue economy, maybe you can have an ecological prevention mechanisms that we can develop. Thank you, Adiji.
Dr. Chothaiwale, Prime Minister Balin Shah is a very different political phenomenon from the kind of traditional leadership that you have, dealt with in Nepal. How does the BJP or the government really look at the new government in Nepal? Because already there's been an invitation that has been extended to the Prime Minister. Last night, Prime Minister Modi was perhaps the first global leader to speak with the Prime Minister Balin Shah. Also, do you see this, an opportunity for a reset, the big handshake that takes place in New Delhi? And what would the Indian government really want to achieve from this particular visit?
So, first of all, thank you NDTV and all the colleagues of Rahul for arranging such a wonderful symposia. Also, my heartfelt condolences for those who have suffered in yesterday's tragedy. And as you all know, and it has been repeatedly said here, that India is fully behind the people of Nepal in such a contingency. and is willing to do whatever it needs to do. So, first of all, Aditya, we need to understand that this government is democratically elected government. Vast majority of Nepalis have supported it, and we respect it as much as any other sovereign government in the world. And therefore, no one should have this doubt that we are treating Nepal like a younger brother or whatever it is, or we want to dominate. Those who have read or seen or listened to Prime Minister Modi ji's first speech in 2014 in Parliament, he has said that we are here to support and not to interfere. And India's foreign policy towards Nepal remained like that on this steadfast principle. And there were so many changes of the government in last 12 years since Modi ji has come to power. But we have dealt with every government with equal respect and equal desire to work with them. So, Mr. Balen Shah's government is not going to be any different than this. And it has been seen now, yesterday also, when Modi ji called Mr. Balen, about the visit, etc., all these logistic details will be worked out at a diplomatic level. But as the indications are that the visit will happen sometimes in this calendar year, it will also impact a lot. But before that, many people have visited India, many ministers, including the foreign minister, army people have visited India. From our side, BJP has invited Shri Ravi Lamichhane a couple of months ago, and he has spent a lot of good time with our party president. He met Dr. Jaishankar, he met Home Minister Shri Amit Bhai Shah, and also Prime Minister, which was quite a rare phenomenon.
If you allow me, I want to butt in here, because the kind of reception that Ravi Lamichhane received in Delhi, it's been unprecedented. You know, global leaders come to Delhi usually, but the kind of reception that was given to him at the BJP headquarters, then with the Home Minister, with other ministers and leaders as well, was this one would assume that this was a strategy, but was this really a warm reception planned to convey a message that India is an equal partner?
Yes, your second assumption is correct. It was very well planned and thought that we should give him a message, and to not only to him personally, but also to entire Nepal, that we have not changed. We are very much with you when there are democratic changes in the country. But again, I want to take you back to the history, that he was not the first party president from Nepal whom we have welcomed in BJP headquarters. Mr. Prachanda also we invited on our an invitation of our previous president, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, and he was also given a good welcome in our party office. He met Dr. Jaishankar that time, and we had a very good time with him and a lot of informal interaction. Shri Sher Bahadur Devbaji, when he visited India as a Prime Minister, but he was also that time President of Nepali Congress. So we invited him in his capacity as a President of Nepali Congress, and he was generous enough to come, and we gave him warm welcome. So what I am saying, that our policy towards Nepal is continuity and consistency, and nothing much has changed after Shri Balenji has won. So I would like to wipe out that perception.
Well, there is continuity and consistency, but there is also a realization. And Ambassador Puri, you've been here, when the previous natural disaster, the earthquake happened, and you post that, you were there for the reconstruction phase. But what we saw yesterday has a message for us all. But is there some kind of a course correction that was required also when it comes to India-Nepal ties? Something from your diplomatic experience that, many people have written about it. What has been your experience and your message?
Aditya, thank you. And thank you very much to NDTV for inviting me. I want to say a very big thank you to your editor-in-chief, Rahul, What you said in your opening remarks was fantastic and truly something of importance here, which is we understood, it doesn't mean we understand. We must continue to work towards understanding the present so that we can work towards the future. Thank you very much for that. I also want to thank NDTV for something else, for choosing Nepal to start your Anviksha series. How would it normally have happened? You know us from India. What would have been the thought process? You chose, in my opinion, and not only because I was ambassador here, in my opinion, the country that matters most for us in terms of India and its perceptions in the world. That was important. Obviously, my sympathies, my understanding, feelings for all those who have suffered tremendously in this flash flood. And I wasn't here in 2015, but you mentioned about Prime Minister calling. In my understanding, it was so natural, and it happened. Even if there may not have been any prompt, from here it would have happened on its own. Why? Because we feel connected. Just as the Nepalese feel connected in their own way, we in India feel connected. And the Honorable Prime Minister has been here several times. He knows the people. And so therefore, it was natural. When you have something like this, you get up and you do it. And the offer of help. Last night itself, I believe the first tranche of whatever assistance, etc., could be sent has been done. And now everybody is getting involved in that. It had to happen. It was natural. What are the things that during the reconstruction phase we learned? We did tremendous amounts. Some 20,000 odd houses reconstructed. Massive amounts of budgets allocated towards this. We set up institutional arrangements which delivered. Institutional arrangements which was not just bilateral, but involved third party institutions, UN institutions which had an experience of reconstruction. All of this was deeply appreciated. There have been archaeological sites, mandirs, etc. here which were reconstructed. And of course I mentioned to you housing. Look, we have an old, long relationship with Nepal. There is an imperative to this relationship for the Nepalese as far as we are concerned. Much of what you are doing is based on the young generation. That was the question you didn't ask me, but the young generation. Do you know what has happened in the last 20 odd years as Nepal opened up, as the young generation have become IT savvy? Go to Bangalore. There's a huge Nepali community. We in India don't even know they exist. And they are happy to be part of the ecosystem there. Similarly in Hyderabad, they've done yeoman wonders. Today the ambassador mentioned an organization called Len Den, which does the same thing that we are talking about. Digitally doing lending and doing this kind of financial services. And these are Nepali boys and girls. These are the kind of things that have happened. This is a relationship which has exists, and in my opinion, will go forward, importantly. Now let me come to the current thing. There's been a generational change in Nepal. In my understanding, from 1990 onwards, politically constitutional monarchy, but actually in the world, Nepal opened up to globalization. It was not a country under the monarchy which had really seen globalization, other than a few people like General Saab here and a few others. Most people didn't. Today, some third of Nepal's population is overseas, and not just in India, across the world. In terms of remittances to GDP, one of the highest in the world. It's a country which has imbibed globalization. And so therefore, these changes were in a sense symptomatic. The trigger resulted in what happened, including the Gen Z things of September, the monarchy leaving in 2008. All of these things are in that sense. In a sense, it's Nepal's modernization, becoming more into the modern world, the professional world that we all know, which we in India, I am hesitant to say this, but colonization got us into this modern world. You and I are having this discussion in English, feeling perfectly comfortable in it. And that's the nature of this particular change. And this, Rahul, takes me to your point, and I'll stop there. We understood, and of course, our relations on religion, our relations on people, our relations on roti beti, what we like, what we do, none of these will change, they haven't changed. But in terms of understanding, we need to understand it isn't the country that my parents kind of knew, and do they know the changing India? They also need to do. And so therefore, the most important thing is dialogue, interaction. Business, particularly important. People at their own level do things. Can governments facilitate it? And very, very important, keep up the dialogue at the highest levels in politics, in military, in bureaucracy, in the police services. All of that is important. It's this particular connect which, believe me, in terms of the relationship that we have, the geography that we have and the history that we have, allows many things to be done without it being the set course in a standard operating procedure. What needs to be done gets done. Thank you.
No, I must confess, those were very important recommendations, perspectives, and speaking from experience, what is really required on ground. And I'm pretty sure that the government, the private sector, individuals who are invested deeply will take this forward. And also, every second question today has been about the Gen Zs and the youth, and we'll take that thread forward to Dr. Pandey, who's been invested in this Nepal-India ties as well. What are the structural and policy changes that you really feel? Because the foundation has been set, the meeting will happen now, to really embark on this new chapter of Nepal-India ties, because a lot of expectations are there, but there needs to be some structural and policy changes which you can possibly recommend.
Thank you, Aditya. I think what has come out pronounced since morning here is that there has been a generational change in Nepal. Foreign policy is successful when there is a government backed by the people. And I think we have that government today here in Nepal. You know, there was a time when, as Varun Chaudhary just mentioned, there was a musical chair. Coalitions would be formed and coalitions would be dismantled. But there would be the same people coming in and getting out of power, the same persons. We have a complete different change in this context. And the youth did not even feel that politics would lead them to anything positive. And therefore they migrated in mass numbers. The ambition of a young person of Nepal till last year was to go into Australia, Canada, United States and get a PR. That was his sole ambition in life. Now for the first time, look at the cabinet today in our country. We have a Prime Minister who studied in Bengaluru, returned back to serve his country. We have a Finance Minister who studied in Australia. He could have got a job anywhere in the world. He returned back to serve his country. We have a Foreign Minister who studied in the United States, returned back to serve his country. So there is a generational phenomenon change that has taken place in our society. I think we must be proud of it. India needs to embrace this change, not only in Nepal, but entire South Asia. This will give you long-term dividend. This will give you benefits in the future. I think the best days of Indo-Nepal relations is yet to come.
Well, certainly it's yet to come, and you know, sky's the limit. But if there is a realization, then certainly we will head towards a positive direction. Major General Basneyat, I want to also understand from you, recently we had the Indian Army Chief as a tradition, you know, come here, get the honorary rank, and that's been followed for years together. But there's also been this debate around the contribution of the legendary Gorkhas in the Indian Army. And we saw some visuals of the Gorkhas also saluting the Indian tricolor during the Independence Day. Is there a conscious decision or a kind of a conversation that's happening in Nepal around the Agniveer? And what is your opinion around that?
Yes, I think, I believe Nepal and India can and should separate the larger strategic relationship from Agnipath disagreement. But separation doesn't mean that is ignoring the issue. I think it is putting it in the right compartment. So it actually reminds me of a statement by Prime Minister Modi at the Constituent Assembly in 2014, and he said, quote, हिंदुस्तान ने कोई भी लड़ाई ऐसी नहीं जीती है जिसमें किसी नेपाली का रक्त न बहा हो, जिसमें किसी नेपाली ने भारत की रक्षा के लिए शहादत नहीं दिए हो, unquote. So the shared sacrifice of Nepali soldiers, as applauded by Prime Minister Modi, and the sacrifice for democracy by the political leaders from both sides, ensures that while Nepal-India ties have an enduring space in the hearts of the people and a rock foundation on defense diplomacy. So the Nepal and India military relationship is actually a very deeper than recruitment. But I think it rests in history, it's shared in our military traditions, and the recent honorary rank general and conferred by the president to General Dhiraj Seth is one example. And so I would also call Agnipath a crisis in defense. I wouldn't call it a crisis. I think I would call it a transition that is taking place in Nepal-India relationship. Like Aditya ji, you use the word reset in the relationship. I would use the word revisit in the relationship. Nepal and India never has had, it has had ups and downs in relationship, but we have always had sound relationship. So I think it is revisiting the relationship rather than resetting. So India has changed its military recruitment system, but I mean, and there are disagreements here, but the larger question is, what should Nepal and India defense cooperations look like in the 21st century? So I believe we need to move from a recruitment-centered relationship to a capability-built relationship. This means expanding what we possess now, whether it is military educations, whether it is joint military exercises, whether learning from each other, whether it is United Nations peacekeeping operations. So Agnipath itself, I would favor a structured dialogue than a political deadline. So maybe a middle path that we could take is form a small committee that will look into the matters, what the concerns of Nepal, at the same time the Agnipath scheme, then find out a solution so that we can continue the traditions. Because what I believe on is as these geopolitical environments are changing and the regional dynamics are shifting, I think there is a principle that Nepal must stand for. It is to continue and make Nepal-India relationship stronger with new avenues and new opportunities. So this should be the theme of how we move forward. And military diplomacy, of course, plays a vital and important part on this. It is a channel that creates a space in New Delhi that we need. It's a platform that we have hearts in the hearts of the people of both our countries.
Dr. Chaudhawale, India and Nepal have had, of course, civilizational ties that we have been speaking on, but India is also the biggest economic and development partner of Nepal. Now, traditionally, the diplomacy has been around, grants for roads and infrastructure, the line of credit, and also better connectivity. Do you think we need to move beyond that as well? Because when I was interviewing the Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, one thing he admitted and confessed was that in the last 10 years that there's been a technological advancement in India, there's been a missed opportunity for Nepal. So could this be a growth story, not just of India, but Nepal and India together? And is the Indian government, the BJP as well, ready to offer any kind of that support, that infrastructure, and that guidance in that direction?
I think what we have seen in last 10 years is just a beginning. For example, it has been repeatedly said even on this platform that there is a potential of generating 10,000 megawatts hydropower from Nepal, and a lot of that will be consumed by Indian customers. Right now, we are buying only, I guess, close to 1,500 megawatts. So there is huge potential in that sector. Similarly, on the rail link, road link, and better communication, physical communication, that's another area where both the countries can work together. Third aspect is, of course, the digital connectivity. And that has, you also had a session about it. And a very seamless transaction through the digital interfaces will be a great opportunity for several hundred thousands Nepalis who are staying in India, as well as several thousand Indians who visit Nepal every year, and also for business-to-business transactions. So these are kind of some of the low-hanging fruits which we should work upon, and then we should go at a high-tech area where India has now tremendous stride, especially in the banking system, etc., where we can have a knowledge sharing with Nepal and continue to work with them.
Ambassador Puri, a panelist earlier in the day from the Surya Group here spoke about how there are several opportunities that lie in the Indian industry. A very small example is the destination weddings that happen. And that could happen in Nepal. The second point is also a very natural that comes from the civilizational roots is the pilgrimage corridor. That hasn't really shaped till date. There might be few people going, but an official pilgrimage route corridor between Nepal and India hasn't shaped yet. Your advice, your points in that direction?
Aditya, let me quote you what the foreign minister said at the opening session. A record number of people from India came to Nepal in the month of July.
Yes.
Believe me, these things have happened. When Prime Minister Modi went to Muktinath, everybody in India started going to Muktinath. The problems now are they're somewhat different. It's going to be the young fold mountains and their abilities to be able to hold this kind of, let me say, pilgrimage tourism. Otherwise, let me give you so many examples. If any of you had come by road, the best place to cross over is near Gorakhpur, and you come across to this place called Bhairava. There's this massive, lovely, palatial hotel out there. For the last 10 odd years that I know, they are packed to capacities. And who are there? Good Indians coming across the border. In fact, the more our states become restrictive on sale of alcohol, the better it is out here. Life's like that. And let these things happen. In the old days, people used to come because the casinos were available here. They still do come, nothing wrong in that. They come for pilgrimage. People know this. They come for destination weddings. We are sitting in a hotel owned by the Hyatts. Their own hotel, the Hyatt Hotel, is the #1 wedding destination hotel in this country. And so people do come. That's happening. What we need to do as governments is to facilitate and make that easier if we can. People know all about that. Nepal has some infrastructural limitations. It's very easy to say you do it. For example, you want to do, what should I say, the most well-known weddings which we talk about in India. You would need to bring 10, 15, 20 aircraft here. Where are you going to land them here? So, keeping in mind the geography of this area, there's something pristine about the geography, there's something delicate about it. So we need to understand this, but the fact of better connectivity, the roads that are being built up to the border and beyond that in Nepal, it's changing this immensely. And believe me, actually, if you ask the people who are in the business, they'll tell you, I wouldn't like to say the word, it's rocking, but it's doing well.
So the last word is to Dr. Pandey, and taking cue from what Ambassador Puri said, should we begin with the infrastructure? Is infrastructure something that needs a complete overhaul, and India-Nepal partnership can shape that, from the government to the business houses to the private sector, and investing in a new Nepal?
In all our conversations, in all our development activities, I think now we have to focus on climate change and climate mitigation in whatever we do, in all our conversations, because what has time and again proven, the mountain is giving you a signal that you have to be climate friendly. During the 2015 earthquake, India was again the first responder. Our Prime Minister at that time, late Sushil Koirala, was out of the country, and Prime Minister Modi in fact called him and said that there has been a disaster in your country and we are sending the first, in fact the Indian Air Force aircraft landed within a few hours. During the COVID-19 pandemic, India was again the first responder with the vaccines. And yesterday we have seen that India is the first responder. Not only the first responder, India has also been the shock observer of Nepali economy during disasters. So I think this partnership should continue. This relationship should find new avenues. But we should be always mindful that the mountains are telling you a story, that they are giving you a message that we have to be climate friendly. In all our activities, we have to look into this whole thing about mitigation, adaptation. Otherwise, we'll be getting root shocks every now and then.
What a note to end this conversation. Delighted with this conversation, and certainly climate change is something realistic. We need to be mindful, and the mountains are calling, mountains are telling us a story, and we need to wake up. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us at the NDTV Anviksha.
Thank you to our panel for framing the past, present and future of our two nations. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aditya. Our two biggest sessions are lined up ahead soon. Finance Minister will be with us. But before that, I would like to inform you that NDTV World Anviksha will be followed by dinner. So stay till then. Building directly on that strategic vision, our next fireside chat brings one of India's most prominent parliamentary voices to discuss the historical depth and modern ambitions of our partnership. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad for India and Nepal Ancient Connect Shared Future. You're most welcome, sir, in conversation with NDTV's Vishnu Som.
For the last 3 decades, I've had the privilege of interacting every now and again with Ravi Shankar Prasad ji. Quite besides his political sort of prowess, all of what he's achieved, I can confess that it's him as a lawyer that has impressed me most. There are few people in this country, in our country, India, with a sharper legal intellect, and it's something which has been a source of constant admiration, which is why it's a great privilege for me to welcome him over here to NDTV Anviksha and have him on this panel for this conversation on the future of the relationship between India and Nepal. Raviji, it's a difficult day today. I wish the circumstances had been different. India and Nepal have so much in common, and it's a shared grief, isn't it, at this hour?
I totally agree with you, Vishnu. Yesterday, I was in two minds, whether I should come or not. Then I talked to the Foreign Secretary, and he said, "Sir, you must go and convey in unmistakable terms, India stands firmly with Nepal in this hour of grief." And he also told me that India's assistance is all in way. 2 flights have started. Well, Vishnu, let me put it in a different context. Do we view the relationship between Nepal and India only in terms of geographical boundary or national identity or passport, or is something beyond? Repeatedly, I'm hearing a reference of 2015 earthquake. I was then the communication minister of India. Lots of Indians were held up here. I said, "Kya karna hai?" The first thing, we need connectivity. And I asked BSNL, make it local call. And I also persuaded the other channels, तुम भी कुछ करो. It was a great help. On lighter note, the private mobile channels only kept it domestic for 2 days, and many of the journalists who have come to Nepal to cover it were fastened with heavy bills. But that is beside the point.
I know, sir.
You know it now. Vishnu, what I'm trying to say is, ये रोटी बेटी का संबंध ऐसे ही नहीं कहते हैं. You become the first responder in the hour of crisis, and that is quite natural. And the second thing is, this is across the board. Indian democracy is well known for its mercurial divide, if I can use that expression. But when it comes to the issue of Nepal, there is consensus. The second thing, while I compliment the new government, they have been elected with massive majority. But never forget one thing. Indians always have a groundswell of support for democratic urges of Nepal. Let us not name anyone. And if I can say it a little poetically, so long as Pashupati Nath is there in Nepal, and Kashi Vishwanath is there in India, this relationship is going to endure.
But Raviji, let me ask you this. It's a historic relationship, it's a cultural relationship, you've referred to that, you've referred to how we have stood by our brothers and sisters in this country. But there is a new generation over here, a generation driven by Instagram and Twitter. There's been a Gen Z revolution in this country. And the language that they speak is a language which is perhaps different from what an older generation of Nepali citizens spoke. Therefore, how important is it for us to understand what drives a newer generation of young Nepali?
I'll reply to your question in two ways. Lord Ram is revered in India, and Lord Ram is the son-in-law of Nepal. Mata Janki is the mother. Recently, when the Ram Janbhoomi temple was consecrated, lot of bhar came. What is bhar? Gift to the son-in-law. And many young people send it from Madhesh area, I know for sure. So many tens of crores people have visited Ayodhya Vishnu. If we set up a proper rail link, which I think must be, between Ayodhya and Janakpur, you see the kind of tourism potential it is there. The Gen Z will not be oblivious to these very clear dividends which will come in the way. But on a larger issue, I do agree with you. Time changes. We need to move with the aspirations of young people. Why not? In India or in Nepal. And for me, the most pleasant part is that today many Nepalis are involved in startup movement. As a former IT Minister of India, I know for sure how IT has done wonders in India. Nepal is picking up. This is how I see it.
But sir, is it also true that the words Gen Z are hyped? You were a student leader, you've been an activist, you were young and you still are young, but you were younger then. And therefore, in every country, every democracy, whether Nepal, Bangladesh or India, there have been young protesters for whatever the cause may have been. So how is Gen Z different other than the fact that they use technology which wasn't there earlier?
I would say two things. You are right. Technology is easy reach. What is happening? But remember one thing. Some degree of young protest is always integral to a democracy. But the maturity of the country depends upon how you handle it. That is very important. And the Gen Z understands that things are being handled. And if they are not being handled, I can tell you my own days of JP movement fighting against the emergency. Huh? No, there was a famous comment, you being a journalist recall that, what Advaniji said during emergency, when they were asked to bend, they were prepared to crawl.
Yeah.
Huh? Today we hear a lot of Godi media, and what kind of media we are saying that, we know it very well. But the point is, the world has changed, and let us appreciate and respect the urge of younger people. This is how I feel. And I always trust the maturity of younger people. And I can tell you, having handled the IT department for close to 7.5 years, the way India has changed is truly remarkable. Therefore, trust them. They'll give results.
But Raviji, this is a bit of a conspiracy theory. It's not mine. It's been stated by others. Before you say, Vishnu, what on earth are you suggesting? There's a Gen Z movement here, that's clear. There's a very young people's movement in Bangladesh as well. We've seen something in India as well. Why is it that for different circumstances, you see Gen Z reacting across the subcontinent?
Well, it is a natural phenomenon. If there is something wrong, either rightly wrong or perceived to be wrong, they would react. But the point is there a proper institutional mechanism to address the concern? For instance, a lot of Gen Z is there in Pak-occupied Kashmir, in Balochistan,
where there are huge protests.
They are being killed with impunity. And that Baloch girl, what is the name, I forget, she's also a Gen Z. Therefore, how do you address their concerns? That is always the benchmark of a stable future. And ultimately it comes from democracy. It comes from stability. It comes from being understanding of their concerns. If you take it that way, therefore you cannot compare what is happening in Bangladesh and particularly in Pakistan with India or in Nepal. After all, Nepal, I'm sorry for making a political comment, before the present government came to power, there was Ayaram, Gayaram here there as well. You know it very well or not?
Yeah.
That great phenomena.
No, but sir, I think the larger point that needs to be asked is, and you was talking a little bit about Pakistan as well, that remains a constant scourge for us in India, for terrorism and other factors as well. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more about the dangers that we face from Pakistan on one side as we try and negotiate friendly relationships with a host of other nations in the subcontinent?
Terrorism can never be an answer to a stable relationship. Using terrorism as an instrument of compulsive foreign policy is not right. And all those who have encouraged that became a victim of that. You know it very well. Pakistan does not learn a lesson at all. Because Pakistan is not democracy. I'm sorry to make this comment, but permit me to make this comment. Jinnah met Pakistan, it became Jarnail's ki dukaan. That is the hard fact. We wish well for Pakistan. I know Pakistani people are nice. They want good relations with India. But the point is, the generals use terrorism as an instrument of state policy. And you may have seen what happened in SARC. One of the failures of SARC is that only. Yes. Now coming to Nepal, I must tell you something more. Cultural connect will always remain the most powerful mooring of these two countries. The Buddhist circuit, the Ramayana circuit, from Kedarnath to Badrinath to Muktinath to Pashupatinath to Somnath to Rameshwaram, you cannot wish them away. I come from Bihar, Vishnu. Take the case of festivals. Chhat is celebrated with gusto in Bihar, the biggest festival. Yes. So it in Madhesh areas. Then the Upasana of Devi Shakti, the Parvati, the Kali, the Bhairavi, common to both. Therefore, this great commonality of Tirth shared by the two countries for generations and generations will remain the biggest mooring and unwavering connect for the prosperity of the two countries.
But let me make an observation, sir. And we see this very often on social media.
Also address the concerns. And the biggest thing I would like to share with you today, since we are also talking of future, environmental concern will have to be addressed. I see Himalayas in two respects. Himalaya is Tapabhumi, both for Nepal and also for India. But Himalaya is also becoming a very big area of uncertainty in terms of environmental challenges. I would today recommend from your platform that the biggest scope for relationship between India and Nepal should be on proper management of climate issues in the hilly areas, how we can exchange notes, learn from each other. And I think we have a lot to learn from Nepal. And Nepal also has to learn from India. And I want to make it very clear, we don't at all eye any big brotherly attitude.
That was my question.
And I can anticipate your question. I have been suffering for so long, therefore I can anticipate your questions. I want to make it very clear from NDTV platform today in Kathmandu, and I compliment NDTV for inviting me. We don't eye any big brother. The comment of Prime Minister which we heard in the previous panel, that not even a single war of India is there in which some Nepali has not shed blood. This is a very powerful statement. Therefore, the instinct for help, the instinct for sharing is quite natural between the two countries. And that will remain the biggest foundation. I always say that. What other issues we should look for future? Power sector, water management.
No, but let me ask you a few questions. I think you made an important point about that big brother attitude. Would you concede that this has been a problem, and it's not specific to any government, that we have had with regard to a country like Nepal? If you see Twitter, social media, it's like we dominate with our opinions. I think the best thing we have done now in dealing with the present tragedy is just let the people of Nepal decide how we can assist them. It's not as if we are forcing anything on anybody.
That should be the approach. I told
Is that something we have failed in the past?
I'm telling you, in 2015, when this earthquake happened, the first question I asked what the people want there. They want connectivity. I said provide that at a domestic rates. Here you have seen, today Indian Armed Forces are coming to repair the bridges and all these things, medical help, national disaster team is here. Therefore, I think there is a big reservoir of relationship whereby we can understand what Nepal needs. And that should be there. But I wish to emphasize again, Vishnu, we treat Nepal with all equality as a friendly country, respecting their sovereignty and also respecting a common urge to share future, shared future.
Raviji, you referred to what the Prime Minister said when he said that there hasn't been a war where the people of Nepal haven't had a role. Now we are in a scenario where, because of our own Agnipath scheme, there are restrictions on the number of Nepali soldiers who can get a permanent commission in the Gorkha regiments. Now this is an issue over here which is of concern, and I think that's understandable because it's been part of Nepalese contribution to themselves by way of salaries but it's also been an important contribution to us. It's obviously an impasse. How do you look at it?
I think no issue between Nepal and India is not capable of solution. Okay? We have seen many problems and we have resolved that. We'll find a way out for that as well. I take note of what you say. I am myself a great I have a sentimental attachment with Gorkha's people whenever I see them. In fact, one of the biggest thing, I never miss a 26th January march in Delhi. Others I can skip. And whenever the Gorkha brigade marches, my feet start tapping with them. That's smart. That is the connect we have. Okay. Therefore, this can be, we can find a way out for it. That's no problem. That is a very small issue. But the larger issue are basically strategic, connectivity, roads, power. How many rivers originate from Nepal? From Bagmati to Gandaki to others, Koshi. And all of them, when they became furious, they trampled upon my state of Bihar. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
Don't you think there is a need that those reservoirs should be properly harnessed for energy? There is abundance of scope available. This is how I see it.
You know, Raviji, as we begin to wrap this up, I think one of the points you said which really resonated with me was the need for Nepal and India to work together to manage the Himalayas. We are dealing with a tragedy now, but it's fairly clear that there was a massive avalanche which resulted in the blocking of the river waters rose, a narrow river valley, and we've seen inundation, which has caused countless deaths. As climate change becomes a reality, as avalanche melt is a reality, as crevices are formed, how much of management of our shared Himalayan ecosystem is it imperative upon India and Nepal to deal with?
It is very much imperative. In fact, I see it in two ways, Vishnu. Speaking in civilizational terms, so many sannyasis have dubbed up on the holy precincts of Himalayas for the last thousands of years. Okay. At times their soul also says, enough is enough. Let Himalayas be a place for not only pilgrimage, but also for redemption through our tap. That is one significant aspect they are conveying. Means don't overexploit. To undertake optimum use, but don't overexploit. That's how I see it.
And the future of the relationship, and this is my sort of final question to you, is it based on that cultural connect, or do you see it increasingly based on greater economic engagement?
As I said at the very outset in the beginning, you cannot conceive of Indo-Nepalese relationship based upon conventional nuances of foreign policy diplomacy. Culture, civilization, festivals, food habit, language, worship, all will always form an important ingredient for that. But having said that, what is important is to build upon that for sound economic progress.
Well, I think that's such an important sort of assertion that everything we talk about now, whether it's the ecology, whether it's jobs, whether it's education, whether it's communication, it's based on a shared heritage at so many levels. Raviji, it's always been a privilege for me to speak to you. This conversation is at a difficult time, and hopefully the people in Nepal who we sort of feel for in this hour of need can overcome this incredible tragedy. Thank you, sir.
Well, my very sincere condolence. We all share their agony. Let me conclude during this somber moment. We in India stand firmly with the pains of Nepalese people. And as balm has come about in the previous disasters, surely it will come with a bright future assurance as we see it.
Thank you, Raviji.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so much. Finance Minister Dr. Swarnim Wagle is here with us. I extend you a warm welcome, sir. But before we move on to our concluding session, joining me, Senior Executive Editor, Mr. Mohit Roy Sharma, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Ladies and gentlemen, first, my heart goes out to everyone affected by yesterday's devastating floods. The fact that so many people still chose to be here with us in such a difficult moment means a great deal. And we are deeply grateful for your presence. As we close the inaugural edition of NDTV World Anviksha Ideas Across Border, I want to thank all our distinguished speakers from Nepal and India. Your perspective, participation, and insights made today's conversation meaningful and gave Anviksha the gravitas that it wanted to build. Our thanks to the leaders from politics, diplomacy, business, culture, sports, and public life who helped us to look at Nepal through many different lenses and help us to move beyond the familiar frames through which this relationship is often understood. A very special thanks to Kantipur Media Group, our Nepal media partner, for being a part of this journey and helping us take Anviksha's idea and conversation to a wider audience across Nepal. We are equally grateful to our sponsors, Patanjali Dantkanti, MEW Group, PhonePe, Asian Paints, Parul University, Sudha, Gold Star Shoes, Panchkanya Group, Padma Jyoti Group, Nepal SBI Bank, and our partners, Yakan Yeti Hotel and Nepal India Chamber of Commerce and Industry, whose support made this event possible. Thank you for believing in the idea of Anviksha and for standing with us as we begin this journey. To the entire NDTV team and everyone who worked behind the scenes in Kathmandu, thank you for many weeks of planning coordination, and effort that brought today together. And most importantly, thank you to all the audiences. A dialogue has meaning only when people are willing to listen, question, and engage. Kathmandu is where Anviksha has begun its journey. From here, it will travel across the borders, across countries, carrying forward one simple idea that there's always more to understand when we are willing to look again. Thank you, Nepal. Thank you, Kathmandu. And thank you for being a part of NDTV World Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. Namaskar and Dhanyavad.
To wrap this extraordinary summit, we turn to the economic bedrock powering Nepal's next decade for our culminating session at NDTV World Anviksha, Ideas Across Border. It is a privilege to invite on stage Nepal's Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Bagle. He is in conversation with NDTV's Editor-in-Chief, Rahul Kanwal and Aditya Raj Kaur.
Hello everyone. For our concluding session at the NDTV World Anviksha Summit, we have a guest who's far from being a conventional politician or what you'd imagine the background of a typical finance minister to be. Dr. Swarnim Bagle is the intellectual and public policy face of the new Gen Z party that currently rules Nepal after the political upheaval that we saw over the last several months. He studied economics at the London School of Economics, did his master's in public administration and international development at Harvard University, completed a PhD in economics at the Australian National University, worked at the World Bank and the UNDP, and served as vice chair of Nepal's Planning Commission. He spent a lifetime diagnosing from the outside what is wrong with Nepal's economy and what needs to be done to fix it. And unlike most career economists, he's now in the unique position of actually having a shot at trying to fix Nepal's economic problems. He's also the vice chair of the party that's currently in power and therefore one of the founding pillars of the RSP. Dr. Swarnim Bagle, thank you very much for taking out time and joining us here at NDTV Anviksha. Your presence means the world to the entire NDTV team.
Thank you so much, Rahul. I hope Kathmandu is treating you well and the whole NDTV crew and the distinguished guests who are here. It's been a rather unfortunate time, but I think you were able to pivot excellently to cover all the humanitarian aspects of the times.
When we met yesterday, soon after landing in Kathmandu, we weren't sure whether we'd be able to put this program together in the aftermath of the massive tragedy that had just befallen Nepal. For helping make this possible, thank you. It really does mean a lot to us. I want to start by asking you, Dr. Bagle, how does the finance minister's position, his chair, look from the outside to someone who's not sitting on it? What do you now know sitting on the finance minister's chair, which is infinitely tougher or more difficult than you'd imagine this position to be?
Well, I'm aging very fast, as you can see. From the outside, of course, you know, the finance minister is the custodian of everyone's wish list, right? I want this, I want that. There's no limits to the resources at the minister's disposal. He or she can, has a mysterious magic wand, can meet all these wants and all that. But as students of economics know, there are unlimited wants and limited resources, and that's where the balance has to be struck. The real politic of day-to-day, governing, managing alliances, handling trade-offs, and that leads to a lot of political friction, both inside the government, among the many entities therein and also with the external constituencies. And that balancing act is really what is very tough to manage.
Minister Magle, Nepal stands as a very defining moment. You know, last entire year we've seen a journey that's been unprecedented. The protests, the young government that's in power, and your economic vision really is to ensure that the youth of Nepal do not wander off to other countries, but stay in Nepal in building a new Nepal. What's the vision of the Balen Shah government in this direction, and how are you different from the previous governments in power?
Well, we're very mindful of the circumstances that led to the birth of this new generation of politicians, a new brand of politics that has taken over the polity at this point in time. The revolt was really over the disgust associated with the kind of political economy that had been practiced, particularly over the last 20-25 years. And so the rot in the system, the unhappiness with constricting economic opportunities, the general feeling among the young people, and this is a very young country, and the median age is only 25, that to build a happier, better life, you have to go abroad, right? So that general sentiment was what led to that unprecedented outburst on the streets of Kathmandu almost exactly a year ago. So we're mindful of what led to the electoral outcomes, what led to the demand for people like Balen Shah, Ravi Lami Chhane, and a very new outfit like the RSP, which is barely 4 years into existence, to command 52 lakh votes, almost 48% of the electorate. 1 in 2 voters, voted us in. So we're mindful that this is a thirst, a hunger for an aspirational society, that a young Nepali can, actually fulfill his or her dreams right here in the country. That migration need not be a compulsion; it could be a matter of choice. I went abroad and studied and worked and came back, so it could very well be a matter of choice, but it need not be a compulsion. And the circumstances, the ambience that we build here, the economic opportunities that we create here, have to be of such quality that people are, hopeful and optimist about, living right here in the country, and even if they are global in the way they are seeking opportunities, they don't give up on the opportunities, on the life that they can build right here in the country, right? So that's the sort of the amorphous vision that we have, but concretely, so what are those engines of growth that Nepal can power itself on? And that's where we're trying to open up, be very liberal, attract investment, create a level playing field for young entrepreneurs. And to do all that, you need not be associated with any political party. You don't need your uncle to be the minister. This is, you can just pursue your dreams, and the laws of the land will be there to buffet those dreams and aspirations. And that's the kind of society that we have in mind.
Dr. Bagley. Yeah. One of the critical concerns for any party that comes out of a movement, comes out of political upheaval, is the very natural inevitability of power turning it into the establishment. How does the Balen Shah government and how does the RSP intend to ensure that it stays as anti-establishment now that you are the establishment? How do you ensure power doesn't corrupt you? Because we've heard these promises earlier in several states of India, in other countries of the world where we've seen similar Gen Z movement. The rhetoric of the protest and the activism is much rosier than the reality of governance.
I think we have to communicate with the people very honestly, right? What is possible immediately, what is possible in the medium term, and conditional on a set of reforms, bold reforms that we undertake. what's that destination that we want the country to reach over the next 3, 5, 10 years, right? So we have to be very candid about the possibilities and the constraints. Now, until about a few weeks ago, I was the oldest member of the cabinet. I don't look too old, but I was the oldest member of the cabinet. So that tells you something about the composition of the current government, the polity, the direction that we want to go. And we've learned from the mistakes of the past, but we also want to build on the achievements that the earlier generations have secured for us. A vibrant multi-party democracy, for example, right? But we want to clean up the mess from within, right? So there's a lot of talk about, amending the constitution, etc. And I keep telling my own friends and allies in the party that, whatever you need to amend in the constitution, it's already enshrined in it. You step on the articles therein to revise the constitution and take it in the direction that you want. You don't need to do away with the current constitutional order, because this has been secured rather painstakingly over the last 50, 60, 70 years. And many older politicians actually sacrificed a lot to give this platform to us. And the polity that we are functioning in was hard-earned. The remaining achievement is on the economic front, and that's where we're focusing on. The economic momentum, the economic acceleration that we want to secure has to be on the bedrock of good governance. And that's been our solid commitment. That's been our pledge during the elections. I think that's why the people of Nepal voted us in. The RSP has been championing the governance cause. The current Prime Minister, when he was Mayor of Kathmandu, he had a record of sorts to go on. And that's what we're trying to live on. So, the past 5 months, this is a 5-month-old government, we've been very strict on these very issues. The elite capture of institutions that had happened in the earlier reigns, we've done away with that. The politicization of the organs of state, we've tried to minimize that. And this meritocratic order that we want to pursue is what is born out of this search for an aspirational society. Economic catch-up with very strict zero tolerance to corruption, and overall building the foundations for good governance. And on those, the challenges, sometimes even if the intent is very clear and very noble, our inexperience may show. And those are the moments when we really have to own up and say, okay, we goofed up here, but we are ready to course correct, and move in a certain direction. So the current handling of the disaster, you might, there have been a few episodes in the past when there was a lot of public angst, expectation of a certain nature that the government or the Prime Minister or the ministers would behave in a certain way. But I haven't seen any notable criticism of the way we've handled the current disaster that we're living through right now. Because we've partly learned what ought to be done to allay the anxieties of the common people. And I think the Prime Minister has been back from Nuwakot, where the site of the disaster, and I was sitting with him for almost 90 minutes reviewing what more could we do, where could we improve, the next phase of the disaster handling. So I think the honesty, the transparency, the overall integrity surrounding the art of governance has been relatively new, and this is what we want to uphold for the remainder of our tenure.
Minister Wagle, social media has played an incredible role in pushing the narrative of this new government, a young government of which you've been a part. But the Prime Minister and the government has also been using the social media. Now, some may argue that the Prime Minister has a new way of interacting with the public or new way of functioning. Why don't you give us a sneak peek into the Prime Minister Balen Shah? Because a lot of people here and millions other watching NDTV all across the globe want to know this rapper, a young rapper who became a sensation and then a Prime Minister. And then the Nepali media also spoke about you recently and your internal workings in the government, because some people want to know how's the government functioning, What is the agenda, and perhaps what is the roadmap in the next few months?
You know, Balan Shah is 36 years old. He's the youngest serving prime minister in the world. And I checked that up. I thought, you know, there would be some random minister in Iceland or Vanuatu or Samoa who was probably younger, but I double checked, and he is indeed the youngest prime minister in the world. And he comes from a different generation. He's a structural engineer with roots in the Madhes, but he grew up in Kathmandu. He was a highly popular and a successful mayor of the richest city in the country. And that's where the paradox is, right? He's now presiding over the poorest government in Asia, but he ran the richest city in Nepal. And some of these constraints that we talked about at the outset on, you know, these trade-offs that one has to make in government is a difficult one. He's incredibly popular with the young people, and I think their dreams and their aspirations. So I keep on using the word aspirational, and he embodies that dream of the younger generation. I think they want to give him a chance. But he has, you know, very logical. He asks the right questions, very inquisitive, he wants to communicate through action rather than words. So a conventional politician would be giving 3 or 4 speeches a day, but Balan Shah, you know, avoids that, and he wants, and is on record for saying that, you know, I want my actions and the results to speak for themselves. But when necessary, he has stepped up. He has addressed the country. He communicates very effectively through the social media. And, you know, if you look at his Instagram followings or Facebook or even Twitter, I think that's the new generation.
Have you learned how to rap, Minister, to bond better with your young boss?
Not quite. I haven't heard him sing in person, so, you know, maybe I have to go to YouTube and look up his old videos. But he's you know, the logic of an engineer comes through in my interactions with him. And, you know, there's a caricature of him that, maybe, you know, he wants things to prevail, that he wants to, whatever he desires. But one thing I must share with this audience, and he's always asking, what does the law say? And that I found was a surprise to me, right? That contrary to this popular perception about how Balan Shah functions, his engineer's mind of, you know, a very quantitative approach to probing issues, but ultimately, what does the law say? Is it constitutional? And you know, I have teased him once. I think that, you know, there's a famous saying of Henry Kissinger, right? In the context of a war administration under Nixon, you know, the illegal we do immediately, and the unconstitutional takes a little while. So that's the kind of expectation that you would associate with people who are really impatient with talk and want to see results on the ground. But one thing that has surprised me is the current Prime Minister really asks what the law of the land says, and that is something noteworthy and something that the general audience probably doesn't know.
1/3 of the GDP of Nepal is remittances. Human exports is, you know, the primary lever that moves the economy at the moment. The critical question, of course, is what are you doing to try and attract private investment into Nepal? For those watching you in India and elsewhere, if they have $100 million and they're looking to invest in Vietnam, Bangladesh, Indonesia, why, Mr. Finance Minister, should any of these companies seriously consider coming to Nepal?
So we've started by cleaning up the mess, really, right? The incentives were perverted. The institutions, the rules of the game were really rigged. So we're trying to open up and make the playing field even for both domestic and foreign entrepreneurs. So in this year's budget, we've talked about amending 27 acts, you know, so it's a legislative exercise, you know, enforcement of contracts, honoring of private property, and the level playing field between, you know, domestic investors, diasporic investors, and foreign investors. That would be absolutely key. So we've started with rules of the game, right? Cleaning up the system. Then we want to identify those 5 or 6 durable sources of economic growth for this country. So clean energy, you've talked about that. Tourism in all its dimensions. The green revival of manufacturing along the border and us being part of the regional and global value chains in areas where we have an edge. High value agriculture, and to retain many of our young people, the immense hopes and possibilities that lie in digitalization, right, for the young people. And that, once we identify these sources of economic growth, where we're really good at, where we'd be able to compete with our neighbors and peer countries, and that's where we want to really open up for different sources of investment. And I think once investors see possibilities, and it's not just risk, but they also calculate the returns, I think we would be able to tempt them. And one fact that we're really aware of is, rather than going and attracting investment in very abstract terms, we want the lived experience of current investors to really communicate and, through word of mouth, say that, it's a wonderful experience. So 2 weeks ago, I convened the largest taxpayers of Nepal, many of which are foreign FDI companies. Many of them are Indian, actually. So from Unilever to ITC to lots of others. All of them pledged, rather informally, that they plan to double their investment here. And some were unconditional. Against all odds, they've done reasonably well. But others conditional on reforms that the government plans to undertake. They're willing to augment their investment here. And I think that will be the most credible way to spread the word.
I see Dr. Shashi Tharoor sit in the audience, and I must tell our viewers who are here in person and watching across our platforms that one of the things that popped in my inbox when we were coming to Nepal was this meme which was going viral, which had bombastic words used by you, and you were squaring off in that meme with Dr. Shashi Tharoor. And I heard from people as I came here कि आपको यहाँ का नेपाल का शशि थरूर कहते हैं?
No, not at all.
You also use these words.
I'm a big fan of Shashi Tharoor, and it's a great inspiration, and there's a lot to learn from him. And the career path that he has taken, I think the UN, the distinguished stint at the UN, a young PhD from Tufts, isn't it? Fletcher School. So, I'm following in his footsteps, but great inspiration.
So tell us about some of the most bombastic words you've used. Now we'll compare with Dr. Tharoor and see who uses the more bombastic language. Yes.
No. There can be no competition.
No, play along. I saw some of the words that you were using, and in the context of the politics of Nepal, they said, "Yaar, wo dictionary leke aao, ye pata nahi kya bol raha."
So I've been focusing quite a bit on the good governance agenda for the last 3-4 years. And I think this phrase, grand larceny, has been quite mimicked and popular, and also
give us more.
Well, I think along those lines.
Dr. Tharoor, grand larceny, have you used this? Can I have a mic brought across to Dr. Tharoor, please? India ka real Shashi Tharoor talking to the Nepal ka Shashi Tharoor. Mic lao, bhai, mic lao, jaldi se. Okay, while they mobilize, let me only take the mic. Okay, Dr. Tharoor, grand larceny. Do you guys do this deliberately to try and throw everyone off?
No, I think grand larceny is a very good one. Of course, better from a finance minister than from an opposition politician. But one word that I'm fond of using, which I would commend to you, Mr. Finance Minister, is defenestrate, because you defenestrated the previous Prime Minister.
Defenestrate.
Defenestrate means to throw out of the window, which is a metaphor for rejecting, defenestrating, discarding.
Where did you, in the morning when you came for the session, you didn't have the headgear on?
I just got it from my last event. So I thought coming to Nepal for my last event of this trip, I would at least wear the cap and demonstrate that I've gone native.
Thank you for that. The joke about Dr. Tharoor is that he uses a thesaurus and decides how he wants to throw everyone off. Do you do that as well, or is this coming naturally?
Well, but I must, the other day I did see something. It used to be said that there's there's a German word which doesn't exist in English, Schadenfreude, taking pleasure at somebody else's pain, which is, but I think I saw somewhere, Mr. Tharoor, that you found an English word that conveyed the exact same meaning in English. So I thought that was a new discovery.
Now he's warming up. Now he's getting into the groove.
I can't pronounce that.
We must have you just explain that because, yeah, that's the mic. Finally, and about time. Yes.
No, Schadenfreude is the German for malicious pleasure at somebody else's misfortune. But there is a word in English that even the English don't use. It's called epicaricacy.
Okay.
And they all prefer to say Schadenfreude. Sometimes a French or a German word comes more naturally to an English speaker in England than the English word. But there is a word.
Right, right. In fact, I had asked some of my linguist friends whether the Schadenfreude can be translated into Nepali. And actually we couldn't come up. Some people suggested Parapidak and all this with roots in Sanskrit. But Parapidak, etc., veers more on sadism. It's not really Schadenfreude. But anyway, that's good to know.
This was fun. Thank you for that. I want to come back to economics now. Because one of the things, Finance Minister, in your manifesto, which you took to the voters, is that you wanted to revisit the currency peg with the Indian rupee. I'm wondering how you're seeing this now that you're in government. 1.6 Nepalese rupee to 1 rupee is the way it's been for a very long time. In opposition, while you were canvassing, you wanted to change that. You still want to do it. What are the risks? What are the rewards? How do you see it now that you're sitting on the hot chair?
No, it was just a topic mentioned in the manifesto that we may need to review. We didn't pledge to change it. We said we would conduct a study to review. And the Rashtra Bank has actually, the Central Bank of Nepal, has undertaken a few studies. And at any point in time, you would have a dozen PhD students working on this topic. What I was pointing at was basically, we haven't changed the peg since 1993. So it's been 33 years. Over the last 33 years, the Indian productivity, the Indian manufacturing prowess has marched in a very different direction. Ours has remained a stagnant economy, pretty much a remittance-driven economy. We don't produce much. So the productivity differential has in some way got to be correlated with the peg. And so the peg that held in 93 may not be relevant in 2026. But having said that, is it the right time to change, etc.? The conditions have to be way more conducive. The Nepali economic growth story has to take on a different trajectory, a different pace before we can revisit that topic. That's one of the few things, the IMF calls it a stable nominal anchor. And I think we have to agree with them that when so many other macroeconomic variables are shifting, changing, you don't want to add that extra layer of uncertainty in the current economic climate. It may be an issue that we revisit, when the growth momentum is much stronger. But don't forget that this has been done 5 times in the past. So it's not heresy to even talk about it. When we started in 1960, the peg was very different. And then we've been adjusting it. But the last change was made in 93, but the structure of the economy has evolved. I think in 1993, our per capita incomes were comparable. Now you are twice as rich as us. In terms of the collective GDP, the economic clout, you are 100 times richer than us, 50 times more populous. So all these structural, the very, very important variables have to be factored in before we dare to add that extra layer of uncertainty when we are barely managing this transitional process.
Mr. Watley, it's almost clear now that Prime Minister...
One second, Dr. Tharoor saying...
Just on that subject, I couldn't resist because I heard a nugget today which the Finance Minister might want to clarify or contradict. That at the time of independence, the Indian rupee, the Nepali rupee and the Sri Lankan rupee were all equal. Today, the Nepalese currency, which is pegged, is at 1.6 to the Indian rupee. The Sri Lankan currency, which is not pegged, is 300 to the Indian rupee. Where would you be if you didn't actually have the peg? And what would it do? Would it help you with your exports or would it just drive inflation crazy in your country?
So I was alluding to that in a way that even if we were to devalue much, free float and the Indian rupee versus Nepali rupee would be somewhere between the two points, between the Sri Lankan and the current Nepali peg. The advantage would be if our export base was much competitive, the cheaper exports and us taking over, our competition, Bangladeshi, Vietnamese, even Indian competition. Is that a realistic possibility right now? The answer is no, unfortunately. The Dutch disease and the remittance windfall has distorted the economy to such an extent that we would not be able to take advantage of any devaluation that we undertake at this point in time. So those foundations have to be built. So we're talking about 5, 10, 15 years down the road before we can envision an economy which would be able to take advantage of those sort of devalued currency. Right now that doesn't exist. And the advantages associated with that nominal stable anchor, that predictability that comes with the Indian peg, is something that beats any other economic choices that we make. Down the road, I think the Indian economy will be stronger, your currency will also go up, and there may come a time when we conceive of a basket sort of currencies and we peg against that, should our export also diversify a little bit. Right now we're too dependent on India. 70% of our trade is with India, and so all these fundamentals have to give way to more sophistication, more diversification before we can begin to experiment with some of these choices.
Mr. Wagle, as we begin to wrap up this incredible last session that we have had, a final comment. It's almost clear now that Prime Minister Balin Shah would be visiting India in the next few months. What are the top priorities that you have, and would you mind sharing the date?
Well, as you know, coming into office, he was very focused on the domestic agenda, and the first 100 days at least was focused on the Sasakiya Sudhar Ka Asay Kadam, the 100-point agenda that we had. And the rating that we've given ourselves is 87.2 on that, and I think after that we've begun to discuss Prime Minister's visits abroad. I am pretty confident that his first visit abroad will be to India, and the dates I think will need to be worked out, but I am very hopeful that this will happen before the end of the year.
One of the senior-most leaders of the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party in India, Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, is with us in the audience. If the mic can just be sent across to him, please. Ravi Shankar ji, to Dr. Wagle and through him to the Balin Shah government, your message at this time when India is looking for a reset with this new Gen Z political movement that currently rules Nepal, in the context of the kind of equation India and Nepal have had over the past couple of decades.
I'm very clear about it. First of all, I cannot use the expressions of Mr. Shashi Tharoor, okay? Let's be very clear about it. My good friend. The whole foundation of Nepal-India is so strong. As I said in the very beginning of my interaction, you cannot segregate it through passport or through geographical boundaries. And if there is a strong reservoir of goodwill between both the parties, both the countries, we'll find a way out. And what I heard from Honorable the Finance Minister, the whole approach in the right direction. And if today he has firmly stated that the first visit of Honorable Prime Minister Balin Shah will be to India, that shows the way as to what is going to be the relationship.
That's quite remarkable. Varun Chaudhary runs one of the biggest industrial group out of Nepal. Varunji, your sense of what Swarnim Wagle and the current government need to do, they were speaking of a second generation of economic reforms. What does it look like from the lens of an industrial group like yours? What would you like to see them do over and beyond what they've done in the past 4-5 months?
Well, what I had also spoken while I was speaking to Meenakshi, what they're doing is absolutely right. And I did mention the word Shuddhikaran, which means they're cleaning up the system. Naturally, a system which has been junked for so many years, years after years, it will take time for the whole machinery to get oil back again. And, what he did right after he took charge of the office, and I was live on TV, I did applaud him for the various changes that he did, and which was all pandering in the right direction. So he was giving all the right messages to the private sector in terms of rebuilding the confidence that we are there for you. So it's a matter of time, patience is a virtue, that we are back on feet again.
One of the things that's hobbled the Nepalese economy over the past couple of decades is that most governments were unstable because they were coalition governments with wobbly majorities. You have an overwhelming majority. What does success look like 5 years from now? When your tenure as finance minister is assessed in an Anviksha that we do, say, 5 years from now, what does success look like according to you?
I think the great unfinished agenda in Nepali politics is the economic catch-up, right? So 1980, per capita income of India, China and Nepal was almost identical at $200 per capita. India today is close to $3,000 per capita. China is at 13,000 and Nepal is under 1,500. So that pace of catch-up is really what we want. But what we've realized, and you're correct, that this economic dream or aspiration is not possible when the polity is very unstable and policies are unpredictable, and the private sector, many of whom are represented in the room today, are unsure of where you are headed. So that is what we want to work on. Our manifesto talks about becoming a $100 billion economy over the next 5 to 7 years. So that demands a pretty ambitious economic growth rate of at least 7% in real terms. The 100 billion target is in nominal terms. But this is not unusual. Countries at low levels of development, if certain things are aligned, particularly with respect to incentives for investment, you can secure that pace of economic change. And becoming a respectable middle-income country over the next 5 to 10 years. And young people can begin to see opportunities right here in the country. And their decisions to migrate and seek opportunities abroad is a matter of choice and not compulsion. That's the overarching vision that we have. And but all that cannot be secured without good governance in place. So we've been very religious in the pursuit of clean, good governance. And I hope if we sustain this for the next few years, the economic incentives will also be forced to align with the political incentives that we are trying to embed in the current polity.
Dr. Swarnim Wagle, for taking out time and joining us on what's been a very long day for you. Thank you very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the first ever NDTV World Anviksha. Ideas across borders will travel across the world, but this will always be a very memorable day for the NDTV team because we started in a place very close to our hearts. We started from Kathmandu, and this day will remain etched in Anviksha's journey. For having taken out time, for joining us, and for helping make this possible, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, thank you very much. Can we have, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm round of applause. We wish you all the best. And I invite you all to join us for dinner, and thank you for being such a fantastic audience and for being so alert, so alive and so awake all through the sessions. We've had a long day. Your participation means the world to us. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.